Double kill. Defeat. Double kill. Enemy team nearing victory. Killing spree. Snipe. Double kill. Triple kill. Perfect. Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Overkill. Snipe. Killing spree. Snipe. Double kill. Enemy team nearing victory. Double kill. Enemy has the ball. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Snipe. All dropped. Enemy has double kill. Killings. Enemy has the ball. Ball broken. 30 seconds remaining. Double kill. Double kill. Snipe. 1 minute remaining. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Double kill. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Perfect. 30 seconds remaining. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Double kill. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball out of bounds. 10. Snipe. Double kill. Return. Snipe. Snipe. Triple kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Triple kill. Overkill. Enemy team. Double kill. Double kill.
Running into back B.
But one's getting out bottom. One's getting out bottom.
Big now, Rest guy, nice former.
Double kill.
I'm probably
in.
Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Flag returned. Double kill. Triple kill. Killing spree. Perfect. Double kill. Triple kill.
Smaller and
I mean, just knows. A plat. Nice, two more.
Double kill.
Don't fight, Tubby. For a second.
Try not to.
Ball reset. Ball income. The ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Double kill. Double kill. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball. Overkill. Overkill. Perfect. Enemy team took. Enemy team took the hill. Double kill. Enemy about to score. Enemy team took the. Snipe. Enemy about to score. Double kill. Double kill.
Welcome. Boo boo dubu. Last shot. We have our map pick bands ready to go. Shopify Rebellion, you guys are the number 1 seed going into Pro League. So you have the choice between Team A and Team B. Last shot, which one would you like?
I'm going to be picking Team A.
Team A. So as Team A, you guys get the selection for the first objective in our rotation. What would you guys like?
Gonna be going with Strongholds.
Okay, Strongholds gonna be a coin flip, predetermined already. That's gonna be recharged to start off our series today. With that, Team B, Bubu, Dubu, Cloud9, you guys will get the selection for our Game 3 objective. Which one would you like? Oh, wait. Sorry. I messed up. This is my bad, Bubu. Before
Very
we
good.
do that, do you want Eagle or Cobra for recharge?
Oh, will be Cobra.
Cobra. Okay. All right. With that, now, Boo Boo Dubu, you can choose Game 3.
Let's do a not ball.
Okay. With that, last shot, you guys will get a ban.
We're gonna ban Recharge.
No recharge for Oddball. What will be the map pick, Boo Boo?
Live fire.
Live fire it is. What side would you guys like? Last shot.
Eagle.
Eagle for SR. Let's go. Okay. Shopify Rebellion, Game 4. What map, or not what map, what game type would you like? Yeah, that, bro. He's confront. Okay.
What were we saying? Sorry about that.
So what map would you like for a game? What game type would you like for Game 4?
We'll do CTF.
CTF. What map would you like to ban, Boo Boo?
Ban pit.
Banning pit. Well, interesting. You know, okay, interesting here. Do I need to ask, Last Shot? What map do you want to play?
We're gonna do Origin.
Oh, really? Interesting. Who would have thought? Boo Boo, what side would you what side would you guys like?
Will be Cobra, I guess.
Cobra for Cloud9. Okay, going into Game 6, we have chosen our strongholds. We have chosen Oddball. We have chosen CTF. That's going to leave Streets as our Game 6 here. With that, you will get I believe, a ban here for Mr. Last Shot and the Shopify Rebellion boys. What would you guys like to ban?
Ban for Slayer or King of the Hill?
King of the Hill.
We'll do Lattice.
No Lattice available on the map pool. What would you guys like Boo Boo Dubu to play?
For what, King of the Hill?
King of the Hill.
Is it Game 6?
Game 6.
We'll do Streets.
King of the Hill. Street. Is that why you banned Boo Boo? Or I mean, Last Shot, or am I just tripping?
You said Lattice.
Lattice. Oh, okay. I wrote Streets for some reason. I think I was just ready for the pick. My bad. The Last Shot. What side would you guys like for Streets?
We'll do Eagle.
Eagle. Okay. With that, bubu dubu. Actually, it starts with you guys last shot. What Slayer would you guys like to ban from the map pool?
Solitude.
No solitude available. Now for you, bubu. What would you like to ban? And then you can pick a map.
Wait, so I ban and then pick?
Yes.
Wouldn't it just make sense to pick at that point?
Well, you also have to take a map out of the map pool because we're gonna select the next 3.
Oh, okay, my bad. Okay, I thought this was just for the first layer.
No. We're banning Slayer. We're banning a Slayer, and then from there we're picking our
gotcha.
next 3.
What did you ban, Wyatt?
I banned Solitude.
We're gonna ban streets.
Okay, no Street Slayer. The 3 Slayers that are available for this series are going to be Live Fire, Origin, and Recharge for game 2. Cloud9, what would you like? You make me nervous, Boo Boo, when you go quiet like this.
Oh wait, is my turn?
It's like, okay, I couldn't tell if he was thinking or if he forgot that it was your pick.
Yo, my fault.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
So it's my pick, right?
Yes, we have Live Fire, Origin, or
Gotcha.
Recharge available.
Let's do recharge map 1, so let's not do recharge.
Okay, so that leaves Origin or Live Fire.
What's map 3? Is map 3 Origin
Live
flag?
Fire.
Oh, it's live.
Origin
All right,
flag
let's
is
do, let's just
game
do
4.
Origin Slayer then.
Origin Slayer. I heard that.
It's a variety.
Shopify Rebellion, what side would you like for Origin?
I'll be Eagle.
Eagle. Okay. Game 5, you have a choice between Live Fire and Recharge here.
What was game 4? What map?
Game
or,
4 is
Think of it.
currently CTF Origin. Game 6
Yeah.
is King of the Hill Streets.
We'll do Slayer Live Fire.
Slayer and Live Fire. Okay. And then for the side, what side would you like for Live Fire? Bubu Dubu.
We'll take Cobra, yeah.
Okay. And with that, our game 7 is determined to be Slayer Recharge. And I believe I'm gonna go double check the thing real fast, but I believe it's your Team B's choice. So on the side, are you guys gonna stick in Cobra and Eagle? Is that should I just assume? Or
I
is
mean,
it
I'm
gonna
down
be-
just to make it
Yeah,
simple.
I'm down.
if you
Down
guys
to
are
do that.
It's your
Alright.
choice, Boo Boo. So whatever you
Yeah,
want.
we'll just stick with Cobra Eagle the whole time.
Okay, sounds good. I'll post your guys' best of 7 in the discussion chat, and if you guys can join up as
Sounds
soon
good.
as possible, it's great.
Bet.
All right, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to week 2 of the LVT Halo Pro League presented by Shopify Gaming. My name is Mikowski. Joining alongside me on the mic is my man, Eli the Ninja, with the new setup. Eli, before I let you riff on that, I gotta say, man, it might not be everybody else's most anticipated matchup of the day, but it is mine. Because if you look at Cloud9, to me, in a landscape that's shifting and settling every single week, I think Cloud9 is the team that's got the most velocity climbing the ladder. So I cannot wait to see them take on the world's best in Shopify.
Yeah, no, this is an interesting one, right? I mean, Cloud9 upset FaZe last weekend, and you know, if anybody knows me and was listening to my predictions, it wasn't an upset as far as I was concerned. I thought this Cloud9 roster was going to destroy FaZe, and they did, and kind of just proved to everyone that they're the real deal. I think this team really is punching up to maybe fight into that top 3, top 4 type area. And now the winner of this series will take the lead in the Pro League standings. They will become the only undefeated team.
Wow, that just really raised the stakes even higher than I already anticipated them being. Cloud9 climbing the ladder. Cloud9, maybe something to work with there on a merch or something, but Cloud9 climbing the ladder, but Shopify stands above them, ready to put a boot in their face and knock them down a peg or so. 23-0 off the start here as Shopify, flawless start. Did have a momentary trip cap, but now Cloud9 contesting B, Royal 2. Flicker of it there. King Nick resets it. Now he's working towards A. And if Cloud9 can just stop this forward momentum that we've seen get out of control for the likes of Shopify, I think they're in a great spot to start this game.
Yeah, we've seen the meta of this game mode develop quite a bit, I would say. It's certainly a game of runs. All these top teams understand how to get max value out of their advantage state. The name of the game is how can you break the setup? So awesome to see Cloud9 capable of breaking the trip cap early, but just as I say that, they went 3 dead, and it looks like Shopify back in control. Royal 2 posted up bottom middle, probably just waiting for comms. It feels like Shopify has really favored this AC setup, so if you block both elevator and the back C silo, the other team has to spawn in gold, and it's pretty difficult to play out of, and that's what we're seeing so far as Cloud9 has struggled. But they get 4 dead out of nowhere.
All 4 go down, and
Enemy team
unbelievable Avicii with the bounce pass sticky grenade takes down Royal 2, who's arguably the best sticky user in Halo. As now the trip cap at the beginning for Shopify turns all red for Cloud9 as they've cut this lead to within 20 seconds. Can they hold the line?
Yeah, a lot of players dying across the map, a lot of trades. Another trade comes out as I say that, but Cloud9 completely content with that. That means they maintain their scoring position. Looks like A is the spawn point for Shopify. Love this extension from Avicii. As he extends into the pipes, he disallows any squad spawns to come towards this B side. And now for Cloud9, the objective is clear. Just stop them from getting into B successfully. Bubu Dubu has actually broken in behind enemy lines into the elevator. That's going to slow them down even more and allow Sirion to get out with the camo.
Cloud9 is moving. And I'd love to hear what their comms sound like as they've regained the lead up by 30 here in the early goings.
Top tower, slowly. Two shot bottom tower, on that tower. You want front tower, 2 shot, and then one bottom tower.
Watch that B. I kill B. Reset B.
Oh, this is Royal 2's back silo.
Someone reset B.
Here, I'll reset it.
Bottom A, guys.
One guy T-plat.
Bottom A, dead.
C-plat, one shot. One shot C-plat, one's blue pipes. Resets, and bottom blue.
Upper
Yeah, he should be free.
Another.
Take cross.
Okay,
Okay, I have to get out then. I killed something.
I'm out lucky. Watch what's he put. Hold on.
Yep.
Look at me. Hold on.
Nice, good. Find the spawns, Brad. Trust on long.
Bot making like we hit it.
Alright. Yep. Capping B, probably is.
Single box, zero.
It's like slime pipes. I can't. It's top eight no.
We're
getting it. One getting it now. I'll be bubu shocking top eight. I'm still top eight. Going tower, shock. AK, 3 shot top eight.
And B.
Watch out right here.
Top A, full shield.
I'm trying to live.
There's a guy in right.
You might have a shock rival top A.
What's a B?
Alright.
He's making B.
One tower. That's dead.
We gotta go.
We're gonna push it. Needles, last guy. Needles last guy.
Shot it. You remember he grappled top tower.
Okay.
And one battery.
Watch out batteries. I die from Peter.
Team score.
Eli, you said you were noticing something during that listening. What did you see or hear?
Shopify actually sounded a little bit out of sorts. They got a 3 or 4 dead, and they instantly said, let's try to spawn them long haul. But the reality was they didn't have the positioning or timing to do so. So the first couple players spawn in A. They're trying to say, let's go A. But by the time they get there, there's players that have already spawned up and are waiting for them. So Shopify's timing a little bit off, maybe a little bit uncharacteristic. First game of the day against a pretty strong squad. And Cloud9 are taking advantage of it. We heard them just take targets one by one, and as soon as they took some down, he said, we got to go now. So I'd love to hear the leadership on the side of Cloud9 and bubu specifically, and Shopify kind of need to get back into their groove.
I really liked for Cloud9's listen-in portion. I love the balance between bubu's calm, veteran-like communication, and then Avisy's, he's 20 years old, sounds like it, right? Shit on! Yeah. Oh my god! And then on the other side, bubu, we need to move, we need to push. So it's just very interesting to me. I balance is everything when it comes to good team comp, and right now, Cloud9 are put together a good game, up 140 to 124, and Eli, I keep noticing when Cloud9 are back against the wall, need to play off of that defensive back foot. They do a great job, and now is another opportunity. 3 down for them, 4 up for Shopify. How do they answer the bell?
Yeah, interestingly, you look at the kills here, and Shopify are actually massively outslaying Cloud9 so far, but Cloud9 actually momentarily have the lead. They're about to lose it, but just looking at the score and kind of the general feel of this game, it doesn't feel like the slays are that one-sided, but they kind of are. And now if Shopify can just kind of shore up some of that objective efficiency, get some zone captures off the back of these kills, I think that they can close out this game. But like you said, Cloud9 have done a good job of fighting back.
Here's another opportunity right there, and King Nick resets it, but it looks like Royal 2 should be able to capture this, if not for one more. Sirion in his way. Royal 2 has to fight the decision-making battle of does he stay and fight or no, he leaves the present for Sirion, runs the other way, resets, rotates. Despite all that though, Eli, from the eye test, it looks like Shopify are playing a great game, but God, every time he switches to Avisy's POV, he's frying and he gets another one, not a triple, but he takes down 3 down nonetheless, and despite Shopify being only down by 4 seconds about 4 seconds ago, Cloud9 have regained a lead of 30.
I just feel like Avicii has really been coming into his own and understanding how he can best assist his team. We knew this player had a lot of potential, but we didn't really see it come to fruition until he joined this team. And I feel like he's absolutely leveled up. He's 12 and 11, so it's not like he's going absolutely insane, but he's doing all the right things to keep Cloud9 in this game.
Yes, that was another thing that we said during the listen, and we were just talking amongst ourselves was, God, Avisy's frying, and then you saw his KD ratio is 5 and 5. So it's not always about the stats, but that will help right there. Last shot with the 5 perfect shots, shuts down and cools down Avicy, and maybe this is the spark Shopify need.
It's always last shot, isn't it? He does something crazy. It's why a lot of people think he might be the best in the game right now. I personally still think it's Royal 2. Doesn't show as much online, but man, last shot completely turning the tides of this game. Now with the trip cap, can they hold it? They've got the first kill on the opening break as well, which means Cloud9 remain in a disadvantageous position. They don't have a lot of time left to work with.
Cloud9 are stacked up at A. That's going to make this push even more difficult for Last Shot. He's going to take on more than just one. Does win his 1v1 against King Nick. Now he's got help on the stairs, trying to stay alive. So too is his teammate. Avisy's down to 1 shot, but so is Last Shot. Oh, and Last Shot does not get the trade. Avisy clears again.
Avicii has made so many of these clutch plays throughout this game when it looks like Shopify are about to start rolling and start spawn killing like we see them so often do to just about every team in the league. Avicii has stepped up and won a critical 1v1 or even 1v2 situation time and time again, but once again his teammates are falling. The pressure from Shopify continues, and he unfortunately cannot trade out. He gets stuck in the grapple animation, so the melee doesn't come out.
Aggressive play there from Avicy, but Royal 2 heard the audio cue of that grapple coming around the corner, and he was ready with the fist. Now he's got the grapple in his back pocket, pushing in forward aggressively into C, but he goes down. to Sirion, and Sirion's got Frosty down to one shot. Frosty does have a shroud screen. He can use that to cloak himself momentarily in invisibility.
Wow.
Wraps back to the left, but he's got help from LastShot with the double. Now clearing through into the whirlpool. They got to get something going here. 219 to 205 in the end game.
And that kill might have just won them the game. I mean, they get the kill on the other side as well. C gets flipped, A gets flipped. It's a trip cap, and that means time is ticking twice as fast. It's only about 10 seconds or so. Unless Cloud9 can start to contest and flip these zones, this game might be over very soon.
237 and ticking for 2 to 219, and the trip cap continues to hold. Cloud9 are faltering in the end game, and just like that, Shopify, about the only excellent version of themselves we saw in that game, was in the end game when it matters most, and they take it by a close margin of 250 to 219. Really felt like Cloud9's game to lose, and they do.
Gotta say, I mean, when we get to this stat page, just take a look at the kill disparity as we take a look at the general consensus. We're going to Origin TS next, but I do want to just look at this. I mean, look at the kills: 25 and 12, 21 and 11, 18 and 14. I mean, the only player on the side of Shopify that went negative was Frosty, and it was -3. Everybody else kind of popping off. But it didn't feel like that when we were watching it. It felt like Cloud9 were making good plays. There was just a lot of sequences where they would go down, and then maybe there was like a last player heroic kind of play that would come through and actually stabilize the situation for Cloud9. They were very good at coming off spawn, but like I said, in the listen, it didn't feel like Shopify were really in tune with the spawn timings as tight-knit as we're used to seeing from them. So we'll see if, you know, they still end up winning that despite being off kilter a bit. So I'm curious to see how the momentum can build into the next game.
Yeah, it really is remarkable how close that game one was, despite the fact that Frosty's low count of 14 slays would have put you right at the top of Cloud9's entire roster. So I guess there's good and bad from that. The bad is that, yes, they got heavily outslayed. The good, though, is that clearly they had enough objective efficiency. And I'd actually lean away so much from the objective efficiency conversation and say that Cloud9 had a lot of hero moments where it looked like Shopify could have built on the lead that they should have had with that disparity in slays. But time after time, King Nick, Avis, who we saw throughout, made a play when it mattered most, but they didn't make the one at the end that they needed. Now, heading into a game 2, Slayer on Origin. It's a fight for the snipe, but LastShot gets the first word and the first opportunity to put it in his hands.
Yeah, I gotta say, I was very impressed with Cloud9's understanding of priorities in that first game. They knew exactly which targets they need to shut down, but right now the target they need to shut down is LastShot. You cannot let this man feel too free on the map with this weapon. Cycle actually takes himself down with the rocket, but that's probably a plus differential. Still one rocket, and how about a T-squared combo in 2026, Hunter? It's been a while since we've seen this one.
One of my favorite combos in Halo, and LastShot puts it to good use, dealing out damage, 1 for the slay, another for the assist, and that'll count for 2 towards the scoreboard. Only 2 slays in total for Cloud9, so Shopify have full control here in the early goings.
Interesting that LastShot backs up. It's so smart. You know the other team wants to take over the snipe side, and you know that you don't have the timing to meet there. Had he just rushed snipe immediately, he would have found an awkward timing running into multiple targets. Instead, he sits back, waits to get his pick, and then advances. Now gets 2 players 1 shot, tells his teammates where they are, and both these players likely to get cleaned up. Abbasi made it difficult, but I just love the process from LastShot. He's so good at reading the map and understanding his flow and timing and what the other team wants to go for.
Yeah, that play right there really exemplified why LastShot is such a good Halo player. Even when he goes down, he takes 2 down to 1 HP and makes it a lot easier for his teammates to clean up on it. Now back on board with the man himself, putting in a lot of damage and a lot of high accuracy shots. As he takes down 1, gets bubu dubu down to 1 shot, but bubu dubu repositions, gets back to full shields. King Nick gets cleaned up in the underbarrel of Origin as LastShot. Talk about, his name's not Cycle. Cycle's his teammate, but LastShot has been cycling around the entirety of the map. His heat map is just orange everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, I just love that decision to jump front window there. He had teammates on his left and right already, so just fill in the puzzle piece in the middle. This is something I talk about all the time when it comes to creating correct formations with your team. You want to have all potential escape options covered for the other team, so that if one of your teammates weakens them, they run to you, the weak player runs to you, or if you weaken them, they run to your teammates. So Shopify is so good at that kind of straight line formation across the map that gives their opponents nowhere to go. There's nowhere safe, and they do that when rockets are coming up, which means as long as they can get a couple slays here, these rockets are fair game.
Down by 8, down by 5. Cloud9 are chipping away at it. One more slay brings it within one team wipe, but Cycle and the rest of Shopify are starting to find more cushion. Cycle does a good job staying alive a little bit longer than he should have. Frosty drops with fresh rockets. That's 2 opportunities for Cloud9 to take it instead. And King Nick cannot win his one against LastShot. What's new?
LastShot is just absolute Terminator mode right now. 11-4. Kind of used to seeing it by now. This team has been so dominant. But as I say that, Cloud9 gets 3 dead without losing any bodies, and now the Swarm is here. They know where the last player is. I love the aggression. Now they're going to turn around and direct their attention to the opposite side. Royal 2, though, this play, it looks like he dies for free, but he actually bought a lot of time for the spawning players of Shopify to extend outwards onto the map, and that's going to leave Cloud9 less breathing room that they would have normally had.
24-23. They're only down by 1, despite being down by 2 team wipes previously. And Eli, you took the word right out of my mouth, Swarm. That's really been, even in game 1, we saw triple stack pushes all throughout from that Cloud9 roster. So they're usually letting a flanker do his work on the periphery while 3 just barrel stuff through wherever they want to go on the map. Cycle now. The sniper in his hand, looking out towards the elbow. King Nick goes down, but he goes down shortly after with the snipe. Still a close game, though, 31-27. Cloud9 are keeping it close, but can they push even harder?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to have to take a few kills. I mean, the problem is, I don't know if they've had this power weapon in their hand whatsoever. The last set of rockets was in Cloud9's hand, and that's what allowed them to get that 4 dead. King Nick with some nice shots, by the way. Very underrated player, in my opinion. This guy very rarely misses a shot with his bandit. You better be careful to challenge King Nick. But what I was starting to say is Cloud9, they haven't had a single snipe control, and you look at Shopify Rebellion, you don't want any of these guys to have the sniper. They're all incredible, so that's been really the difference maker that I've seen. Regardless, Cloud9 still doing a good job to keep it close.
Only down by 2. That's a lot. Even 1 is a lot. It's hard to even get 1 off of these guys when you got guys like Frosty securing the double, make it a triple. No, Avicii goes down to the grenade from Royal 2 instead, and despite that nice sequence there, the Rockets do go in favor of Cloud9. Oh, they get 1 for it. Trade out ultimately 40-38. It's still close.
You see the way Cycle chowed out? He jumps into fully open space. There's no way you rocket that guy unless you literally hit him direct on in midair. So love to see that from Cycle. He made himself an impossible target for the rocket, but Cloud9 have inched their way back. It's just a 1-kill game. They've got better positioning here, and they've got the shield advantage as well. They've tied it up, Hunter.
We're tied. For the first time in this match, we're tied 41-all. Cloud9 have been chipping away all throughout this one, but can they make a big gash in the armor? LastShot and Avicii in a little bit of an awkward duel there. Neither player are going to be happy with those results, and LastShot ultimately goes down. Avicii chased him out, but bubu dubu gets it off map. Frosty, the discipline and the patience turns it into a trade. They're up by 1.
Okay, I like this positioning in general from Cloud9, but as I say that, their whole team falls. Avicii gets 1 before he dies, but Shopify killed everyone else. At the time that the sniper is respawning, they've had every sniper so far this game. I don't believe Cloud9 have shot it once, and it might just be their demise as they lose this game.
Oh, I really think you hit the nail on the head, Eli. It has been a battle of the sniper, and it wasn't much of a fight despite the close game. Shopify had every single snipe, and we hardly really saw Cloud9 with much rocket control, and even when they did, they were only getting trades out of it. Still, despite all that, 50-45. So Eli, the deficiencies and what's going wrong for Cloud9 is so evident, and they're still so close. Maybe going into game 3, they can have that conversation strategically about how to find the micro adjustments that they need to take a game off of Shopify.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying that their deficiencies are obvious, but I would kind of argue the opposite. They're playing against the best team in the world, bar none, for the past over a year now, right? So for them to be losing so marginally against the best, that tells me, you know, this team, they're a much younger team than Shopify, not just in age, but just in the way that they have come together, right? So I think that they're showing a lot of promise in these games. They're keeping it very close. They're showing that they understand the dynamics that are evolving throughout the game. They're putting themselves in spots. They're fighting out of disadvantage efficiently in ways that other teams don't do against Shopify. Typically, Shopify is beating teams down 50 to 30 in that game mode. So I'm happy to see what I've seen so far from Cloud9. I'd like to see them, push even further and get a dub here.
Well, we talked about objective efficiency in game number 1. This is likely the most efficient of all the objective game modes that will reward the team that makes the right plays at the right time. Can Cloud9 use this elongated oddball as an opportunity to get back in the series, both mentally and on the series scoreboard? Royal 2 off the start, picking up the snipe. We saw it in Frosty's hands earlier. That's got to be a key point of contention for Cloud9 in this live fire match. Not even so much use the snipe, but just not let Shopify have it 100% of the time.
Yeah, I mean, you think back to Cloud9's victory over FaZe last week. It was off the back of Sirion having the sniper, and guess who's got it now? It's got 2 bullets left only. Got some camo and a repulse in his pocket in case things get weird. But look at the way he's being tracked down by Frosty. The Sirion still finds 2 as a result. I think that was a team nade. No, that was Royal 2.
No, it was Royal 2.
That was beautiful. Last player alive finds a way to take Sirion down. But the rotations have been on point. You look back at the series last week, this Cloud9 roster was flawless against FaZe in this, and it was off the backs of these rotations from Bubu. He just knows how to find scrappy ball time, and he's already taken the lead.
After that geometrical, brilliant grenade toss from Royal 2, you thought maybe that would have opened the door for them to, at the very least, reset things. But instead, Cloud9 continue on the run. They're the first team to reach 30 before Shopify even get it in their hands, and they're continuing to rotate. LastShot, I kind of feel like he's playing the ring around the rosy here, just trying to find where that oddball user is, find a way to get to him. And I'd love to hear what the comms sound like for guys like LastShot as they try to find a way to this oddball.
Back peek, come here.
Dummy spawn. I have your A. He's in A. A now done. West right time, it could be time. In B weak, Matt. That's weak. One shot.
Camo 20. Camo 20.
No, that's me. I know.
Camo 10. Camo 10.
I thought you met.
Nice. Yo, I weak.
Stop flip for camo, Chris. Stop flip for camo.
Okay, A now. Camo screens. Watch out for behind screen.
Camo popping up somewhere.
He's in A.
Yeah, run in there.
Picture. What's on that?
I'll play.
Ball drop.
Dead.
Enemy has the ball.
Give us a.
Maybe another one close.
Yeah, snipe Matt.
Okay, get the med.
Enemy
Alright.
Nobody cut.
I'm one shot.
Hey, we came. The back here we came still.
Alright, it's gonna be good.
And they spawn on it. One shot first spawn still.
I'm netting your fall.
That's long. No one here.
One shot, and a play.
One shot, cycle this. Hey, Frost.
Three. I give ball.
I die from big door.
Big door.
I'm looking.
You're holding.
He went out. Watch the shot back.
Yo, I have coming.
Big door.
Yo, I think he's going keys.
Hey, yeah, keys.
Screen.
And A. Come on.
Screen, Joe. Screens. Sniping.
Get back here, what?
A play to go.
I'm done.
They have snipe.
Yo, he's sniping window. Snapping screens.
That's one over.
Green.
Yo,
One spawn on OV.
Get the bottom mid. I'm repulse join.
And don't top towers. I'm getting double. Alright, one's going down cuts.
I'm in A. Yo, Joe sniping. Joe sniping weak.
Watch it out.
That's taking play. Last two might be right.
Rat.
I spawned on OV. Never mind. I'm looking.
On me right.
One's a rat and one's A bags.
Cyber down, Joe.
One shot A bags. Don't scream.
Nice kill.
Don't scream.
Nice.
Double kill.
Enemy cuts behind us.
Cyber was down, Joe. He might be out of it.
I can play for it.
No, it's still there.
I
There might be cuts on you, Joel.
I'm looking at it.
I'm looking top mid.
I'm going top cuts.
I got some.
Some enemy. I hear one.
Yeah, they're green. They're green.
cuts.
And big. And Joe with a portal. And
Dice.
I'm in big. I'll get one.
Back.
Nice, back.
I'll get you guys. Keep back.
I'm trying to help you, Joe. One shot.
I got him. Nice.
I'm fighting out your mid.
We're missing World 2.
World 2 was last one, guys.
I saw me. They're right somewhere.
He's top mid. He's top middle. Top middle. He kept me. He kept me.
Yeah, look
They're
at
in
them.
screens.
Yeah,
They're
one
in
more.
screens.
I'm looking right. One's already screens. One's already screens.
Good play.
I have 2 shots.
Good play, guys.
Screens, one shot.
I got one.
No, come on, World 2.
Has the ball.
I have your A plat.
Camo. Just bait it.
I saw him. Yeah, I saw
Okay,
him.
One's on OV. One's on OV.
One shot down.
I'm flanking Joe.
I'm camo across you. Helping.
Play tight.
Camo, one shot.
Come on.
Camo, we crossed
I'm looking top mid. Top mid. One shot. Top mid left.
Screens, one shot, screens.
Screens, one shot. Running.
And they have camo across you. They have camo.
Look at his back.
Nice, guys.
Oh shit.
Let's go, bro.
I'm fighting top.
Incoming.
Cloud9 take round 1, and Eli, we've seen Shopify go down by big margins quite often on Fire Oddball, but they always find a way in the end to come out on top. There, that was not the case though, as Cloud9 hold on, and that objective efficiency continues. It's not so much that they're outslaying heavily Shopify despite a double, almost triple up win there in round number 1. So the objective efficiency still there, but the slaying progress has continued as well.
Yeah, I mean, I might be revealing my biased caster moment here, but I've been a bubu dubu fan for a long time because this guy is a legit mastermind with the objective when he's locked in. I think he has had moments of inconsistency, but I think that this team that he's on, he kind of feels more comfortable to be himself. He does better when he kind of has a lot of aggressive young guns around him. And I can't keep talking because LastShot is trying to shut me up. He says, why are you talking about Cloud9? We're Shopify Rebellion.
And I am him, says LastShot with a nasty triple. That'll get cute for the replay. I can already hear Louis pressing that button, whatever button that is. And he almost got the overkill. And that will certainly surge Shopify forward in the early goings of round number 2. We saw Cloud9 the first to reach 30 in round 1. Well, Shopify answers back with the same in round 2 and a team wipe at that.
No.
So they're going to clear well beyond just 30.
Yeah, just like that. Okay, Sirion gets a nice kill as the last player that might give a little bit of freedom for his spawning team. Avicii with another one. I gotta say, my feeling right now about this Cloud9 team is Sirion and Avicii are like the new young guns, similar to the way Cycle and LastShot were, you know, in 2025. I feel like these are like this is the new young gun duo, Avicii and Sirion. And I think it's a similar makeup to the Shopify team. You know, 2 more experienced veteran-like players in Bubu and King Nick, and then the 2 young guns. It's like a very similar makeup.
Entirely agree. I had that thought watching earlier where I was thinking about the team comp, and we talked about the dichotomy between Bubu Dubu, calm, cool, and collected, Avicii, sounding like a 20-year-old playing like it. But then you really break it down, and you're right. This does hit that, what is my favorite team composition. 2 up-and-coming, high-ceiling players paired with 2 veterans that can kind of show them the way. And so you're right. I think Shopify and Cloud9 match up very evenly in that regard. Round 2 here, still a little not necessarily out of sorts for Cloud9. They have been able to put 23 plus on the board. They've cut this lead in half. So let's see if Cloud9 can make it more of a game right here. 3 go down though. That should be all 4. Avicii makes sure to take down Frosty with them, but that's a clear space for Shopify to add to their lead.
Yeah, not only that, but they get the camo. This extension from Royal 2 guarantees these spawns at B. This is a play. If you guys don't have it in your playbook, you need to add it. I see so many players, they would have grabbed camo and moved backwards towards the ball, but because they had several dead, Royal 2 moves forward, blocks the tower spawn, and then flanks Cloud9's push before it even starts because his position forces the spawn. He funnels them where he wants them, and that's led to this absolute dominant run here from Shopify. They're close to closing out this round.
One final push, and they're not going to be able to push. 3 go down, and if Avicii falls, that would be all 4 staggered out at that. 90 and rolling. Here comes the final push. Do not want to push the scoreboard door, says 2 members of Cloud9, but Royal 2 anticipates where they're going! Falling from the sky, the no-scope, make it a triple, even though it's not on your screen or announced by Jeff Sticer.
Oh, look at this.
Double kill.
Beautiful, dude. Those, I mean, I know it's just a double, and like LastShot had a disgusting triple, but the double quick, both making your opponents do backflips. I mean, it just something feels good about a double kill like that.
Those ragdoll Halo 2 snipe headshot physics. I am so glad we still get to enjoy that 20 years later. It is the most satisfying way to take down an opponent, and Frosty, he'll take the no-scope nonetheless.
Beautiful stuff out of Shopify. They look like they are angry. They even dropped that first round and have not looked like they want to give Cloud9 even an ounce of freedom on this map. Nowhere you go is safe, especially now with Cycle lurking with camo. And interesting that Frosty doesn't pass the sniper to the camo player. I think that might have even been Cycle's decision. He's just like, no, you kill with the snipe. I'll go wreak havoc with the camo.
Really feels like momentum is being captured here by Shopify. Cycles on a spree, and routinely do we see at least 3 members down for Cloud9. They haven't been able to make a calculated and cohesive push. Cycle trades out in the vents. Now with the numbers advantage, they can push through and try to take down Frosty. Great use of the repulsor there. It's the oddball a little bit further away from where he is. Now trying to hold the line with the carbine, but Bubu breaks through. 2 down still for Shopify as Cloud9 get their first bit of time here in a crucial round 3. This isn't a closeout game, Eli, but I dare to say Cloud9 have to win this.
Yeah, I don't think any team in the universe is coming back from a 3-0 deficit against Shopify. They're going to find a way to close out the series if they go up 3-0, but Cloud9 have been keeping every game close, and this game is within their grasp. They've just got to hold off the pushes. They've done a good job of kind of just identifying targets one by one. You clean up a player on one side, you predict the push through another lane. When you play against a good team, you know that they're going to create the elements of a good push, which is to attack from multiple lanes with good timing. But Cloud9 are actually predicting every single move they make, and they're shutting them down. They've actually taken the lead and continue to rotate the ball.
Despite taking Shopify's best shot in the opening of round 3, it's Cloud9 who are up by about double. Now, Shopify does get back on the oddball, but you talked about the lanes and the timing and the angles. How many times have Cloud9 had the backs of Shopify? Perfect timing, perfect place, and they're in the lead because of it.
This has just been so impressive. I mean, and you got to think about the experience, right? Bubu and King Nick know what teams like Shopify want to do. These guys have been studying this team and trying to find ways to beat them on several rosters, and now have kind of figured out what they want to go for here. Sirion sneaks away with the camo. This could be a massive tool that they can use to keep this lead.
They know he's lurking, though. You can see Frosty was covering that angle, knowing that Sirion had likely dropped down below. But now he has the type of rotation to where maybe Shopify won't pick up on it. And if he continues to wrap through the cuts, he'd have the back of Frosty. But no, he drops down. Put pressure on the oddball instead. He eventually gets Frosty nonetheless. Cycle goes down as well. The double kill here from Sirion. Sirion Eli actually left oddball time on the map so he could grab this camo, but that risk, that decision making, it's paying off.
He's got 4 bullets of snipe, camo, and and sticky repulse in his pocket, so he has a get off me tool as well if they approach him, and they get 3 dead. Cycle's last on the map. His location is likely to be known. King Nick is now the one making the extension. They might rotate this ball through camo towards tower if Shopify begin to push into big door, but so far they don't have to just yet. Bubu positioning himself with the timing with his teammates to use himself as bait so that he can pull them into Sirion's scope, but Sirion's got to hit these shots. Unfortunately, losing those shots might have just lost them this sequence.
Oh, and just when Shopify needed it most, they were down to 1 final push. They stay alive here in a crucial game 3, 38-79. Cloud9 does have the cushion, but if LastShot can win this here, he'll have control of the oddball. Cycle cleans up with the assist, and ultimately Shopify have it back in their hands, but not before. Cloud9 are pushing through aggressively from the garage door. The pressure is relentless from Cloud9, and Shopify's having a hard time handling it. Double kill for King Nick, and he might just clear all of A.
He just gets the double, calls out the location of the last player, gets the oddball, will likely rotate this ball towards Bubu. He should know they're coming behind him. Yes, he's going to take this ball out and just run away from where he knows Shopify are rotating through. This was the plan all along, and it might just pay off perfectly with the return to Cinder nade from Bubu. Dubu, he's continuing to be a nuisance, and this round is over.
99! Oh, it gets stopped. 3 go down for Cloud9. Cloud9 and with half a second for the win and a 2-1 series. Shopify have life.
Go left, go left, go left.
I may have just laid the largest capture curse of all time. Shopify, I said this game's over. They need 1 second. They need the one push, but Shopify have 3 dead. Frosty has the camo. Ball is picked back up. This is to the territory where Cloud9 cannot stagger in this moment, but they know where Bubu Dubu is. They're forcing the stagger, and this just got infinitely more difficult. King Nick does answer with a trade, and that is massive. King Nick's kill will allow Cloud9 to push through.
Despite being up rather big and only 1 second away, this is where teams make that crucial, fatal mistake of overextending and not just thinking it through. Sirion, very fortunate there to take down Frosty. And King Nick grabs the oddball, but it's not the 1 second they need.
Sirion surviving there just won them the round. Sirion surviving. Oh my god, he was already weak. And who was that with the pistol back? Mud, was that Royal 2? I don't know who that was, but they just had to land a headshot. And because Sirion survived, that just became a game-winning play. That was insane. It looked like the writing was on the wall for Shopify to come back. Look at this. Okay, it's Frosty. Sirion,
oh my god,
jumps off, slides out, and then Gandhi hops to the side while Avicii is watching him. Frosty full shields camo, reveals himself. Sirion's back, 1 shot. Just so mixy with his Spartan, and the shots are clean from Avicii. That was the game-winning play.
Unbelievable. And that is impressive. Frosty doesn't miss many shots, and you got to make yourself a hard kill. There, I think there you saw Sirion make himself the most difficult kill maybe Frosty's gotten or didn't get all year. And because of that, we have ourselves a series 2-1, Shopify in the lead, but every game has been so close.
I mean, this was decided by a total of 6 seconds according to the overall second count, but I mean, we were believers after games 1 and 2. I mean, Cloud9 have made Shopify work for it. Cloud9 is showing that they're the real deal. I feel like, and we talked about it during the listen in, maybe Cloud9 is starting to creep into that top 3, top 2 conversation. What do you think?
I think they're a definitive top 3 team, and I think they'd have to fight it out in a best of 7 to see who's better between them and 4 of a kind. But like you said, Eli, Cloud9 win this series, and they're the undisputed #1 team in the world for now, at least. We still have plenty of Halo Pro League left to enjoy online. And then we got that big LAN in Los Angeles in November. Golly, man, in a year of grassroots Halo where the community is taking it by the reins, this might be the best one yet.
I just love to see new stories, new players finding success. I mean, of course, these aren't new players, but you know what I mean? This is a new...
To a degree.
Yeah, I mean, Avicii and Sirion is the newest, right? Like, this guy really only attended his first LAN last year, so... but Origin is going to be difficult against Shopify no matter who you are. This team is absolutely incredible at this map. Now playing for 5 captures in case you missed week 1. And this one's going home. The first one is in 30 seconds time.
Yeah, confident use of the boom tube there from Cycle as he turned away from his first foe, and now he's got another power weapon in his hands. And Eli, this has been a part of the conversation in a series that's so close against 2 very skillful teams. Power weapons are the difference, and Cycle is just making it look even more obvious.
This is looking bad. I'm not gonna lie. This is looking like another cap is on the horizon. Shopify getting into position. They got several dead. Now they just cover all the lanes. They get the first 2 dead. They're blocking the cave side. Probably just going to run this straight through the center of the map, though. There's no one left on the map to kill Frosty, so he takes the fastest available route. Now Avicii jumping for his life in the back of the base, and the nades are perfect. The next flag is going to be pulled. We might be seeing a speed run. Can you speed run in multiplayer, Hunter?
Well, it looks like you can. Bubu Dubu, somebody and something needs to slow down the tidal wave that is Shopify in this game number 4. And Eli, isn't that a common trait of the best teams in the world? You take one off of them or you scam them, like Frosty probably feels like he did there against Sirion, and they come out pissed and with a vengeance. That's exactly what we're seeing.
Cycle is 9-1, and I've already been, you know, talking about how good Cycle is for many years now, but I have this sense that he's just been kind of feeling himself. Like, even, of course, he's been winning all these tournaments. He should already be feeling himself, but I feel like his confidence is at an all-time high right now for whatever reason. And he's become in my opinion, like the best player. I think that him, LastShot, Royal2, and Frosty, all of them have conversations to be the best player, but I do feel like right in this specific moment in time, it's probably actually Cycle.
Yeah, he might not pop off with the montage type plays like you see from LastShot or Frosty, but as far as the impact he makes on the match and the ease of difficulty he brings to his teammates by doing so much damage and cycling all throughout the map like is his namesake, I do agree. I think Cycle might very well be the best Halo player in the world right now, and right now Shopify looking like the best team as they're up 2-0, and it feels like every second of this match a flag has been on the run.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9 have just been playing Can I Please Survive Off My Sponsor? Like, that is their entire game plan right now. They haven't even been able to think about converting into some type of offensive pressure. You got to get out of your base first. And now they have successfully got a couple of kills and have made their way towards the sniper. If Avicii can get this in his control, Cloud9 have a chance to fight back.
And despite what looks like all-out domination, it's just a two-pull game, a two-score game, and now, finally, for the first time in this game, it feels like Cloud9 have the numbers advantage they need to not only take the 50, Eli, but get on the run, and there we go. They got their first pull of the match.
Also, oops. I mean, it was a rocket when it left the rocket, but his teammate kind of jumped right on top of it. Now they're going to have to slay a little bit more where they can continue to move it. Avicii, I love his positioning, but unfortunately it's caught out as he takes one down with him, but I think this flag is going to get returned.
That shot looks close to the reset. The timer is the closest thing. Oh, but they reset the circle. So now a full 10 seconds needed to reset that flag. A Cycle readies himself with 2 shots in the snipe, stands within the circle, and finally gets a reset. That was pretty difficult, though. Cloud9 get it far, but not far enough.
Yeah, you gotta have a little bit more presence afterwards. They have gotten several kills, and they're still 4 up, but can they successfully convert these next set of spawns? Frosty actually opting to just chill in the cave, doesn't push out immediately, waited until he was maybe doubled up with Royal2. But Avicii seeing a window of time to almost get out. I love the movement choices there, but just barely can't round that corner.
Oh, Frosty with the double kill. MK sidekick. As Royal2 trades out on the top side of Snipe. Flag still out. So for the first time in this one, Shopify have had to play defense, but they're doing a great job at it.
Yeah, I mean, they seem to always keep track of anyone that could be near the flag. Frosty, he's not going to just drop down and go for the cap. He knows his position is very powerful in this moment. King Nick avoids the remote detonation. Cycle momentarily last player alive. Rockets are about to go in the hands of Cloud9. They're going to get another flag out.
And Avicii has fresh rockets. No betrayal needed right here. You got to keep as many up as you can. Oh, he splits the difference. Does take down Frosty. Takes down Royal2 to 1 shot. Cycle wins his one with the melee, but the flag has turned the corner. The flag is not in. 4 go down. Shopify with a goal line stand.
Oh my god, that's heartbreaking if you're Cloud9. They still have presence here, though. Avicii comes off spawn, gets the flag touch, but their flag has left the premises. They're going to have to find a way forward in this standoff situation. When you're the team in the lead, you want this standoff to last as long as possible. You're not even concerned. Essentially, if Cloud9 never return their flag, Shopify just win by default. There's 6 minutes left, right? But Sirion breaks through, but at the same time, King Nick dies as the flag babysitter, so LastShot should be able to return it as well. We're starting back from square one.
Dueling resets, dueling goal line stands, has us back to where we were moments ago, 2-0 at the halfway mark.
Snipers coming up. Sirion keeping track of Frosty here. Frosty being a very annoying kill gets a lot of damage down, but looks like Bubu Dubu gonna be the one that grabs the sniper. And Sirion trusts Bubu with this sniper in maps that, like Hit, for example, they let Bubu snipe. They have a lot of faith in this man. He knows how to get kills, but also stay alive, most importantly. This route is confusing me a little bit. I think their intention is to open up the snipe side and maybe be unpredictable. And Bubu peels a face. His location is now known, and he should expect Cycle to chase him down.
Well, I thought as soon as you said that, Eli, that the route was confusing to you. Well, that might lend itself to the fact that it's confusing for Shopify, and they did not know where Bubu Dubu was with the snipe, and he still has it in his hands. 3 go down in total. They got to get on the run.
Yeah, now
Oh!
Bubu intentionally blocking the elbow spawn so he can force the snipe side spawns. Now positioning himself to cut off the rotate, but LastShot has gotten behind enemy lines. Bubu gets the body shot on the LastShot though, so he can't really run it any longer. But Bubu needs to find a way to land a couple more kills to make sure this flag goes home.
He's doing a great job with this snipe. One, just maintaining control of it. It looked like Cycle previously was going to take him down with it, and Bubu Dubu opens up the lane for a potential double cap. They're only down by 1.
And he just somehow, that routing was absolutely insane. Bubu just navigating the chaos beautifully, somehow weaving in so many impactful snipes throughout that life. And now Frosty, though, unfortunately behind enemy lines, looks to punish them for expending so many resources. But just like that, Cloud9 have slowed him down, and they've swapped bases. This is so hard to cast. There's always somebody in both sides.
How many dueling flag runs have we seen? And they're dueling flag runs where you think to yourself, wait, what? The alarm goes off. How did anybody escape to the other side? It looked like full control for the team that pulls first, but ultimately we have another standoff that does get reset, and FaZe has the chance to tie it, but he's got to stay alive. LastShot with the assist, now taking on 2 on the elbow. Reshields, resets, and pushes in with perfect timing. Takes down another 2 with the kill and the assist. Cycle takes down another one, and there's only 1 left. FaZe. Oh, but he has a perfect frag toss. Eventually goes down, and Frosty will reset.
They get the flag returned, but it's not a counter because of 2 excellently placed grenades from both Bubu and FaZe as they fell. Had neither of them gotten those death or kills from the grave, this would likely be another Shopify capture. So despite them, you know, probably being a little bit upset they did not get that capture, they did a good job to mitigate the damage.
Oh, I like this little ledge that Bubu Dubu was on. Obscured visibility to Frosty, but Frosty still able to take him down. Oh my God, Sirion. He's got the rockets now. Much better power weapon control from Cloud9 in this one. Oh, and he just barely gets the explosive radius far enough, deep enough to take down 1. But now he's in a tough one here. The low ground, low shields, but he's peeks and pops on the Royal 2. Looking across the map on a LastShot for the double, but LastShot goes down, and Cloud9 are cooking a potential cap. But oh, unfortunately, Sirion falls as soon as he pulls.
Yeah, I feel like Sirion like turns around, not really sure where he's getting shot from, doesn't think about the next set of spawners, and he gets cut short. But you got to give yourself opportunities. If you're in the position of Cloud9, you got 2 minutes left on this clock. You have to start being extremely aggressive. You have to start pulling flags and give yourself opportunities. Not all of them are going to go home, but if you keep trying and you get enough pulls, eventually one of them will. The problem is you got to protect your own flag as well. And that's what Bubu was trying to do right now.
You bring up a good point. I do really like the fact that Shopify have not parked the bus and just played pure defense despite being up 2-0 at the 6-minute mark. And now they've regained that 2-score cushion with 2 minutes left. It's going to take flawless Halo for Cloud9 to get back in this one, but it's flawless shots from LastShot instead.
What are you supposed to do, man? This guy just doesn't miss. He doesn't care.
Oh!
You're getting black screened by him as well. He knows Sirion spawned up. Sirion doesn't want any of that smoke. He has to scurry away back into the cave. 90 seconds left. LastShot's looking like the final boss.
Before LastShot even gets a pixel of visibility on any of these 4 members for Cloud9, he's taking their face.
Headshots too. I mean, what are you supposed to do, man? There's no counterplay to that. There's no strategy. You just get your head ripped off of your shoulders, man. Like, you can't do anything about it.
1 minute remaining.
He's 30 and 18, by the way.
God. And it was 2-1 2 minutes ago. And LastShot's got another one on the run. 3 go down, and despite what really felt like a close game after the halfway mark, maybe Shopify win it with the level of dominance that we saw, in particular from LastShot especially.
I mean, this whole spree is absolutely disgusting. The no scope onto Sirion. Sirion's doing everything he can with his poor Spartan strafe to like avoid it, but it's inevitable, man. This guy's just gonna wait a second, line it up, knows that King. So he sees Royal 2 and Cycle pushing forwards towards the elbow, right? So that's pushing the spawns closer to the back of the base, and then just curve sides his way forward, pulls the flag, and runs it. I mean,
he got another one after that too. He got another no scope after that. My God, LastShot.
I just want to say, chat was already making fun of me because, like, literally the game before I say Royal 2 is the best player. So I want to just say real quick, when it comes to LAN, I think Royal2 is the best LAN player. This guy on LAN is a beast. And I'm not saying that LastShot and Cycle are not good on LAN. Obviously, they're incredible as well. But there's just something different about Royal2 on LAN. But man, LastShot just makes a case every time he has a performance like that. It's hard to say anybody else is the best. But man, Shopify's making me say every member of them are the best.
Right.
And that's probably why they win every freaking tournament.
Yeah, when you have this highly contested of a conversation around who the best player is in the world, and we just keep falling back to the 4 players for Shopify, it's no wonder they're on top. I will show my bias a little bit, Eli, and say December of 2024, my way too early predictions for year 4, I said LastShot was the best player in the world and would be the MVP, and kind of looking like it here. Now, live action here in a Slayer on live fire. Cloud9 down 3-1 in the series, but it's been close. And if they could just get one more win and extend their life a little bit further, Shopify still have a lot of work to do.
Cloud9 have to remember all the good times this series. They've had a lot of good times. It's easy to get down on yourself a little bit when you start to get ran over, but it's really got to start with snipe control. I mean, once again, we have that same setup where Frosty says, "Now let me snipe." You've got the camo. I feel like this is so interesting, right? If LastShot was the one with the camo, don't you think Frosty drops the snipe for him?
I do.
But I think Cycle, and I think he's a phenomenal sniper, but he's not as confident in his own sniping as he is in his teammates' sniping.
I think another reason why we saw that, Eli, because you're right, that is a very interesting point of strategy. There was only one shot left in the snipe, so I didn't think the opportunity cost was worth losing the time to turn back and prevent further advancing on the map for just one shot. When Frosty with one shot, he can hit the headshot. So I think maybe that's why.
100%. As we see, and as we've been yapping, they've already blown the lead wide open. Cycle 7-0, by the way. That's why we were remaining on his screen, perhaps until he dies. I love the way this man just operates on the map. Right here, he waited before he moved forward until his teammate was pushing on the opposite side. He knew there was 2 players there, didn't want to push by himself. Avsy does a good job to clean it up, and we still have a 5-kill lead for Shopify.
Well, this is where we were in the first Slayer of the series. An 8-kill lead for Shopify in the early goings, and then Cloud9 tied it in the 40s. Can they keep it a little closer? It took into the 30s and 40s for them to bring it to within 3, 2, and then tie it. So if they could stay within 4 here into the 20s, maybe that's a better path to coming back than the gap they left themselves earlier in that game too.
Cloud9 have kept it at just 5. It's a good thing to win. The lead doesn't grow quite yet. Cycle's 10-2, by the way. Royal2 and LastShot both with 1 kill apiece, but several assists to go with it, so they're working together quite well. And we did see in the first 2 games a lot of moments where, like specifically Avsy was winning 1v1 fights to kind of pull his team back into a more comfortable position. I feel like he's going to have to step up and make some big plays if his team wants any chance to extend this series.
Big takedown there from Sirion, and he sneaks away with the camo. Will he burn it? Yes, he does. LastShot with the absolute body shot onto him, takes down Sirion, and the camo with it too.
New snipe is up. Frosty takes a lot of damage from that grenade. LastShot was just on fire with the sniper. That's not a real ninja. Let's ignore that one. Dubu probably telling his team, don't worry guys, that wasn't real. But what is real is Cycle's headshot onto Sirion. And now Shopify in a position where they can start to roll the back of the head front flip on the
swan dive
underneath him. Yeah, we love to see that. But oh my God, these guys just aren't missing with the sniper. You can't let them snipe.
Yeah,
you can't.
Cycle on a tear. He is 15-2 and now 4, but he does add another one somewhere somehow. 16-2 and 4. He's got a 4.0 KD. The separation in this game in total is almost all Cycle.
Yeah, I mean, it's an 11, now 12 kill difference, and Cycle's got 16. Well, his scoreline is plus 12, so you're exactly right. We're literally seeing the Cycle diff right now. This guy is just, and like I said earlier, I feel like just recently, I don't know if it's like the Pro League has got this man hyped back up. His stream titles are the Great Lock-In. I feel like he really actually embodies that. He's locked in, man. This guy just wants to win, and he's hungrier than ever. and he's really showcasing it.
I mean, I saw yesterday in the LVT Discord, nice repulsor off the... No, not off the gap for King Nick, but I saw Cycle. He's like, hey, Euro Halo and LVT just announced the Open Series. We got 3 more tournaments for you guys in the year of Grassroots. And Cycle's like, hey, man, like, I know we're probably already qualified for Halo Fest, but can I just, like, compete? Can I play? Like, and when I see stuff like that, like, there are guys who will take a weekend off when they don't necessarily need to play. That is true gamer energy, though, from Cycle. He wants every opportunity to slit your throat.
Yeah, that's he's a very violent gamer. He wants all the smoke possible. And this is looking like perhaps a violent into the series. It's going to be very difficult for C9 to get back into this. They do get a camo, so you have to imagine, and all the permutations of the ways this can play out. This is the start of the ways that Cloud9 could potentially win. But when Bubu dies, I think that's also the end of the series.
Kill.
Cycle adds another for good measure and another overkill for Shopify. He's 21-6. What is this?
This is he's gonna end with a plus 15 stat line unless he gets the last 2, and I think the difference in the game is gonna be 15. I mean, it's a cycle diff. Guy's insane.
Unbelievable. 21. And it's like, to put yourself out there that much to get 21 slays, you gotta die at least 10, maybe 12 times. He's only got 7. He's died the least amount on his team, despite being in the mix in what seems like every single fight. Shopify. He just won more, and this might be the finishing touch on this series. Tyrion, though, adds another one. So too does King Nick, and 49-41. And if they can find Cycle, stagger him out, but don't tell me Cycle gets the last one. Oh, barely. Not able to get around the corner. The pixel perfect back of the headshot. 22-7. Cycle, the hero of the series.
I mean, LastShot was doing this in the last game. Cycle said, it's my time, brother. And I mean, this guy, this just team, man. I feel like so few ways to win the game against Shopify if you give them the sniper.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
that was the difference.
Your win conditions shrink so rapidly when the other team has a sniper. So, and that's why, maybe that's why 4OK, 4 of a kind is good against them, because Snakebite is willing to burn all the snipe ammo. Like, is that really what it comes down to? Is that how you have to play the game? You have to just burn the snipe ammo to give yourself a chance against these guys?
Dude.
Like, what?
I think so, Eli, because I mean, this game was the one out of hand game. This was so sick, though. King Nick, you could barely see the back of his neck. I don't even know if you could see it. He was Angelina Jolie rapping bullets around the corner to get that final slay, and to play that type of game and then call game for Cycle. That's one of the best Slayer performances you'll see all year.
Oh, do have to shout out, first of all, Lady Mando with 5 gifted. Thank you, big sis. We've also got Licinity with 5 as well. And then immediately after, Saint Griff with 5 as well. You guys are popping off. And then, of course, Bolts 1109 with the Prime sub. Oh, that's to Eli X, my bad. But thank you for subbing to Eli X. That's my homeboy.
I mean, you kind of wrote that off. You should be more excited than anybody, bro. Someone just gifted you 5 subs. That's awesome.
I mean, yeah, you're right. Oh, wait, you know what? I also just realized that some of these subs are going to other channels. That's okay. Thank you for everybody that's excited about Halo and spreading the love throughout the community. How about that?
Love to see it. And I love the fact, Eli, that was just our first series of 4 on the day. Let's keep that shared hype train rolling. We're going to head to a quick break. We got your second series of the day up next.
the snipe. Enemy double kill. kill. Triple kill. Overkill. Snipe. Killing spree. Snipe. Double kill. Enemy team nearing victory. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Enemy has double kill. Killing. Enemy has the ball. 30 seconds. Double kill. Double kill. Snipe. 1 minute remaining. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Double kill. Ball dropped. Enemy. Perfect. 30 seconds remaining. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Double kill. Snipe. Double kill. Snipe. Triple kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Double kill.
Running back B. But one's getting up bottom. One's getting up bottom.
Double kill. Double kill. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball. Overkill.
Nice and good. That's done.
We gotta go. Run up push it. We gotta hold there.
Double kill. Snipe. Snipe. Double kill.
I don't know. All right, boys, welcome to your match. We got our pick and bans for our second series. With that being said, we had a qualifier a couple weeks ago. It was Mercenaries that came out on top, giving you guys a higher seed. So with that, Druk, would you like Team A or Team B for our pick ban today?
Sorry, what's Team A gets to choose CTA?
Team A gets to choose the first objective and the game 4 objective.
Okay, yeah, I'll be Team A.
Okay. So Mercenaries has chosen Team A. That means FaZe will be Team B. With that, Druk, what would you guys like to play for your objective in game 1?
What choose CTF?
CTF. Okay. With that, FaZe, what would you like to ban from the CTF pool?
What do you think, babe?
Pit. Ban Pit.
Yeah, enough of that.
All right, we're banning Pit. That leaves Aquarius and Origin available for you, Druk. Aqua. Ooh, okay.
Easy read.
Interesting.
Easy read.
Easy read.
With that, Stellur Bound, what would you guys like for your side on game 1?
Yellow v yellow, blue, bro.
I don't think it matters now. Don't matter. What do Eagle?
Y'all know about the blue side advantage? Oh, good.
Eagle. Is it blue side of
Eagle
it?
for FaZe.
I'll Jacob Pikachu on the right.
So with that, you guys
Wait,
get to
that's
choose.
nah, bro.
Bound and Stellur, y'all get to choose the game 3 objective.
Go oddball, king.
Not for oddball.
Okay, oddball.
Okay, with that, we get to see a ban from you, Druk, on the oddball.
We'll ban Livefire.
No Livefire. That
Wow.
leaves Lattice, Recharge, and Streets available for you, FaZe.
Punch Streets, bro. Go ahead.
You think B?
Lattice, recharge, streets.
Not for recharge.
Yeah, recharge.
That's fair. That's fair.
Recharge.
How is that fair? What's up?
I love it. What side would you guys like for that map, Druk?
Cobra.
Cobra for
That's fair.
Mercenaries. All right, for game 4, what objective would you like, Druk?
We'll play. It's Koth or Strongholds. We'll play Strongholds.
Strongholds. Okay. Strongholds is predetermined by a coin flip. It's going to be live fire for this
Love
series.
that.
Wait, what? Predetermined by a coin flip?
Yeah, because there's only 2 maps, so there's no you can't do a pick ban for it. But might have solutions to that later. I don't know. With that, we get to see a side pick for your team, Stellur. What side would you like for Strongholds live fire?
Fire. What do you think, Bound?
Not for Cobra.
Yeah,
You want
Cobra.
that QT, don't you?
I'll take
Okay, so
Cobra.
Cobra for FaZe. That leaves King of the Hill for game 6. With that, it should be. Let me just confirm with my thing. Team A will get to ban, so that's going to be Mercenaries. What map ban would you like for game 6 on King of the Hill?
We'll ban Livefire.
No live fire
Good
available.
boy.
That's going to leave Lattice, Recharge, and Street. What would you like, Bound and Stellur?
What do you think of Lattice? What do you think?
Yeah, I think Lattice.
Lattice, King of the Hill for game 6. What side would you like, Druk?
We'll choose Cobra.
Okay, so going into our Slayers, we have 5 maps in the pool. We're going to ban 2 maps. The first map ban is going to be from Team A, which is you, Druk. What map would you like to ban from the Slayer rotation?
We'll ban Origin.
No Origin Slayer. Stellur Bound, what map would you guys like to ban from the Slayer?
Not for not a ban recharge.
Yeah, ban
What?
recharge. Yeah, ban recharge, sorry.
Okay, that's going to leave Live Fire, Solitude, and Streets. Game 2 gets to be selected by FaZe. What would you guys like? Live Fire, Solitude, or Streets?
Definitely Solitude, right?
Yeah,
I'll be
not
Gameplay
solid.
Plaza, bro.
I'm solid.
Yeah, Sully.
Slayer, Solitude for Game 2. What side would you like, Druk?
Cobra.
Cobra for Mercenaries. Okay, Game 5 is between Game 5 is going to be between Streets and Live Fire. What map would you like, Druk?
Streets.
Going to the Streets for Game 5. What side would you like, Stellur and Bound?
Eagle. I like that.
Eagle. And then that leaves Live Fire for Game 7. And FaZe, you get to choose the side for Game 7. What would you like?
So Eagle again. Yep, enough of that.
FaZe. Okay, so with that, I want you guys to try to get into the lobby as soon as possible. We'd like to start this when we can. I'll post your guys' rotation down in the chat below, and good luck.
All right, thank you. Trying to bet on this shit or what?
Yo, can I get some side? No, not like. Y'all put an extra.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to week 2 of the LVT Halo Pro League presented by Shopify Gaming. We had a phenomenal series to start the day, and now we're getting even more intense as two teams that faced off in the LCQ, Eli, Mercenaries and FaZe, where Mercenaries took the grand finals in a reset. So we expect this one to potentially go the distance. What are some of your early thoughts here as we kick things off on Aquarius CTF?
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at kind of a wounded FaZe roster that wants to bounce back from their loss to Cloud9 last week. Yeah, Mercenaries did defeat them in that grand final, but I don't want to put too much weight into that. That was a grand final that I don't think either team even felt like it mattered. You know, it's a little bit of seeding, but they had already qualified. So that was what really mattered on that day. So I think FaZe Clan, you know, looking to bounce back and make a statement here in week number 2.
Yeah, you're right. It's hard to fake the funk, and you can't just make up and match the intensity of a series that has something on the line. Now there's $1,000 on the line and the opportunity to be one of those top 6 teams that make it to the LAN in Los Angeles in November. As we kick things off here, Suppressed with the camo, encroaching into the red base. Good pull flag here, but with Stellur eyes on him, he's not going to do just that until he pushes him back off. Has plenty of support here on the fridge side. How far can he get, though? He's going to have some trouble getting his way along, as he does have a little bit of a fumble.
Yeah, Suppressed feeling a little awkward right now. Maybe still wiping the tired out of his eyes. I don't know. That was a very strange looking play. Running it B-side, which we don't see very frequently. I think in the moment that he chose to do it makes sense, though. That was the side that his team was blocking, and it turns out to be the path of least resistance. So despite a little bit of a fumble there, takes his time and ultimately finds it home.
Yeah, hard to imagine that with a fumble that added an extra, what, 5-10 seconds, which may not sound like a lot, but really is, especially on a map like Aquarius. Mercenaries still put it in rather easily to take a 1-0 lead off the start. Now it's Renegade looking to use the thrust to stay alive. Earns the assist on the Sab, trying to find the high ground. And I just feel like we're waiting, Eli, for this FaZe Clan roster to be the FaZe Clan roster we expect. They still have a little bit of rust to kick off the tires. Will today be the day that they find their form?
Yeah, it's gotta be soon, man. I mean, I would hate to see this team not qualify for Pro League. Of course, we're still extremely early. They have a ton of time to figure it out, but so far we haven't seen them with the level of umph that we kind of expect from this roster. I mean, you got 4 world champions on the same roster. You think you're gonna see a show, but sometimes it doesn't feel that way. You gotta have coordination. You can't all just be individually talented. You gotta be on the same page, and so far it hasn't really felt like FaZe have found that form yet. Agreed.
And in danger if they were to lose this series to start off LVT Pro League 0-2, which nobody would have assumed. I think everybody, if you took 10 former Halo pros, casters, talent, whatever it might be, and you asked them, you know, what would FaZe Clan's record be after 2 weeks? 9 out of 10, if not all 10 out of 10, would say 2-0. So the stark difference between that and 0-2 really speaks to the hole they're digging themselves if they don't come out here swinging on this beautiful Sunday. As Renegade back on board with him. He's got the camo once again. 3 down for Mercenaries, and Renegade's just waiting for someone to spawn so he can shoot him.
Yeah, this is Renegade's comfort zone, just applying max pressure to the spawning players while his teammates try to run this flag. It looks like Legend got stopped short momentarily by Druk, but now it's just Soul Snipe and Sab left on the map. Renegade takes them down 1 by 1. He's going to quickly turn around, maybe turn this into a second pull. He does recognize his player spawns in the very back of the base, so he's actually going to have to take his time here.
Yeah, good recognition nonetheless, though. As soon as he got that double on Sap on a mid and the flag went in, he instantly turned to start this next flag. So it's not an immediate double cap attempt, but this would be so if they were able to score 2 in about 60 seconds. And they look pretty well primed for it. Legend has the back. I would imagine the entire team of Mercenaries, but they look back at him and, oh, there's one player behind him, and it's Soul Snipe. He gets the back smack, but more importantly, FaZe get the score.
Yeah, that's now 2 out of 3 flag runs this game have been through the P side of the map, which is typically quite rare. I mean, through the car side has a lot more cover, but like I said before, there is a time and a place for it. If your team is blocking that side, that is the side you should very likely run it. So, so far, Mercenaries getting 1 cap that way. FaZe gets 1. FaZe now with a 2-1 lead, and Sab has the flag out once again, but and FaZe returning.
It looked like a viable counter-capped attempt for the Mercenaries, but instead, they're not able to score. Despite that, though, Mercenaries are back on the run, so plenty of aggressive flag running here. And Sab, I thought he might just have shot his teammate in the face, but there was enough members of FaZe clan there. Renegade or Stellur were able to do enough damage, but 3 go down. 2 down for Mercenaries. Sab needs to clutch up, needs to take down Legend, then he can get back on the run, and he does just that. 3 down for FaZe. We should be tied 2-all.
7 minutes still on the clock. New camo is spawning right now in the next 2 seconds. Looks like Mercenaries has better positioning for it as they capped that flag and had several dead simultaneously. Druk now just playing all the way behind enemy lines. No one on the team really in position to grab the camo as Soul Snipe and Druk try to work together to get this flag on the move. Great shots from Druk. That's going to be momentarily 3 dead. Going to leave the flag behind and opt for the camo. I like this play because if he had just gone for the flag, he was very likely to die without anyone supporting him.
Love this play, but a 99% chance he dies going back for the flag, but a 99% chance he grabs the camo if he plays for that route instead. So some heads-up decision-making here from Druk. Now it's starting to pay off. The back smack for the killing spree. High ground control. 3 down in favor of the Mercenaries, and Druk is going to just stoop up here at the top middle portion of the map, try to spot an opponent. This feels like when Renegade had the camo previously. He's just waiting for someone to show up on his screen.
Yeah, I mean, the camo lasts 45 seconds. You can spend half of it or more just walking around and pinging things. I mean, being top center with camo is so valuable. You can see every single route the enemies are choosing to take and just tell your team how to play perfect Halo from there. So love this. You never want to just fight the first guy you see and then get shot in the side of the head because you reveal yourself. But I'd like to see how much value Druk has found with this camo. They've also got this flag about halfway across the map as well.
Oh, Soul Snipe there. Got a little in between Renegade and Stellur. Had Stellur one shot, but Renegade did a great job putting himself at the forefront of emphasis as Soul Snipe was not able to take down Stellur. Despite that, he's back on the run and back at his base with the flag. So from bad to incredible for Mercenaries. I thought maybe that one had been stopped dead in the water, but they turned it into a 3-2 lead instead.
3-2 lead for Mercenaries. This was their map pick. This surprised us a little bit during the pick ban process. We haven't really seen Aqua that much. I think in first week we saw it one time. Origin CTF is usually the CTF map that we fall on, but Mercenaries showing why they picked it. They look very comfortable on this game mode. They look very strong. So far have the lead with about 5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, I love the strategy that comes into play with map picks and bans, and now you're seeing why, at least for now, with 4:40 left on the clock, why the Mercenaries felt strong starting off this series on Aqua CTF. Sab works his way towards the fridge, had support, but suppressed goes down. 2 players now pushing through the fridge, and 2 above him. Tough situation here for Sab just to simply stay alive, but really good a job at that. All the while, the distraction on the other side. Legend has the run, needs to take down Suppress to give his team a good chance to follow through on it. Now, Stellur has the camo, but you don't want to burn that by just dropping for the flag. So I like this play here from Stellur. He's opting for defense instead of offense.
Yeah, I mean, I could actually see an argument to go for the flag there. They had a couple dead in the moment, and he was kind of alone, but maybe they didn't have all the information on the play. Stellur wanted to get some more information, maybe use the camo defensively, like you said, and he does successfully clear his side, but they will also return their flag. And look at this, Bound actually grabs the flag, so perfectly executed by Stellur. He didn't need to be the flag guy because Bound was available to pick up the slack.
Yeah, Bound, your entry fragger, he was the furthest advanced on the map, so they essentially traded spots and places on the map, and both took on different roles, and that juggling of role allotment is why we're now tied 3-all, but 3 go down for FaZe Clan. Legend, though, the last player alive, he's going to pull a lot of attention back, whereas Mercenaries were probably eyeing a run of their own.
Yeah, Soul Snipe was kind of being sneaky in front of the base, but you can always be out in the open like that for so long. Finds a trade on his way down, and Suppress kills the flag guy, so we will remain tied up. 3 minutes left on the clock. This one is intense.
3-3 with 3 minutes left. No telling who takes the advantage here in the early goings of this series. Soul Snipe now pushing in towards the generator with low shields, but Bound is as well. He ultimately trades out as Stellur cleans up on him. Numbers advantage on the generator side, now towards the carbine for FaZe, and they ultimately trade out. 3-3 on each side. 1v1.
Yeah, 1v1. Both players were still getting out of their base as well. Bound going dead center of the map, gets spotted by Druk. Momentary shield disadvantage, but he comes out on top anyways from the low ground, and Stellur's there to keep him alive. This is a huge shift of momentum. They can now push up on the map, kind of do whatever they want here.
Shades of that $10,000 2v2 land in Dallas just a few weeks ago between Bound and Stellur, where they took home the trophy. We saw a little bit of that on the generator side as they're able to keep each other alive. Down eventually goes down. Stellur might just as well, but nice bait and switch once again. The bait and switches in the last 30-60 seconds for FaZe Clan are a big reason why they have mid-map control in the camo.
Yeah, and to be honest, that was a big thing that I kind of was worried about last week. It didn't feel like they were using their teamwork. They're taking a lot of 1v1 fights. You know what? Let's actually take a listen in to hear their communication to see how they're working together better.
I'm trying. You saw me.
He's to
He's to your left, Sabrina. He's to your left.
I one weak. I one flags, one shot. Two one shots. Two one shots. One shots.
Hey, flag.
I killed flag. Don't card two. He's one shot low down.
Double kill.
Nice.
Try to whip it. Just.
Yeah, this one be. You can pull.
You want? One shot. You want then?
Shoot it. My spawn close behind me. This guy.
One shot low down, and high gen. He's high gen.
Hijack, get me. Last guy. Last guy. Go front. Go shrooms.
You good. Where's he going?
Okay.
Okay.
I don't see him.
He was car.
I think he's a gen.
Top mid as well.
Two. Weak.
Top mid half. Shot nice. Almost picked you up.
Ready to get touch maybe?
He's on it now. Shot on it. Another one. Full shields. Four dead. One spawn now. Drug spawn now.
Get to the gen quick. Yeah, get to the gen quick. I'm trying to.
There's card. It wasn't him. Could be cut. Could be top.
Reflect.
He's been John back.
Easy, good.
Nice.
Come
Low gen. One shot low gen. Two there. On the heady. Going out. Car jump. The car jump. Yeah, like
proteins.
make sure don't pull this shit. I spawned. Or...
Get a flag. He's card 2 weak as fuck.
I scanned 2, bro.
Spawned out.
Okay, flag. I'm laser touch.
Nice.
Nice. Good job.
Be again.
I'm gonna play P this time, bro. I'm gonna try to get aggressive as fuck.
Overtime. 5 minutes remain.
12 minutes, not enough time to determine a victor here in game one. So we're heading to OT. Sudden death, the opening break so crucial. Sab works through with some teammate support on the P side of the map, gets the first opening strike on a Renegade. Stellur falls as well, and this is looking like a flawlessly executed opening break.
And I love this decision from Sab. He runs it straight mid. The last two players died. It was momentarily 4 dead. And Sab's already got it halfway across the map. I think this is over, Hunter. There's got to be a...
Oh my god! Win the opening break and you win the game. Flawlessly executed indeed. And Sab was the man, not of the hour, of the minute. That's all it took in OT. You see the team wipe there, and like you brought up in real time, Eli, bottom mid, not the best place to be ever in Halo, especially when running flag. But when you've got 4 down, that is the fastest access point to scoring, and that's exactly what Mercenaries needed to do, was score once and take game one. So there's not a single red mark there in OT for the Mercenaries. That was drawn up and executed to perfection.
Wow, a very impressive game one from Mercenaries. Like we said, they did pick this mode, and I think we saw why. They look super comfortable on it. Just well executed, just great gameplay. Suppressed with an uncharacteristic low amount of damage.
Wow.
But I think he's still warming up. I think that once he kind of comes into his own comfort zone, he's going to start to stand out in this series. But we head to Solitude Slayer, and I want to say this was FaZe's pick. Let's see how this one plays out.
Yeah, I can see why this might be FaZe's pick. Renegade and Bound ran amok again in the 2v2 scene back in Halo 5. So this is going to be their playground, hopefully, as they look to tie up the series at 1. But man, it's way too early to maybe even say this, Eli, but FaZe, if this were to continue at this rate, they would be looking at an outside-in chance at making it to the LAN as 3 out of 4 MVPs are on this team. The expectations are high, and the performance needs to be as well as they look to notch up this series at 1. The opening break going to be also crucial as it was in that overtime period. As Sav, the hero of that OT, looking for the first bit of damage as he doesn't get a slay, but he accounts for 2 on the assist. Now picks up 1 on the Legend, and it's a 4-2 opening break. Sav accounting for all 4, all 5 slays so far for the Mercenaries. So Sav, my God.
And Stellur could not grab the camo, so the slight advantage that Mercenaries had from the previous play ultimately leads to them also getting the camo eventually. But I do see why FaZe would want to play on this game mode. I think this team is extremely good on this map and comfortable as well. Legend does have the shock, but they know camo is lurking. We talk about it every single time we're on this map. This is a snowball heavy map. You really cannot fall 3 or 4 down at the same time because good teams will know how to run away with that lead. But so far, Soul Snipe kills Legend, steals the sniper. Now he has camo snipe combination. This is looking great for Mercenaries.
Yeah, this is looking like that snowball you were referencing. Now on the other side of that coin though, Eli, is the fact that a 10-kill lead, while it might be the undoing of any team in Slayer, 10-kill lead we've seen came back on frequently here on Solitude. Yeah. So just like you can get ran on, you can start a run yourself. And so far, despite what looked like the opportunity for Mercenaries to go on that run, it's still very close. Just a 1-kill difference between these two teams.
Suppressed, a little bit of a confusing push, I think, from this perspective. Just flooding into bottom snipe, knew that there was a player LR or potentially jumping top gold. He gets punished for that movement. That's actually going to open the door for FaZe to get back into this. They had great map positioning in the previous play. Now knowing all these teams, or all these players are spawning on this side of the map, they push fast enough to split the last spawner. Now to the opposite side, they build some momentum, but Mercenaries play well defensively to stabilize the situation.
Soul Snipe had that planned out. Perfect frag toss there towards the wedding lift of FaZe's spawn. 16-19 now, starting to find a little bit of separation. Now 4 kills in what's been a very highly contested opening break. As Druk slides his way through on the truck, looking out towards the sniper side of the map. Has Renegade down to 1 shot. He's going to call for Soul Snipe. Take a look. Renegade does go down, but Legend makes sure that he doesn't go down without a fight. And Bound now. We saw Stellur fumble the camo previously, and Bound, for what it's worth, does too.
Yeah, perfectly placed grenade from Suppress there. Just says, I predict this is where you want to go. Legend wants to go for the shock rifle, or at least clear the space so that his team can ultimately get it. I actually like this play. He doesn't just sit where the sniper spawns. Instead, takes the high ground to overlook his teammates. He's doing multiple things, right? He's covering the outside escape routes of Mercenaries, but he was additionally blocking the snipe side spawn. So he's controlling the map. And I think he recognized that somebody needs to do that on this team. I think that's what's been the struggle for FaZe. Losing players like Eco and Penguin who like to anchor and hold parts of the map. Maybe Legend is the guy that has to step up to do that.
Previously, Renegade got close, and Soul Snipe made him pay with that trade sticky. And if this one ends up being a 50, 48, 49 type of game, I'll look back to that moment in the cafe as Renegade falls once again in the cafe. Druk, a couple of preemptive grenades going out, just trying to protect his space and his shields. He'll get back up to full, back up on top with a 3-kill lead.
Druk in a position here as teammate support with the shock rifle. Mercenaries kind of holding the line. They have a 3-kill lead and kind of force FaZe to come to them. There's no use in overextending. FaZe, though, finds the opening. Renegade with the beatdown. Bound sees the opportunity to push through. They get 3 dead. The 3-for-1 trade. FaZe Clan claw back into now just a 1-kill deficit. Make it a tied game. I can't keep up with the score. It's now 1-kill difference for Mercenaries.
It's too close to call at this rate, Eli. 31-32. Mercenaries clinging to a narrow, now 2-kill advantage. And God, you're right. You cannot keep up with the score. It is flashing left and right. Players filling up the feed. And now it's just a 1-kill game. Suppressed looking to extend that lead just a little bit further. Just wants to stay alive at the moment. Calls for help, gets it, and stays alive.
Next camo is up in 15 seconds. Both teams thinking about that. They want to make sure they're still alive and on the map, preferably on this LR side, so that they have a better access point to this camo. That's why we see a war now being waged on the tram side. Both teams understanding the winner of this fight, likely to get this camo and likely to win this game. Stellur gonna find a timing window to grab it, but it gets burned out, so that's no longer a factor. And in the process, Mercenaries have taken a stronger lead.
3 times FaZe have put in the work to grab that camo, and then it gets burnt shortly after. Now, with a 2-kill lead heading into the 40s, it's on Renegade to find a play to make one at that. Takes down Soul Snipe, but the few missed shots allows Druk to clean up on him. Legend should clean up Druk. In that moment, suppressed. Great decision there to just back off with the lead. Only up by 1, though.
Yeah, Suppress has died a lot this game so far. Needs to slow down the deaths. Fab gets a nade kill onto Stellur. And Legend with a beautiful couple shots for the killing spree, keeping his team alive in this one. We're tied up again on
Legend coming on strong when his team needs it most. He's got 16 kills and he's on a spree. Looking at another one to the docket. Else takedown suppressed with the use of the assist. 3 go down for the Mercenaries, and the lead is flipped. FaZe are up by 2.
This is massive. Bound has sticky repulse in his pocket. Or sorry, his teammate has sticky repulse in his pocket, and Bound has the high ground with the shock rifle. Mercenaries in a very difficult spot to play out of. Their job in this moment is to get some damage and then somehow follow up on that damage, but Bound's not going to allow it. And now after that kill, that's the first domino. They're just going to keep pushing forward. I don't think Mercenaries finds a way back into this one.
FaZe are surging in the end game, and they seal it. Backed by Bound and Legend, the once roommates in Bound for good measure. Takes down another one in the death screen. I guess the end game screen. Didn't even need a reticle and didn't need any more slays than what we saw them put up. And Eli, this is impressive, especially Stellur did not have his best game, far off the mark of what we expect from a player of his caliber. And despite that, FaZe were still able to win it. Now, the final score, I think, reflects a little bit larger gap in separation than what we saw all throughout that game. But what does it look like when Stellur does come online? I always think that bodes well for a team when one of your main slayers isn't quite main slaying out and you still come out on top. So very tough situation for Mercenaries. There could be 3 slayers in this series at some point. Like I said, Stellur ain't gonna put up just 6 kills and die 15 times. It probably isn't gonna happen ever again.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like, we can't look at stats too hard. It's really easy to get caught in an unfortunate sequence of spawns or timings. Plus, I mean, for the team to still come out on top, it really doesn't matter. Stellur was likely in positions that he's able to at least distract. Like, while they're looking at Stellur, Legend is killing them. That's why Legend's stat line is off the charts. So we can't put too much weight into the stats. I know how much chat loves to look at stats, but it doesn't paint the whole picture. There's a lot of things going on in a game of Halo that do not get reflected in the score page.
Well said. Well said. Sometimes just staying alive a little bit longer is the best you can do and the best case scenario, and that does not reflect at all in the stat sheet, as this series is delivering so far. Tied 1-all, a rematch of the grand finals of the LCQ, where it took a reset to determine a victor. This one feels like it's got game 6 or 7 written all over it as we head to recharge for an oddball game 3.
Love to see this. We saw live fire oddball in the first series. So shout out to the players, man. We're getting a wider range of game modes here. We didn't see Solitude Slayer in the last one. We're seeing actually 3 fresh game types to start this series, which we weren't sure if we would get with the pick ban process. Let us know, by the way, what you guys think of the pick ban process as we're getting into what should be a long game mode here. Druk going to be the one with the camo and oddball off the rip.
Perfect process. You grab the grapple, you grapple the oddball, and then with camo, toss that off to a teammate, but they have to protect the gold side. Oh my god, that player went soaring to the roof like they had the grapple, but no, it's in possession of Mercenaries instead, and so too is the oddball.
Oh, Druk has been handed the shock rifle. That looked crazy because, okay, hold on. Observer and the grapple do not mix. For whatever reason, the Observer is really bad at capturing movement with the grapple, so that looked a lot crazier than it actually was. But somehow Druk ended up on top of him, shooting down for the headshot. And yeah, I mean, that was a shot that you have to hit. He doesn't hit that, and they're not still getting ball time right now.
Big boy play there from Druk as he has started off this game 4-1-0. One more slay away from the spree. Stellur trades out at the top side of gold. Druk now anticipating pressure and the push coming on from FaZe, looking up towards the bat ledge, but they drop from the backside instead, and Druk goes down with that shock. I don't think there's too much ammunition left in it. Bound, not too concerned with picking it back up. He needs to stay alive.
Could also be bugged. I feel like he would have picked that up if he could, but sometimes for whatever reason, a gun will just get bugged on the ground and bait you into trying to grab it and getting you killed. That's usually what happens to me. But instead, we have a war being waged around the oddball. Neither team really in a comfortable position to grab it just yet. After a couple trades go out, Soul Snipe opts to grab it and probably rotate this towards C.
It's early, but it's a 10x advantage for the Mercenaries as they've built themselves quite the cushion here in the opening couple of minutes. Legend trying to stay alive on the stacks, but Sab drops down. The lead took down too. Soul Snipe has the back of bound, and that's going to be very difficult for him to stay alive, fighting Sab as well. But you get a few of those players weak. Stellur's going to try to clean up on both. Does get one. The ball stays at the back of C with Mercenaries in control. Stellur just trying to vie for a trade and doesn't get it, but does ultimately.
I'm just as confused as I think Stellur was in that moment. He got that player to one shot and then exited the fight. He's like, okay, that guy's not going to chase me. No, it's Druk. He's a psycho. He's just going to chase you down. That guy did not care one bit and was actually just behind him the whole time. So that aggression paying off in a big way for Mercenaries. Druk catching Stellur off guard leads to more ball time. Ball does get played, but I mean, a very strong start here for Mercenaries.
Yeah, from 10x to 20x. And really, Eli, that just goes back to what we always talk about, the scouting report and knowing your opponent's tendencies. Yes, 9 times out of 10, no player is going to even try to push Stellur after he took him down to one shot. But it's Druk. And so you have to recognize by seeing his nameplate on your screen that, okay, well, if anyone's going to make that 10% chance, it's about a 100% chance that Druk does try it. So Stellur has to notch that one in the back of his head and notice it for later, because I'm sure there's going to be another opportunity where Druk is back against the wall and pushes like he's got full shields.
Yeah, I mean, I think Stellur is one of those players that builds kind of like a mental profile of what the other player is going to do. He's got a good read on just about every player in the league. He's been doing it longer than most of the players that are currently playing. So I think he kind of already knows Druk can do that sometimes, but maybe just said like, nah, he's not going to do it this time. Either way, this continues to be an all mercenary round. Sab gets 1.5 kills there, gets the other player weak, blows him down into the next push. And once again, they've got the ball at C. They pretty much control the outcome and the pace of this map so far.
Yeah, no semblance of control for FaZe Clan based on the eye test and the scoreboard itself. A 70-second advantage here for the Mercenaries as there's 120 left in regulation. Renegade need a spark, need a play here. Going for the double. Druk, who's going to make himself difficult. What do you know? Druk he barrels right through the shroud screen and takes him down.
Yeah, I mean, Druk has been consistently one of the most aggressive players in the league since year one. I mean, this guy is very confident in himself for good reason. 12-7, really just making life difficult for FaZe. I mean, every time it feels like they might have control, there's just another member of the Mercenaries pouring at them. And yeah, this is looking real rough. Druk also gets the camo, and if you're FaZe, gotta start figuring out a way to get these power items in your hands to maybe turn the tides here.
Love that play there from Druk. Normally, grabbing camo, you would just retreat with it, make sure you get it safely. But Stellur was the only player alive for FaZe Clan, so Druk sought him out, took on the fight despite the risk, and the calculated risk pays off for him as he takes Stellur down and is still moving on his way with his camo. Another 3 down for FaZe Clan. They have one final push, but they don't have the numbers to even make it up the map. A fortunate close long haul spawn, but they pick that up immediately. Legend doesn't get 10 feet before he gets 6 feet in the dirt.
Yeah, I kind of feel like the only way this round was not going to end was if Legend survived and then got a kill, but as soon as he falls, I could see this round is over in a completely dominant fashion. FaZe Clan looking just highly uncoordinated so far on this map and mode combination. Let's see if they can kind of figure out how to get on the same page and shore up their timings.
Yeah. So what do you think, Eli? Like, could having 3 out of 4 MVPs on your roster also be as much of a curse as it is a blessing, because you feel more prone to taking 1v1s that you feel confident you can win when Halo and Team Halo is ultimately the name of the game? Do you think they're getting baited into that themselves, or is that faded?
No, I think like, and maybe this is a little philosophical, I feel like FaZe Clan needs somebody that can kind of like fix the vibes when they are losing or being like, or hype themselves back up. I feel like Formal was that role quite well on the previous iteration of this roster, where he could just tell a joke between games and kind of get everybody to forget what just happened and move on to next. And I don't know if Stellur's that same personality type. Of course, Stellur's the same, like an extremely talented player, and he's going to hit the shot when you need him to, but I feel like the overall team vibe dynamic might be a little too serious, and I wonder if that's playing against them.
Yeah, Stellur is stoic. Maybe it's on Bound or Renegade to be that guy instead. We're really talking about things that go far beyond the X's and O's, but to win at this level of Halo, you've got to have every single lineup checked off the list, and the mentality and the comms and the energy and the vibes are as important as the X and O's. Here we go, 11 to 18 now, as the Mercenaries gather control once again of an early round lead, but FaZe Clan are keeping it much closer than what we saw at the start of this game 3.
Yeah, I mean, as you say that though, they go 3 dead, and Merc have full control of the pipes. Depressed knows where at least one target is. I think he's privy to these Blast players as well. Going to take this position to be able to watch both the stairs and the top of gold. And so far, does quite well with it. Look at that, perfectly played timing.
Another example. It's another example where FaZe does
perfect.
not expect that push and suppressed with 150% confidence, just like we saw from Druk. It's almost like from a mentality against standpoint, it's like we're seeing the osmosis and the composition just line up a little better for Mercenaries. Is that safe to say?
I think there's also something to like when you're a world championship player, obviously that comes with confidence. And maybe that's partially disrespecting your opponents. I think FaZe need to respect their opponents a little bit more, because at year 5, everyone's super cracked, man. Everybody can hit their shots. Like, I feel like the difference between a Renegade and everybody else isn't the same as it was in years past. I think that a lot of players have figured out, they've studied Renegade, learned from it, and now can do a lot of the same things that he could do. And now the meta is you have to have perfect teamwork and timing. You've got to know how to control the entire map simultaneously. And right now, it feels like a very like segmented team, I guess. Like they're not always together. They're trying to create hero plays around the map by themselves, and it's just they're not working together like we know they should.
Another great example in real time of that right there. Renegade gets 3 players down to 1 shot, and nobody for Mercenaries dies off of that damage. So the cohesion is just not there right now for FaZe Clan. Sure, they got the gunny, but like you said, Eli, in year 5, everybody does. Stellur, that was a nasty whip shot there with the shock rifle. And if we're gonna play hero ball, then it's gonna come down to somebody making a play. Maybe Stellur's gonna be that guy.
I will say that like the ceilings of these players are so incredibly high. The problem is you don't always play at your ceiling. There's very few players that always play their best, right? Like if you're in your C game or your B game on that day, maybe you didn't sleep well or whatever it is, like the rest of the team has to be able to step up. And yeah, maybe Stellur is starting to light that fire that we know he's capable of starting.
Stellur's popping off, but will it reflect in the scoreboard? There goes 3 down. Ball resets. Got a little bit of time before Stellur can grab it. Will that allow a lane or an opportunity for Mercenaries to deal out some damage? No, it does not. So Stellur gets to continue on his reign of terror. He's got 1 shot left in the shock, but the way he's been shooting, could be able to do something with it, but a little bit of catch or curse there as Mercenaries extend through the long haul, breaking through somewhat. You can see Renegade eyeing rotation.
Yeah, Stellur's positioning there I feel like was a little questionable as well. I mean, I understand he had just grabbed the ball, but why not rotate to top gold? Give yourself an escape option. When he's standing at the base there, he has no way out. Ultimately just finds himself in another 1v1 and dies. And just like that, Mercenaries have taken advantage of these individual play losses from FaZe, and they have control once again.
Creative angle making there from Soul Snipe as he uses the grapple to take down 2, and up 55 to 24. There's not too much pressure on him. There is a bit, but with that lead, you afford yourself the opportunity to reset that oddball and tell the other team, hey, go get it.
Enemy has the ball.
Yeah, now ball at the bottom of the map. Mercenaries with the lead, content with the situation as things are. Soul Snipe perfectly normal looking grapple there for once in the Observer. Shout outs to the Observer here. And yeah, Mercenaries are happy to play this game. Just leave the ball at the ball at the bottom of the map and wage war around the outside. As long as you don't allow FaZe to take this ball into a comfortable position, you ultimately win this game by war of attrition. So Renegade, some very nice shots through the back of the silo, but he gets traded out. Gonna hurt FaZe's next setup.
Oh, Bound can't cross the corner. Sab tries to pick it up, but way too much danger. Nigh upon him as he'll fall. FaZe Clan setting up at the back of C. 45 seconds left, down by 20. They have to get a good hold out of this.
This is looking good. This is the most control they've had. They've also staggered a spawner, which means they should be able to hold this even longer. Stellur is totally content with that trade, but look at this. Somehow Sab breaks through. And Legend was actually confident that they would ultimately win this fight, so he elects to not play the ball. That's a huge heads-up awareness of just reading the situation overall from Legend. Had he opted to play that ball, this, you know, Mercenaries could have just taken control of the map, but they keep the ball in a position that he could later get more time, so really heads-up play there from Legend.
Oh, the risk-reward was at its most consequential high level, and Legend, that's a game-winning or game-losing play right there. For now, FaZe have the lead. Now they're the ones who can toss it off into the middle of the map, play for a reset, play for slays.
Oh, no.
Druk sneaks it away. He does not have the number support, though. 2 down for Mercenaries, and with him having the oddball, it's essentially just 1 on the map to protect him. Bound still needs a couple of seconds, though. Druk was able to sneak away with enough seconds to regain the lead, but FaZe Clan have it back in their hands. 61-59. They're going to elect to play for slays. 10 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, Stellur gets the opening kill, though. Could be massive, but now all Bound and team have to do is keep it out of their hands. One player does fly in and gets a second, but it's not going to be enough. FaZe will come away with the round victory.
Oh, that was a tightrope, high wire trapeze act between both of these two teams as we saw the strategy on full display there, just risking it for it all. And ultimately, FaZe were able to come out with the win. And in a series that's tied 1-1, so too is game 3. Here we go, Bound off the start. Behind the camo, Renegade's already got the shock. So this is easily, despite no slays coming through for FaZe, this is their best looking start. But can they turn the sandbox into something? And unfortunately, Mercenaries is able to steal the camo. So what looked like a nice setup for FaZe Clan might not be the case.
Bound does get a huge trade, though, onto Soul Snipe that takes camo off the map. Makes it a little bit easier for FaZe to operate over the next 45 seconds. Renegade was able to escape with the shock, but is facing heavy pressure from both sides. Is able to clear one side, and then the Stellur helps him clear the other. So FaZe navigating the chaos quite well so far in round 3.
Mercenaries won the opening break of rounds 1 and 2, but now it's FaZe Clan for the first time in the early goings on top here with a 10-second cushion. Druk falls. Soul Snipe does infiltrate the gold side of the map, and with 3 down, might just be all 4. Mercenaries should be able to set up with the oddball. Wow. Where do they want to take it, though?
I mean, he's going to start rotating it towards top gold, but I think he's recognizing his teammates are spawning in A. And unfortunately, there's members of FaZe both in A and long haul, so when you're in pipes, you're just getting squeezed on both sides. I would not be surprised if they elect to just throw this out to batteries and try to take this fight.
10-0 off the start for FaZe, but now it's 22-10 for Mercenaries as they double up on the lead and have the +1 numbers advantage. But another player falls. Sab is the only player alive, so rather than rotate it to Bound at gold, again, we just see these heads up oddball resets from the Mercenaries.
Yeah, I like this play from Sab. He knows his team is either spawning A or C. You chuck the ball to bottom mid and hope that they can get eyes on it off spawn from either side. Instead, Legend reads the play and he says, sure, I'll go ahead and grab this, and he comfortably takes it to C without much resistance at all. Mercenaries have to find a way to break through. They're going to successfully earn the kill on the tower side. Legend's going to throw this ball all the way off to prevent any shenanigans from happening. We've seen a lot of people catch the ball before it falls off, and Legend jumping out to prevent that.
Yeah, Legend doing his best neighbor impersonation there. If this was the end of the game, that would have looked just like Guardian Oddball back in the 2000s. 25-22. Narrow lead for FaZe Clan, but again, the numbers advantage is in favor of Mercenaries. Because of that, they're going to take it cleanly off the reset. Legend in a 1v1 down the long haul, and he wins it against Druk.
Yeah, huge play there from Legend. Also, just a subtle thing, but hits the slide off the bottom of the ramp. One way to gain momentum without sprinting in this game. And look at this flank that he has. He has 3 players in front of him now. Cleans up the one shot, does enough grenade damage to keep those guys stuck. Reroutes and finds Druk across the map and now re-enters the 2v2 fight. He should be able to clean this up.
Oh my God, Legend's prioritization paired with the positioning were absolutely perfect as he clears out gold. And with a little bit of camo left, tosses the oddball off to his teammate, but he doesn't have very long to wait. The push is already coming through gold. Picks up the fresh shock rifle. Misses a couple of shots. He'll reset, work his way back to his teammate as the oddball sits precariously right in the middle of 2.
An awkward situation, but Legend has really rallied together for this team. What a selfless player too.
Wow.
Gives the shock to Stellur. I think that Legend also just does not like the shock on high ping. He is still in France. And this is a weapon that's a little more difficult to play on high ping, I do believe. And now Stellur, of course, one of the best to do it as well. Almost turns 3 onto suppressed, but a nicely timed crouch will keep him alive.
Yeah, Eli, I do think the ping heavily influenced Legend dropping the shock, but man, with just how quick he was, just...
Oh no!
Suppressed! Suppressed! Says, I'm so good at the game, let me make it a little easier for you. But I agree. I think that was a ping situation there, a ping decision, but I still think, I see a play like that, Eli, and I start to think to myself, okay, like the cohesion and these guys finding their roles and how the composition settles and rises to the top, it seems to be happening before our very eyes.
I 100% agree, and I think that Legend's Halo IQ is probably some of the highest in the game, if not the highest. I mean, this guy is a genius level player.
Oh my God!
And when he like sits, I don't know how that player survived that many nades.
That was Legend, and then he gets slammed to Druk. That was Legend. Just as you're talking about his Halo IQ, he pulls some kind of Houdini act there on the door, avoids the insta-explode, the frag follow-up. Not only stays alive, but takes down one, and now he turns on Sap for the 5 perfect shots, and in a blink of an eye, FaZe have won game 3.
Wow. And we were talking about all the reasons why FaZe was struggling at the beginning of that round, or at the beginning of that game, because round 1, they got absolutely smacked. They did not have a semblance of control, but something shifted. They got their act together. They worked together extremely better in the 2nd and 3rd rounds. And that's FaZe Clan. I mean, I was starting to say before we had to pop off for Legend that, like, the reason I'm talking about his Halo IQ is because he can read the dynamic of his own team from the inside and say, you know what? These guys probably aren't going to be the eco style player. They're not going to be the player that anchors the map and controls it. They're going to want to just be let off the leash and start destroying players on all parts of the map. So Legend says, you know what, I'll be the guy that changes my playstyle for the betterment of the team overall. And I think that's the correct move. I think that he should be that guy, and I think that he does that very well.
Talk about jumping out of an airplane with no parachute and building it on the way down. That's exactly what we saw there from FaZe Clan, and you pointed to how dominant Mercenaries were to start off game 3. In total, Eli, they had 30 more seconds of oddball time and still lost.
Yeah, well, it's because they got smacked so hard in round 1. I mean, it was like a 94% differential in the first game. So yeah, that's just how the cookie crumbles. The last 2 rounds being close, the math adds up to where Mercenaries has more time but lose the game. But they shouldn't be too disgruntled about that. If you're on the side of Mercenaries, they obviously kept it very close, and this series is getting more and more interesting.
And you brought up how Legend playing on high ping dropped off the sniper to Stellur. Imagine, we're gonna have to go through a little bit of a color switch here as they both switched Eagle and Cobra, but that gives us some time to talk about. I mean, again, a lot of MVPs on FaZe Clan, but with Legend playing in Europe, it's almost like a roster that's 3.5 out of 4. I mean, there's a lot
100%.
more. It's a lot. Man, I mean, for as long as Halo's been a thing, you play on higher ping, it's just, you might lose to even a lesser player. So the sooner, I guess that all leads to me saying that the sooner Legend can get across to NA, the better. And we know eventually if they are to get top 6 and qualify for the LAN in November, Legend's going to be twice the player he is right now. So Watch out.
Yeah.
As FaZe continue to knock off the rust and Legend makes his way over to NA and ultimately onto land where he thrives, this FaZe clan roster might finish with a, say, like a 4, 5, or 6 seed in the Pro League, but they might just be a top 2 or 3 team. So all interesting points to make as we just kind of look at the whole scope.
It's actually insane, though, to see the level of proficiency Legend is still able to muster up when he's on like 100 ping, right? I mean, maybe I'm a baby, but when I get 80 ping, I'm crying, man. Like, it's horrible. It's so hard to play this game on high ping. I'm crashing. I feel like I have no chance to win against really fast and good players. And he's playing against really fast and good players on high ping and still making it work quite well. So I think you are correct in that when he gets to the States, that's when we're really going to see FaZe in their final form. I don't even know if they're like taking it that seriously until he does get to the States, because it's like an easy excuse to be losing, right? If one of your players is at such a disadvantage. So I don't know. We've been saying a lot of things about what FaZe needs to do this, FaZe needs to do that. Maybe we'll be shut up in a big way once he gets here and they show like, okay, yeah, this is all we needed, and now it all clicks.
Yeah, and it does feel like before our very eyes, FaZe clan are starting to click a little bit against a team that they had previously lost to again in that grand finals reset of the LCQ. FaZe clan seemed to have improved quite starkly from just a couple of weeks ago, as we are live now on game number 4, live fire Stronghold. It's going to be fast and frenetic as Legend working his way through the cuts, trying to find some space. They're not going to go for B, actually. Interesting. They want to steal A instead and leave B blank.
Yeah, I've been a little bit questionable of some of FaZe Clan's opening strats so far this series, but this one is the best opening they've had so far by a wide margin. Somehow doesn't lead to any scoring, though, not right away. It leads to a camo and full snipe in Stellur's hands, and when he hits that first no-scope headshot, that is a recipe for their success. Sab going to be falling. Actually jumps right back. Huge play from Sab. That's going to completely change the complexion of this opening.
I mean, at this point, Eli, I am starting to expect the double back 100% of the time from Mercenaries, as every single time they've gotten down to one shot, they come back with the vengeance and Sab with a nasty no-scope into quick scope for the triple. That was sick.
That was absolutely disgusting, and we've always talked about Sab as a secret top 5, top 10 at least kind of sniper in the game. The guy is disgusting when he's on point. We're starting to see a little bit of why we know he is that guy. He does ultimately fall, and FaZe still have gotten all the points. So despite the highlight from Sab, the scoreline doesn't look like there was any highlight at all.
Yeah, great point. That doesn't bode well for Mercenaries. It's part of the conversation we were having about FaZe Clan, where it's like, okay, we're seeing all these plays being made, but where are the points? Now the same could be said for the Mercenaries, as they're staring at a trip cap and a 60-second deficit off the start. Here we go. This should be their opportunity, though, to switch map control, as all 4 go down for FaZe Clan. Not before 76 seconds, though.
Look at this. They do intentionally block A. They're purposefully leaving B open so that they can have a natural inch forwards thereafter. Stellur was trying to earn some space, maybe sneak the back tower, knowing that this spawn kill was coming. But Mercenaries have navigated the next sequence of spawns perfectly. They get 4 dead. Now we're into a trip cap, and FaZe's life isn't going to get any easier. Druk finds the perfect kill off spawn, and FaZe remain in the blender.
Maybe it just took a little bit longer to get going, but now the Mercenaries are matching the slays with the points. Legend trades out with Druk. 50 seconds, though, in the blink of an eye. They go trip cap for trip cap, and this game is much closer now because of it.
Yeah, Stellur stops the bleeding a little bit. At least going to stop the double points for now. New sniper up in 5 seconds. You know Stellur wants that, but suppressed with the camo. Gonna see if he can earn it instead. I like the way he's playing this. He knows that FaZe expects him to be on the sniper, maybe suspecting that FaZe were setting a trap. Doesn't go for the sniper. Stellur's going to be the one to get it instead, and suppressed will earn it later. So love to see kind of the mental game playing out there for the side of Mercenary.
Wow, not only have Mercenaries regained the lead, but they still hold on to that trip cap. All FaZe Clan have been able to do is stop the bleeding from 2 to 1 for every second. Stellur trying to reset B. He goes down. Bound now trying to pick up where he left off. Teammate support there on the sandbags. Renegade has the snipe, but can he hit a shot?
It's the nice repulse, but cannot land any shots. Only a few bullets left in that snipe. And Mercenaries do such a fantastic job of holding on. They were momentarily 3 dead. They play out a disadvantage fast enough to catch FaZe off guard and get right back into the trip cap.
Another trip cap for the Mercenaries. My God, what a bounce back after 76 unanswered seconds for FaZe Clan. Mercenaries with 117 on the board, and they might still hold on to this trip cap.
Yeah, this is a very proficient gameplay on the side of Mercenaries. FaZe know they've been in this situation though before, and they understand this game type very well. So I think that as soon as they get their own semblance of control, we'll see a similar run, maybe even a longer one for the side of FaZe. This might be the start of it.
Dude, I mean, we laid out game 2 Solitude Slayer as the game of runs, but this might be the one instead. Livefire Strongholds has lended itself to what, 5 total trip caps, with 3 for Mercenaries, 2 for FaZe Clan, and now FaZe Clan are right back in the mix.
Yeah, now it's just a 2 cap, but it's gonna be hard for Soul Snipe to get out. Never mind, does rotate into A for free. FaZe's defense on that side not as strong as I would have expected based on how much map control they had on the previous play. Bound is gonna force the trade with the camo. Renegade picks up a kill as well, so momentary numbers advantage for FaZe. Can they convert it back into control?
Druk versus Renegade for control of A, and Renegade wins that. And my God, what do you know? There's been more trip caps than there have been double caps in this Strongholds match. That's not something you see every Strongholds match.
Usually what happens between 2 very fast teams, though. These guys love to play fast and loose across all parts of the map. They want to apply max pressure to anyone spawning on the map, and they know these spawns better than anyone else. Now Druk trying to just hold down the sandbags, knows that he can't really go for a zone just yet, and somehow gets the curb slide melee kill, and that's going to actually open the door, I think, for Mercenaries to get back into scoring position.
Druk likes to get in your face, but he gets there a little faster than others with the use of that G-slide tech. Now, just trying to stay alive, but he nades himself. Renegade does too. But that battle for the snipe, not going to be very contested, as Renegade now instead has 8 shots to work with. 150 to 150, we'll call it tied, but this is where Renegade could break that up.
Renegade doesn't know where to look with this thing. He's hearing callouts, different parts of the map, trying to predict spawns at the same time. Why we see him just kind of doubling back and forth. Hasn't even fired this weapon yet. Hasn't needed to, though. His teammates are doing a good job to kind of hold things down across the map. Now pushing forward. His timing just feels a little bit off in a lot of these moments. Now going to have to backtrack. He's having trouble reading the map, it seems.
I like this with a little bit of lack of efficiency with the sniper. He's going to play Bandit out first. He's going to say, screw it, I'm just going to push forward the Bandit out. But he hasn't really found any opportunities. But it's because his teammates are clearing out the map. And another potential trip cap. Mercenaries do end up turning C. But what was once a 150-150 game is starting to see FaZe Clan run away with it a little bit. And Renegade, now he's got the snipe. Now he's put it to work. The no-scope connects for 1. Make it 2 for the double. 3 go down for the Mercenaries. And FaZe Clan in full control heading into the endgame.
2 camo up in 10 as well. Renegade's going to go where he's most comfortable, to the top of the tower. He's going to overlook the camo. Expects Mercenaries to go for it. But to be honest, if you're Mercenaries, taking the time to go out here and not towards a zone might spell disaster. If they don't ultimately get this camo, it's going to be a big problem. But look at this. They get not only the camo, but they kill Renegade for the sniper. And this might be the catalyst they need to get back into this map.
Big win there. Both players for Mercenaries stayed alive. And Soul Snipe, most importantly, made it away with the camo, bound behind the boxes, trying to stay alive. Great checkmate grenade toss there from Soul Snipe as he turns that sleigh into control of B.
And look at this. They are intentional about where they are spawning their opponents. That had died in the back of A, but you could tell that the way Soul Snipe did not look at tower, he knew that spawn was blocked. And now correctly reads the rotation, but unfortunately there's multiple members of FaZe Clan. Perfectly timed push. That's what we've been waiting to see from this FaZe roster, to get on the same page with their timing. player goes through pillars at the same time another goes sandbags, and it's a perfect push to regain their control.
It really looked like Mercenaries were primed to bring it a little closer heading into the 200s, but instead FaZe have regained control of B and C once again. Legend now on the nest bridge. It's a backup defensive effort here to make sure that his team maintains C. Interesting, he looks content to give up B as long as he can hold the back line here at C. Why is that, Eli?
I mean, he wants to control these spawns. He wants to make sure that his teammates have a good vantage point to press forward from as soon as they come off spawn. And for him to push and die would completely stagger them out and potentially lose the game. So wanted to preserve his life as long as possible, be able to re-sync up with his teammates. But ultimately, Mercenaries have done very well to navigate the situation, earn themselves multiple kills, and now will have BC positioning going towards the end game.
This looks very similar to the sequence we saw just moments ago, and the Mercenaries have a second lease on life and an opportunity to bring it within single digits. They approach the 200s. Deadlock there at 199. Renegade now has the snipe, plenty of ammunition left to work with. Goes for the barrel stuff, no scope. Melee does trade out. It's a 3 dead on each side. Stellur's gonna take one, and Druk's gonna take the other.
It was actually momentarily Stellur, the only guy alive on the map. Druk first spawner takes A. Though, despite FaZe getting 4 dead in that moment, because they were 3 dead, can't really get as much value as they would have liked. They do later get into scoring position, but they still have work to do. This game is far from over. I fear we could end up in a rotate and out-rotate each other type situation here. Unless FaZe gets this trip cap and this camo, they might just call game with this play, and I think they may have.
This is where the best players in the world play at their best, and we're seeing FaZe in the end game really starting to put it together. 241 and rolling with control. But now C is there. C is there for Mercenaries, but Druk goes down, and it looks like FaZe Clan should be able to hold on.
FaZe just need a few more seconds. A's being flipped, but they say you can take A, we'll just take B. Mercenaries has to move fast so they have any timing or space to do so. They're in B, but not anymore. That will do it. Mercenaries put up yet again a great fight, but cannot close it out.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. The LVT Halo Pro League presented by Shopify Rebellion has been delivering so far today. And even if we don't get a best of 7 out of these 2 series, Eli, still got plenty of Halo left to be played in this one. The matches have been so close and edge of your seat.
100%. And I think that, you know, we were highly critical of FaZe in the first game, even the first half of the second game, the first round of the third game. But at some point, I think after that round 1 of Recharge, there must have been a conversation. I'm like, guys, can we start working together? Can we start small talking and like actually coordinate our pushes? And they have been on point ever since that first round of the oddball. As we take a look here at the stats, it's bound top of the KD department, 26 and 18, has 11 assists to go with it.
Yeah, pretty impressive when the entry fragger can play such a disciplined style of Halo where he's opening the door and then peeking back around the corner to stay alive, lets his teammate then switch through, and that's all just bait and switch. It's all comms, cohesion, and it just, if you're a FaZe fan, it just feels good to start to see them put it together, because we were a little nervous, especially after game 1, and then really all but 7 minutes into that game 2 Slayer, it felt like Mercenaries were about to take a 2-0 series lead, and now we're starting to think about, my God, could FaZe Clan not even qualify for Pro League? I mean, that was the conversation. That was what was at stake. But now they've got a little bit of cushion. They've still got that closeout game, and again, at this highest level of Halo, the closeout game is the hardest to win.
Yeah, I agree with you. And Slayer is definitely a comfort zone for Mercenaries. I think they're not mad at all about playing Streets. I think Streets a bit coin flippy in my opinion. Can usually go either way among top teams. And maybe that's what Mercenaries needs right now to get themselves back into this one. And honestly, the way this plays out, I mean, I could see a world where Mercenaries wins the next 2 to force a game 7. But FaZe have really woken up. We'll see if they can keep this up. It looks like a few players probably resetting the build. Want to make sure that their game feels fresh going into this next one.
Jackal asks a great question in chat, and Jackal's always been a part of the LVT community. I appreciate you always tuning in, Jackal. She asks, why is the closeout the hardest to play? Well, I think, and Eli, I'll toss this to you, but my thoughts on that are, if this were the Animal Kingdom, which Halo competition is pretty primal. The most dangerous animal in the world is a wounded lion, and that's exactly what the Mercenaries are right now. And for that very reason, it's going to be tough. And I think that's the case across all competition. Esports, basketball, football, whatever it might be. If you're in a best-of-7 series, the hardest one is always the closeout game. How do you feel about that?
I mean, not just a wounded lion, but one that's cornered, right? Like nowhere left to go, back against the wall. Usually that's when the adrenaline hits a little bit harder, and they say, well, are we really going to let these guys beat us right now? And yes. I think that all these guys really believe in themselves, and they're going to be fired up to turn this series around. I mean, it's a battle of wills at this point, though, because I feel like FaZe's will to close this out is also pretty strong. They don't want this to go any further. They probably don't like Lattice King and don't want to play it. They say, let's just close this out right now. I want to get some Chick-fil-A or whatever. Oh, wait, it's Sunday. Never mind. My bad.
We're all over the place, but you're live. Game number 5, a Slayer. In the previous Slayer, game number 2, FaZe Clan took 50-44, but Stellur was a little non-existent. 5 and 16 in that one, and granted the stats don't tell the whole story, but we do expect Stellur to have a bounce-back performance here. But for now, it's Mercenaries bouncing back instead. A great start, up 5-1, now 2, now 3.
Just keep track of the score the whole time. I won't even say anything. Just tell me what the difference is. It does look like FaZe
at that rate.
FaZe have stabilized and got the camo. Mercs in a awkward position. All red room side know that camo's lurking. I expect them to maybe double up on some doorways, but Sab is also very far extended, so they have to play kind of this pivot position of both protecting Sab, but also making sure they don't get flanked, and that's a massive kill onto the camo player. Mercenaries might have weathered the storm.
Yeah, that does get traded out, but it's a trade win there for the Mercenaries in that they were able to deplete the camo resource off the map. Now we're reset both in the sandbox and on the scoreboard. 8-10 here. This one's still pretty close. As Renegade working his way through the water cooler, now bursting through the arcade. Shots into the tires. Preemptive space grenades go out to prevent the push from the Mercenaries, and he's done a great job. Those 2 grenades really backed him up.
Yeah, I don't think Mercenaries minds it at all, though. They're playing so well around each other and each other's shields. Sab knows he's going to likely die, but wastes as much time as possible and outputs a ton of damage to just keep FaZe in a uncomfortable position. They've now moved fast enough around the map to force a split spawn. Suppressed location is known, and then he decides to hide. I think that was a little bit strange of a decision there. Of course, they're going to come look for you. He does get taken out, and now we're into kind of an even field. Both teams have their own side of the map. Let's see who gets the opening slay in this situation. It's going to be Suppressed.
One team wipe advantage here for the Mercenaries as Suppressed allow his shields to get back up to full. Now he's fighting a tough fight against Bound, but he lands the sticky, the low ground, and the high toss comes through.
Yeah, such a clutch way to get that kill. He misses that stick. The next play is a lot harder. He got Bound behind you as camo's coming up, so that play made all the difference for his team to be able to get this camo and maintain their lead. Up 5-5, Suppressed gets a kill and escapes with his life and will retain this camo.
The lead continues to grow. I want to hop in with Mercenaries for a listen and see what the comms sound like, as they've seemed to settle things down.
Top Ivy weak as well.
Top Nest and top Ivy.
No, Java, there's on me. Commando and Java, one shot. Michael, red room, one shot.
Yo, bottom C.
Yo, red room. Two red room. No, beast up. I got one shot red room, one shot in red. He's in red still.
Still in red, guys, still in
red. Let's get red. Stalker's down B. Red is one. What? Oh, he's one shot. That. Yeah. I'm P. Cafe. There's back A, I'm pretty sure. Okay, back A. I think they're anybody.
Yeah, Ivy and B stairs to me.
Okay.
One shot be pillar, I backed up all
the way. Ivy stairs, come on. Yeah. I'm seeing tires. Yeah, music. One's music.
Yeah, I'm looking B stairs.
No, P1, 2 guys, P1. Yeah. P1, another guy, P1. Two guys, P1. Yeah, 2 guys, P1.
Yeah, I'm here.
3v2 that. 3v2 that.
One shot, you guys.
One shot agent. Nice, and cafe.
Still be done.
And one
more guy agent, same spot.
Chasing 7. Yeah, he's cafe. One shot cafe. Absolutely back it up. Tires in one shot. Dead.
Nice. I'm taking driver.
Looking agent. Back A. 2 guys back A. I'm aping this. 2 guys back A. Swing at me. I'm one. Got a pummel. Watch out, cafe. Nice. They'll probably be. Check your red.
Yeah, I'm about to.
Purple.
Oh, one's Mando.
One shot benches going ATM. Yeah, one's launcher or something, and B stairs. Two B stairs.
Behind me.
B stairs.
No, no trade. 2 red room.
Yeah, three. Big Tony.
B-roll coming. Yeah, B-roll going front C to P1.
P1 one shot. Got him.
Nice.
No, B.
Yeah,
On you close.
Classic shell repulse. He used it. He's B stairs. He still has repulse. Watch B stairs.
I'm
Chasing Donnie.
Here, done.
Nice, good shit.
I got pummel. He's one shot under B-roll going trash. He's laundry.
He's tires. Back to laundry.
Behind you.
Enemy team nearing victory.
Yeah. I can't kill him. Nice. One shot.
We can aimbot this.
Yo, planners and red. I knew he was adding. One shot B-roll.
Okay.
He's going under planners. In the corner, in the guy tires. So we're soccer.
Yeah. Tires. Watch the tires.
You guys are in.
Watch the tires. One more. Watch the tires.
One shot tires, guys. Absolute tires in the
Bottom eight. Yeah, 2 1-shot tires in. 2 1-shot tires in, Donnie. Good look. Nice. Good shit, Donnie.
Double kill.
You realize sounds like?
Nice. Good shit, Donnie. I'm looking tires.
Triple kill.
He's like zero to tires. He's in B. He's in B.
I'm looking on C.
And into that then.
Yeah.
Grab me in B.
Mercenaries come out swinging, and what was a close game up until the halfway mark has been fully blown open. Suppressed with the triple kill. Sab's having a great game with 12 slays, 8 assists, just 6 deaths. My God, the Mercenaries were back against the wall, Eli, and it kind of lends itself to that fluky analogy, that wild analogy I brought up about wounded and cornered animal. That is the perfect game example of it right there.
Yeah. No, and I've been saying since the start of the series, it didn't feel like Suppress was quite himself when this started, but I feel like he's getting warmed up, and we started to see it there. Beautiful triple kill. You heard the comms as well. I love the way Druk communicates with his teammates. It's like as few words as possible to give the maximum amount of information that helps them make the play. Like he's even saying he still has repulse, so that you saw that Suppress then jumped over that player to prevent getting like sticky repulse, you know, like little bits of information that help him make his best play. That's why we saw Donnie absolutely pop off towards the end game.
Yeah, I'm trying to think back to like an example of that we've talked about with each other and just the different LAN tournaments, going back to when we competed together back in the 2000s. I don't think we were this smart to have even considered things like this, but I know when we talk to players, we always talk about like efficient comms, and I can't come up with an example on the fly right now, but an example of that would be if there's a 2 or 3 syllable word, you find a way to truncate it down to 1. That way you can be more efficient and say the same thing you're trying to say just a little bit faster, and every second counts in Halo. And pretty nice little 5-second clip there from Suppress as he lands the triple.
Yeah, I wish we saw the full clip of that, because he actually got 3 shots and then slid. I think he shot twice, then slid, then shot beat down to close the gap. I mean, it was just a well executed triple kill. Suppress, one of the best in the business when it comes to individuals' talent, and they keep themselves alive. That was another one of their picks. So I think that Lattice King was this FaZe's pick. I can't remember exactly how the pick bans played out, but it would kind of surprise me if they chose this. I don't think Bound likes this game mode, but this one is going to be interesting as we head to the Lattice, which we haven't seen that much so far in Pro League.
Well, whether he likes it or not. Okay, it's going to be King of the Hill, so it's not going to be oddball. We had the oddball previously, so here we go. King of the Hill, slipping and sliding our way onto that hill is Bound, doing a great job off the start. The double doesn't get the help quite fast enough, and out and Suppress turned that into a double of his own.
Yeah, I mean, well answered opening there. You know, oftentimes the opening is like, yeah, the other team gets a double kill, but they get to one shot in the process. And we did also say somebody needs to step up on the side of FaZe to get this team going, and it has been Stellur. Finally, after a rough first couple of games, finding himself now And he's going to actually multitask, sniping from the hill. I do not mind that here because you have long lines of sight. And you can often pick people off that are trying to kill you out of the hill.
Now, I thought to myself, wow, this really points to how confident Stellur is pushing into the hill with 7 shots. You give that up and you give a full sniper back to the other team. And not only does he push towards the hill with the snipe, he's holding on to it now. Maybe that no-scope set the tone for what Stellur expects from himself the rest of the way. Lands another snipe.
Yeah, this guy is definitely feeling it now. And honestly, I'm surprised Mercenaries got as much time as they did during the opening. But either way, it looks like FaZe will close this one out, and they'll have solid positioning to rotate to next. Renegade does get taken down, but the rest of Mercenaries was taken down as well. Does try to line up the no-scope, doesn't connect, but Bound is here as well. So it will be a red side hold once again for FaZe.
Great start for FaZe. Even better start for Stellur as we stay on board with the man himself, and for good reason. Dealing out damage left and right. My God. Helps take down a collective 3. Could have taken down the 4th there, but they're setting up for positioning instead since the hill is on this side. I love the play there from Stellur. You could have aggroed and taken down that 4th player, but why not let them all spawn as far as possible away?
Exactly. If he pushes in there, it messes up the spawns, makes them a little bit less readable. You might actually open up a tower spawn right next to the hill, or even all the way back red. And it's a killing frenzy for Stellur. He is 10-1, died off the opening and hasn't died since.
My God, Stellur putting the crown back on his head as he has started off in an unbelievable 10-2-2. A big reason why FaZe should have 2. It looks like maybe they're Rhino stratting a little bit, trying to pull Mercenaries a little bit further away from the rotating waiting spawn in blue, but Mercenaries aren't going to take the bait, recognizing that FaZe clan get back in it, put up 2 on the board. However, though, Mercenaries get into hill 3 as fast as you possibly could.
Yeah, but Legend got a 5-shot on somebody immediately, which was the go sign for the rest of FaZe to collapse thereafter. And they have successfully cleaned up the rest of the team and just taken blue right away. I was getting ready to say, in this situation, when Mercenaries already had such a strong presence in blue, it's typically very hard to break through. But Legend with that opening kill just really opened the floodgates. And FaZe are looking like they want to close out this series.
Oh no. And they let Stellur grab another fresh snipe. He's got 6 shots to work with, and the way he's been shooting, that could be 6 deaths. He go line up another headshot. Cartwheel, ragdoll physics, turns 2. And he lands the triple, the no-scope, flick shot, now lining up a potential overkill onto Soul Snipe. Soul Snipe, don't push.
Oh my God. I feel like the second shot was a blank there. But the flick for the triple was disgusting, right? Because he's reading Sab's strafe in real time. Sab, he's got a pretty difficult strafe to hit. I've played against him enough to know he's a difficult target, but Stellur read the awkward angle. He had actually crouched and moved upward to the right. And I mean, the ability of Stellur to find the head regardless against a player with a good strafe is so impressive.
We thought Cycle put up the unquestioned game of the day. That was only series number 1 though. We're in series 2 out of 4. And now Stellur vying for maybe the best performance, which we thought would not be top.
Enemy team took the hill.
Yeah, 18-5 is kind of an insane way to start. And now, I mean, the good news for Mercenaries right now is there's still a lot of time on the clock. The problem is this is one of those harder hills to capture. You need like full map control for an extended period of time if you're going to capture this. And I mean, FaZe are starting to feel their groove a bit. I mean, Renegade taking the off angle there, catches the pressed off guard. That's going to be less bodies available for Mercenaries to win this fight. Yeah, they're in the hill right now, but they're in kind of a compromised position. It's only a matter of time where they also get taken down. This is a really tough comeback if you're Mercenaries.
Yeah, you're right. There is time on the side of Mercenaries, but this hill located on the sniper bridge takes up a lot of time to secure, so this is going to be a tough uphill climb. Mercenaries, though, do have the lead here on hill number 4, but it's Stellur with another double. Almost got another triple. He's 21-8. Unbelievable performance. Would that be the total for Mercenaries? No, not quite. But my God, still, Stellur with 21. Nobody's even really close.
Yeah, I mean, this is really early into the game to be crossing the 20 kill threshold, and he's He's still adding to it. Does get taken down there. And Mercenaries are just in this weird position where they have to get hill time as much as they can, but they also have to hold their positioning in blue, and it's really hard to multitask against the like of FaZe Clan, who are just aggressively running you down off spawn on repeat. And just like that, Stellur has earned the blue side by himself against the ninja. It doesn't count as a ninja, but that's a ninja if you ask me.
Well, I feel like if anyone's the authority on what a real ninja is, it's you, Eli the ninja. My God, Stellur, he's not gonna stop. They're already dead. I mean, for the most part, they're not dead and dusted just yet. But if Stellur keeps shooting like this, there is no hope for the Mercenaries.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say this man's third eye has awakened. He is seeing into multiple parallel realities, and in all of them, Mercenary are falling at his feet. I mean, this is just... it's over. GG's, man. Go next, I guess.
No.
Oh,
he does it! Stellur! Unbelievable! The performance of the day. Call series 4-0 sweep in that game number 6. Oh my God, with highlight plays littered all throughout. Yeah, this one's easy for Louis. He's just gonna make sure Stellur's on the bottom left in the replay portion of the broadcast, and he's gonna have some good picks.
Man, dude, this guy just... when he gets into his flow state, he is otherworldly. I mean, we obviously saw, you know, LastShot do the same thing in the previous series, getting into a flow state, but I mean, these players are just so talented, man. And once they start to feel themselves, sometimes there's nothing you can do. I mean, the sniper is the great equalizer in this game, and it doesn't matter how good your teamwork is. If every time this guy pulls the trigger, your head's getting... Can we play that last one in slow-mo? I want to talk about, like, watch Sab strafe. He does all the right things.
That was a blank. That was a blank. You're right. That did look like a blank.
On the second one? Yeah, this is the clip where he no-scope Sab for the triple. That one, pretty standard. Not getting shot at. Druk, wrong spot. But look, Sab, like, stops quickly and strafes in the opposite direction. Stellur just casually flicks on him like it's nothing. I mean, that's not an easy shot to hit, man.
Yeah, run that back one more time.
Watch this straight from Sab. He crouches and moves. I mean, I'm sorry, but
he hit the jab crouch strafe combo. That's the hardest shot to hit in the game.
Chat, you guys got mixed by Sab strafe, but not Stellur. That was gross.
Yeah, everybody's collective ankles were broken there. But Stellur, with his third eye open and the third slay of that one particular sequence, because he had a lot of them, puts up 27 in total. And in Pro League competition, Eli, he's got a 20.0 KDA. We were kind of calling Stellur out as the, not necessarily calling him out, but just more so like, Stellur's going to watch out. Stellur at some point is not going to be playing at this level. Stellur has a way higher ceiling to go, and we finally saw him put it together individually. And more importantly for FaZe, as a team, seemingly are starting to climb the ladder and play at the level we expect from 4 previous world champs and 3 previous MVPs. This FaZe Clan roster is absolutely stacked, and now they're starting to look like it.
Yeah, I mean, the main issue that a lot of us, you know, analysts are pointing at is, like, they don't always look like they're playing well together as a unit. But sometimes if you just have one player like a Stellur or Renegade, I mean, literally all 4 of these guys can have crazy standout pop-out performances. And when someone's playing like that, it kind of doesn't matter if your team works ass, because, like, everyone's dying anyways, right? So the problem is when they don't have somebody going absolutely crazy mode, that's when they need to shore up their timings and their teamwork. So I think as time goes on, as Legend gets to the States, they're just going to get better and better. On the other side, I'd say Mercenaries had really strong performance today as well. I think this is a tough matchup for them. I think that they want to play the same style of Halo that FaZe does, and FaZe just does it a little bit better. I think that Mercenaries are going to have better matchups against maybe an Incognito or an Ascending Baseline, but FaZe is a hard one for them.
Well, here's a look at your updated LVT Halo Pro League, presented by Shopify Rebellion standings. Shopify Rebellion still the unquestioned team at the top. They did drop their first map of Pro League, though, against Cloud9 in what felt like a much closer series than 4-1, and FaZe finally get off the bench and put their first win on the board. Guys, that'll do it for Eli and I. We are only halfway through the day, though. You've got Tools and Tony coming up next. We've got more LVT Halo Pro League presented by Shopify Rebellion up next.
Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Enemy has the ball. Ball has the ball. Reversal. Enemy has the ball. Double kill. Enemy. Reversal. Triple kill. Double kill.
Yeah, too much is Sergeant. Too much is Sergeant, don't equal it. Nice, nice shit, Danny.
Double kill.
You realize something?
Nice, good shit, Danny. Look there.
Triple kill. Snap. Double kill. Killing frenzy.
Hello and welcome back. We have our picks and bans between 4 of a Kind and Incognito going down right now. Representing both sides for 4 of a Kind, I have Taulek with me. For Incognito, and for anyone that's confused, ThugNasty, I'm going to be a little shit about this. That's Retribution from last week. Incognito. You guys had 3 different team names in 3 different weeks. You better be staying with Incognito for a little bit, ThugNasty. I'm going to push you down on it right now. Okay, we'll see. We might kick you guys out of the league. We might have like an open qualification spot if I see another one. But here we go.
I read all 24 pages of that rule book. I know. We could change it 100 times.
There we go. 4 of a Kind. You guys are higher seeds. So, Taulek, would you guys like Team A or Team B?
Team A.
Okay, Team A. With that, game 1 objective. What would you guys like to pick as the game type, Taulek?
Oddball.
Oddball it is. What would be the ban for you, kid? I said ThugNasty, my bad.
Let's ban streets.
Ban streets. For the pick on the oddball, what would you like, Taulek?
Live fire.
Live fire it is. What side would you guys like, ThugNasty?
Cobra.
Cobra it is. All right, going into game 3, it's your choice for game type, ThugNasty.
King of the Hill.
King of the Hill it is. What band would you like, Taulek?
Streets.
No streets. For the game 3 map, what would you like, ThugNasty?
Let's do
Lattice, live fire, and recharge available.
Yeah. Let's do lattice.
Lattice it is. What side would you guys like for game 3, Taulek?
Cobra.
Cobra it is. All right, game 4 objective. What objective type would you like to play, Taulek?
CTF.
CTF. Map ban for you, ThugNasty?
Origin.
Origin. What you have between Empyrean and Aquarius here, Taulek?
Aqua.
Aqua it is. What side would you like here, ThugNasty?
Cobra.
Cobra it is. All right, game 6 is going to be Strongholds. That's been predetermined to be live fire. So we go here. And then what side would you like for map 6, Taulek?
Eagle.
Okay. We have 4 of a Kind. You get to ban the first Slayer map.
Streets.
No streets. Incognito, you can ban the second Slayer map.
Origin.
No origin. That's going to leave the maps Live Fire, Recharge, and Solitude available in the pool for game 2. What would you like to select with ThugNasty?
Live fire.
Live Fire. What side would you like, Taulek?
Cobra.
Cobra. In the game 5, what would you like to pick for your map? You have between Recharge and Solitude.
Recharge.
Recharge. What side would you like for game 5, ThugNasty?
Cobra.
That's going to leave Solitude for game 7, and then you get to choose the side here for game 7, ThugNasty.
Eagle.
Mr. ThugNasty chooses Eagle. If you guys look down below, you'll see our 7 game set there. I'll make sure to get that linked in your guys' game chats. Just keep an eye on the Discord. Anything, any last words before we go? Look, I know we're doing big bands, but anything you guys want to say to the audience before we head out?
Love you guys and thank you for watching.
I always love you, Taulek. Thank you. Thank you, Taulek. Anything for you, ThugNasty?
He stole my thunder.
He stole it.
Appreciate it.
So slow.
Good luck. I will say,
good luck, everybody.
I'm putting you guys through the test of the audience right now. We are starting this game on the hour, please. So you have 9 minutes. Get yourselves in the lobby, whatever. If we start early, I'm okay with that. But we need to be in lobby ready to start. So I'm putting it out there. So if one of you guys are in there, I'm getting Twitch chat to flame y'all.
Okay, I'll be there.
Okay, perfect. All right, guys, we'll be back and live here in just a second with our next series.
and gentlemen, welcome to your $128,000 Halo Pro League co-presented by Shopify Rebellion. And we've already had the first half of your day go absolutely incredible, and something tells me it's gonna get even better. How you feeling today, Gary?
I'm feeling great. I'm ready for competition, and we have two fantastic teams ready to go at it. Incognito needing a big bounce back. They had a real struggle in week one. I'm curious to see how they're going to respond here.
We're about to find out. Don't gotta wait very long, guys. 4 of a kind, Incognito coming out hot right off the rip, and everybody really fighting for that sniper, which happens to fall down toward the bottom mid side of the map on legit. Off the screen gets a kill onto Precision Snakebite, looking to get himself over toward the bottom mid. Everybody wanting the snipe, but it's Action and Yaxon who ends up getting a clean no-scope.
And sometimes it's about getting away with what you can. You know, sometimes you're not supposed to get away with much, and you get away with more than that. Descending, getting a triple with those grenades. But I think about Yaxon just sprinting in the corner, right? Trying to keep his body low to keep that sniper alive, but you see why. You want that sniper in your hands. Trippy picked it up for 1 second, immediately hit the big shot.
Aster gonna try to moonwalk his way out of danger here, being chased down just a bit, but mind you, Snakebite ends up going down over toward that right side perimeter, and Taulek doesn't have the shields to fight off despite having the sniper. So Acid not only staying alive, grabbing a hold of a sniper, gonna try to put it to use immediately, but you already know big game Trip dropping some multi-kills.
And Trippy just finding a great pocket of timing there, getting between two players, guaranteeing that kill, and slowing them down enough to allow this ball to hit a rotation out to B. It's in a great play spot. Incognito should have a good chance to get here and force that play, but I like the fact that 4 of a kind's position themselves to play that ball. I think that's something that's critical to your success in live fire, is not getting caught in positions where you can't play the ball or not have an opportunity off your respawn to make it more difficult for the other side.
Despite being 3 down, we saw Trippy actually taking down 2 members here and really weakening the setup here for Incognito. Now because of that, Precision finds his opening and the pick. Now we see him continue to grind forward as there was some damage that went down over toward the A side, but somehow still getting overwhelmed by both unlegit. And now we see Acid, who gets a trade-off. Action Jackson moving this ball over toward the back green side here to drop it just a bit because he has some more slaying to do. Love the listening by Yaxon and Incognito.
Yeah, really good heads up cerebral play by Yaxon. He wants to stay with his teammate and stay in that fight. He has that QT waiting where the ball was. He just threw it to his QT portal so he could always have access to it. And the more important thing is he's trying to keep himself always within that pocket of a teammate to have help and to try to establish a strong position for the team. Works out really well in that situation as to where they get the kills and the time. And now that knock-on effect is also the camo going over Eco's way without much of a contest. This is a great start for Incognito.
With that camouflage, he uses to put max damage onto Trippy, snaps onto Precision right behind him, but can't find the exit route. He's immediately taken down by Taulek, and now Precision has to trade out his life there, 32-13. In some way, somehow, Snakebite gets himself a sniper, and now we're gonna find out if he can line up some heads. Descendant, he's already on the respawn screen, and here come 4 of a kind.
Problem is there's no presence on the left side of the map for 4 of a kind, making it a little bit more difficult for Snakebite and the rest of his team to get through and get to this position to get ball, but eventually are able to find those kills. And the best part is Snakebite still has a lot of this sniper ammo left, so although they're not getting a ton of time here, they're in a position to eventually get a lot of time. But it's going to come down to executing on this play, and that is going to be the result of hitting snipe shots. But so far, that sniper on the ground not really hitting much of this game yet.
The ball.
Yeah, Snakebite goes down. Looks like the rest of his team are able to find some of the kills that really matter here. We see Taulek moving this ball back over toward the back A, but Eco is right on his tail here. Eco willing to take the 1v1. Taulek not one to lose many of those 1v1s. 4 of a kind at favorable position.
You know, they've had these favorable positions. We haven't seen that great of efficiency from 4 of a kind yet on actually getting that ball time. It's been very difficult for them to just generate space and to not have to worry about an immediate gunfight. Right now, 4 of a kind are largely winning a lot of these gunfights, but aren't necessarily able to get a lot of ball time resulting from it. And we'll see if that can change. I think the way for that is maybe pressing themselves forward a little bit more on the map, trying to buy a little bit more space for that ball.
As with the 1v1, he's gonna trade out his life with precision. 3 down, do go Incognito, which is not exactly what they're looking for. Jackson slows his game down completely here, forfeiting time for 4 of a kind, but maybe just waiting for his teammate to come off his spawn at the right time to strike. Gets the initial damage here. Trippy now rotating away and over toward the camouflage, managing somehow Incognito pushing from one side while attacking the camouflage. Is a huge ask for 4 of a kind, but they do it. They put Incognito 3 down. They wiped them, and this is gonna be huge time for 4 of a kind.
How slow and steady to get to this point, but they are in a strong position to end this game. And the sniper is starting to look at the spawns. Precision going to be able to get some good damage down right away. The problem for Incognito is there's not really a quick route for them to take and to take down this ball, and with Precision hitting the shots, it's going to become that much more difficult. It's just Jackson that's alive, and he's desperating his way to the ball.
Taulek breaks his ankles and puts that player in a perfect angle for Precision to snipe his former NV teammate's head off right there. And because of that, look at all the time that 4 of a kind are able to get. You looked at how much slays on the board, like there's not much ball time. Time was winding down while all the slays were happening. Now you're talking about less than a minute on the clock, and 4 of a kind have what obviously is about a 40-second lead, but it feels like so much more.
A lot of Halo is about setting up, right? Getting yourself in a position to capitalize on the game. And 4 of a kind did that for about 4 minutes of neutral time. Was them trying to get to the spot where they could go for the kill, and they eventually got it. And once they did, look at the clock. 70 points on the board now. They got that all basically on one hold. It was 13 seconds when they started it. So a huge accomplishment to get that big lead. And now all that setup work actually played out to your favor, right? No more neutral clock really to worry about. Only 23 seconds left. They can keep this ball on the ground and win this round.
Push that ball a little bit further over towards that A side setup they already have here. Trippy not able to get the kill, but luckily his teammate is quickly there for the cleanup. And as time simply wind down, Incognito just don't have the bodies on the map. They don't have the spacing either. And that's going to be 4 of a kind opening up your Pro League match for today here with a huge round number 1 win, setting the tone in this best of 7 series.
And it just shows you how dangerous 4 of a kind can be when they get to their spots. When they have the 3-4 down, they're going to be very effective at getting their time. I think Incognito, the first half of the game, or the first half of the round, I should say, they did a really effective job of not letting 4 of a kind get that comfortable. We saw lots of trade outs from Descendant getting those left behind stick kills, right? We saw a really scrappy duo style play. That was working well, but once it fell apart, you can see 4 of a kind immediately took big advantages. That's what they need to stop in the second round, and unfortunately for them, it looks like it might be more of the same. Camo's up for grabs. This is a must-win for Incognito.
Timing really not on the side of 4 of a kind right there. Precision was right down that camouflage and just barely missed swapping that repulse out for it. And eventually, it looks like Incognito are now going to grab that camo, but grab Sniper and put it to the dome of Big Game Trip. Does descend and not done just yet. Tags the player over on the top sandbag side and just waiting for the right time to strike. And just when he's about to, a nade is going to slow him down just that much. But Taulek, he's no longer for this map. Neither is Snake. Oh my gosh, neither is Snakebite. And just like that, Incognito playing lights out. Dude, if you hit that ninja, I would have freaked out. I'm so sorry, Gary.
Yeah, that would have been insane if he hit the ninja too. But either way, a lot of scrappy play there. Neither side though able to get a lot of ball time. And you gotta think 4 of a kind were actually in the better position to grab that camouflage early into that fight. When they weren't able to capitalize on that, Incognito made it a lot scrappier. On the flip side though, Incognito not getting a lot of time from a camo snipe play that was hitting shots, right? So 4 of a kind still making it really difficult for them to be effective at holding the ball. And when you look at round 1, they didn't get a lot of ball time in that round either. So Incognito, although they've been able to make this scrappy and have these close quarter fights, these trade for trade fights, they need something a little bit more. They need a clean 3-4 down so they actually have spacing to get more ball time.
Looks like finally Incognito might be able to do exactly what you were asking for. We're going to see that efficiency now come into play here. Can you grab that ball? Can you get that setup that may turn seconds into minutes right now as unlegit, not Eco on the ball there, trying to bring it over toward that back A corner. That nade maybe not going exactly the way he wanted it to, and in a 2v2 scenario, this next play feels so important, and you already know Snakebite is gonna make the veteran plays that matter. Goes in, gets the kill, gets right back out before you even know what happened.
Yeah, I mean, Snakebite's literally bending quantum physics to make this reality for his team. That was a really impressive play to keep 3 players occupied, and more importantly, keep that ball on the ground. That's what 4 of a Kind's done so effectively in the second round against Incognito, is preventing them from actually getting any of this ball time. Despite them not necessarily having that ball time of their own, we have seen once they get to their setup, they've been effective at holding it, and this might just be their setup. If they win this first round of Slays, we could be seeing a 30, 40, 50-second hold here.
So far, the setup is in. Trippy stuck over toward that sandbags, or excuse me, the nest side of the map, holding things out just a bit. Precision drops the ball to make sure he gets the slay. When Snakebite's one shot past to him, now Bolter one shot. Snakebite gets his shields back. The ball movement is incredible. I'm just watching the Spurs or the Golden State Warriors in their prime. What's happening here?
Yeah, it's great to see effective teamwork on sharing the responsibility of the objective. Each player is saying, okay, like, when is it opportune for me to hold the ball, and when is it more a better opportunity for me to go out and slay? I love the handing off the ball each other, trying to make sure you're always within arm's reach to keep that advantage. You know, they get a good 35-second hold from there. Unfortunately for them, on their next rotation, it does get cut short, and this is the first time we've seen Incognito actually have that 3-4 down opportunity. But Snakebite winning that first slay is going to make it a lot more difficult than Incognito probably wants.
Despite being in a 1v2, it navigates that fight perfectly. Does Snakebite there, gets himself a kill. He has no business doing so, which leads to Taulek getting his back smack over towards close ball. Now that ball moving back over toward the A side here. Snakebite has to stay alive, so that's a lot of responsibility for Taulek to make sure he clears out acid, which they're able to do, and this setup should be locked in very soon for 4 of a Kind.
And this is what's so dangerous. Incognito can't get together. You see each of these players, unfortunately, have been taking one-on-one fights, and they're going to have to slow this game considerably down until they can actually get their timings back together. Every player has been playing on a different set of timing here, and it's just going to cause mayhem until you get it together. There we see finally, after, you know, a 20-second wait period, they're finally able to collapse in at the same time. All 3 players hitting that angle. They're able to get the ball on the ground, but that's only the first step. They still need to win these gunfights.
64-22 here. Jackson with a big kill, and then also some big time damage onto Taulek. Gonna trust Unlegit to finish that one off, and Taulek just being so tricky. He wanted to trust Unlegit to get the kill, but Taulek is such a tough one on the map. Despite all of that, Descendant was able to get himself this camouflage, and his double push out of TNT is gonna be important for them to stop. But just when Descendant tries to make something happen, he gets backsmacked with camo. Incognito go 4 down, and it's early, but could that be it?
That's so shocking that at the end result of Incognito getting camouflage and having ball position, the end result is them going 4 down and giving up ball time to 4 of a Kind. Incredible work by this 4 of a Kind team, and I love the rotations they had. Now, they haven't had firm rotations, but they've definitely been focusing on keeping this ball away from Incognito, more trying to make the road difficult for their opposition rather than going for that home run right now.
I feel like we've already read this chapter, this book before. In round number 1, you're talking about close to a 50-second lead here with just over a minute on the clock right now. 4 of a Kind feel like all they need is one good wipe to really push Incognito even further behind the 8-ball, sniping the hands of Taulek at the moment here. Jackson goes down, the same for Descendant, a 1-shot in Unlegit. Not sure what he can do here when you have Taulek and his reticle right on your sight. It's a collapse from all of 4 of a Kind, and Incognito needs something to change here.
And as the clock continues to drain down, the pressure just becomes way harder on Incognito. I mean, look at what Taulek's doing with this sniper. He's playing away from that ball, but it's forcing Incognito to think about two things. One, when you get this ball time, we also got to stop Taulek at some point. And well, they decide to go for the ball. You leave Taulek in open space, he's going to find a punishment for that. Ball gets played. We have 20 seconds of neutral clock left to go and a 30-second differential of only one player alive. Everything's on the shoulders of Acid here, and he's going to fall into 3 players. I mean, it's impressive he got the first, but it's just too tough, too tall of a task for him to handle.
Still heads up play by Acid, recognizing the team was 3 down. He had to bait out this ball here. Despite all of that, though, you're running out of time. You're running out of opportunities, and because of that, 4 of a kind coming out with their 2nd round in a row. That means game number 1 is going to them.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot of opportunity for Incognito to play for a win condition in that game, right? A lot of their opportunities that they were getting were off, multiple players trading out. There was a lot of dirty situations where it's a 1v1, a 2v2 off trade outs. There wasn't a lot of opportunity where they had the 3, the 4 down. Whereas for the for 4 of a kind, it felt like they were able to identify their spots, find their 4 down, get to their position, and get that 30-40 seconds of ball time in one big swoop, right? That never really materialized for Incognito, and you can see the end result in that game where at the end, the final minute of the neutral clock, I think Incognito is actually in a better position to get ball time, but because there's the clock playing against them, the power weapons against them, they have all this pressure that's starting to mount and mount and mount, and it makes it so you have to make suboptimal plays and not be able to play a clean game. I think 4 of a kind played extremely well in this game.
It really did. I mean, not much we can really say that was anything. It was really bad for 4 of a kind. I mean, every time Incognito had any kind of advantage, some way. I think about that camouflage in the hands of Descendant. I'm thinking, oh my gosh, Descendant's about to make a huge play. What happens? It's backsmacked. It was devastating for them, and it really felt like that might have been the nail in the coffin in that round. And some crazy snipes. But I will say, Oddball Live Fire, well, that was their pick, that was their pick. Now we go into game number 2, and things change up just a little bit. I believe King of the Hill is supposed to be coming up next as far as objective, and we have our Slayer, which I believe Incognito did pick the first Slayer. Excuse me.
Yeah, first Slayer did go for Incognito, so this is their choice. Obviously, we run Live Fire twice in a row. Picks and bans kind of sometimes create a little bit of a wonky layout, but we're here, and we'll have to see if Incognito can find their bounce back with this. Folks, just remember for a second, they also get to select sides for each of these games, so they're switching sides from before. It takes us a second on our end, graphics. We'll get everything updated for y'all. It's gonna look beautiful as we'll get that nameplate up as soon as possible. But Snakebite having that early sniper in his hands, a quantum translocator to work with, I mean, this is a great position for 4 of a kind to fight.
4 of a kind already showing what they can do on Live Fire one time. Well, now we go into Slayer, and it kind of feels like the same old until we see the likes of Acid coming with a double kill, starting things off 5-1. Now with a 1-bullet sniper in his hands, and he's looking for a dome to plant it on.
Acid definitely is the player that I'd want to see step up and rise up to this occasion. I feel like he's supposed to be that superstar that's going to come in, early in this year. It felt like he was starting to make those waves, and he was that when this was a little bit of a different team composition with Piggy on it. I feel like we haven't seen that yet in the Pro League matches. If he can start taking that mantle again and being that top tier player, that Mr. Do-It-All, almost like a legend type for FaZe, I think this Incognito squad will have a great chance of success.
Well, you want to see him step up at 8-3 to start off the game when your team has 11 kills? That don't seem too bad to me if you're talking about Acid's stat line at the moment here, but somehow still down by 6 kills are Acid and Incognito, 4 of a kind right now, are the ones who are controlling this game at the moment. But as he's waiting for the play to develop here, he wants to try to get behind them, but Snakebite once again with that veteran angle towards bottom mid. Nobody else checked it, but he's like, wait a minute, something seems a little too easy with that rotation.
Ooh, nice camp out by Descendant there. Just catches him right off the QT, nowhere for him to go at a 7-kill differential between these two teams. With Camouflage coming up, Acid's there early, but can he get away with his life? That's the second part of it, and unfortunately for them, he can't. And there's not really a lot that's going to be given to you in this moment to try to make the comeback happen. Camo was the first. The second's going to be the sniper. If they're not able to get away with at least one of those, it's going to be really difficult to close this gap against 4 of a kind.
Double push from Precision to Snake Bite, which is too much for Incognito to handle over on the cut side, and because of that, Taulek able to get away with damn near full sniper, puts it to use immediately, hasn't missed a bullet with it yet here, and meanwhile, 4 of a kind already hold on to a 7-kill advantage. However, Unlegit does make it towards cuts, can't exactly say the same for Descendant, and with that, 3 out of 4 go down for Incognito.
I love the play from 4 of a kind. It's an inversion of their setup. Taulek is that tip of the spear when he grabs sniper. He brings it back to the pocket over by tower to keep this safe, and the rest of his team charges forward. So he's anchoring out a spawn and has great sight lines, and the rest of his team is being aggressive on those spawners. What it's doing is it's building up as much space as possible from the sniper's position to where the spawners of Incognito are. And what are we talking about? You need a sniper to get back into this game. You're not even going to have the chance to get the sniper. By the time you break this position, the bullets are gone. Taulek's getting kills. That's just really well played, and understanding what the win condition is for the other side in this game. 4 of a kind is playing fantastic Halo right now.
Speaking about the pocket, you know, despite being one-shot like an elite quarterback, he sat in the pocket despite all the pressure, all the bullets coming at him. It hits his shots, and he's not done just yet. That's a killing spree. That's a double kill. Unlegit trapped over towards the back green side of things, and 4 of a kind are dangerously close to the 40-kill mark.
Look, 25 kills between Precision and Taulek. It's 2v4, and Incognito has a 2-kill lead. Unfortunately, yeah, it's Snakebite and Trippy to the combination, and we see a double-digit lead that's opened up for 4 of a kind, and the time is just not there for Incognito. Only 11 kills left for 4 of a kind to take this game too. Incognito cannot afford any trade outs, and when you can't afford to play a little bit loose, to take a little bit of risk, it becomes that much harder to come back in this game. Camouflage is coming up here soon, and this is a no negotiation must-have Camouflage for Incognito.
Double-digit lead here for 4 of a kind. Descendant was the one to get away with Camouflage and trying to get him out of the line of sight of Trippy. Oh my gosh, I don't know how we didn't get the backs back, but the teamwork, it does make the dream work. Descendant lives here, and if there's any chance for them to come back in this game, it's because of this Camouflage. It ain't gonna be easy, but hey, it's Halo.
Look, he catches Trippy, good timing, but unfortunately, just too much damage down the road. That's gonna be another couple kills, and Descendant's trying his best with this. I mean, wow, what a sprint strafe. He rips Trippy apart with that sprint strafe, but it's still a double-digit lead, and they only have 4 kills to give up. The 5th will mean game over.
One squad wipe away is 4 of a kind, but it's Incognito that refused to give up easily here. Not backing down whatsoever. Another slay goes their way, a 1v1, and it could have turned into a 3v1, but somehow Taulek sneaks in that trade, putting them at 47.
Look, this game's not over yet. I think Precision might have made one of the few mistakes we've seen from 4 of a kind there. He got really aggressive into the front lines with that sniper. That's a full sniper that he basically hand-delivered to Acid here. So, you know, despite 4 of a kind being at the finish line, you've given Incognito some sort of spark to work with, and it's going to come from Acid hitting shots with the sniper. Oh, but that's the wrong player!
Wait, what?
His teammate goes down, and so will Incognito in game 2.
Wow. And, you know, we got to get the replay on that one. And despite having 17 kills, what's going to be the most memorable moment in that game is the aim assist locking onto Snakebite, but going through Descendant in order to try to get to its target. Man, and that is unfortunate, because again, 17 and 13 is a great performance in a Slayer, especially against 4 of a kind, but that's probably going to remember for a bit.
And you can see, I mean, I think Descendant is clearly not being able to finish some of these close kills. 14 assists for him. And I say that because we're used to seeing him so high up in the kill count, right? it's pretty unusual for him to have a game where he only has 7 kills like that. And you know, he does live in rural Pennsylvania, so you know, you gotta put like maybe a little bit of factor into his internet and where he's playing from. But I think unfortunately for them, that game slips away. It's a shame because I think Acid played extremely well. Unfortunately, what people are going to remember about that game is him hitting his own teammate with that sniper rifle shot. But I think he played well. Right now, it just doesn't feel like every piston of this engine on Incognito are firing at the same intervals, right? It's just there's a little bit of wonkiness to it, and anytime you have those small timing errors or having small mistakes, they're gonna really come back to bite you in a series.
Well, Descendant may live out in the middle of nowhere, but I promise you one player who does not is that man Precision. Because I don't know if you guys saw, but he dropped 20 and 11 in that game. But I thought what's even maybe just as impressive is shooting a 76% accuracy. I know not every player, not everybody should really be drawn to just the accuracy, but to just put that into context, to 76% of your shots in a pro matchup like this against a very, very good Incognito roster is absolutely impressive in its own right, and a fantastic game out of 4 of a kind. We move on to game number 3, where we switch things over to Lattice, King of the Hill, which I believe also was an Incognito pick, actually, if I remember correctly here. So this is going to be interesting here. Incognito, things didn't go your way on the Slayer, but it was also live fire. 4 of a kind, very good on live fire. But Lattice, King of the Hill, this is what you wanted.
And right now, you know, the X factor I think in this series is going to be that sniper rifle that spawns on the catwalk. If I'm Incognito, I think you can give up a little bit of a premium space in the beginning of this game to get away with that sniper to safety. You just have too many talented snipers on this team not to put it to make that weapon the X factor in this game. I want Descendant having that weapon in his hands and letting him call game with it. And with 4 down, Incognito's gonna get that sniper. They have to position, and in 4 of a kind is gonna have an unrelentless push. I mean, look at what Descendant's able to do. Look how aggressive he is into the back right with the sniper.
This is what you wanted to see, and you're about to see it here. Not only do you get your initial slays, but also on top of that, you're able to punish the spawner. Some way Trippy finds him a bit of hill time there, but I'm not even sure if that was the right call because you just went 3 down. It feels like Incognito are trying to lock down the entire map.
And maybe a little bit too much of a weakness towards that hill there, because 4 of a kind, despite going, you know, I think only having 1 or 2 kills in the last 7 slays, Incognito wasn't actually able to get that much time until now. They finally have their position where they want it. Descendant has a great overwatch here with the sniper as well.
He's not done. Killing spree being earned here by Descendant. Snakebite's over on the high ground, but can't say the same for Taulek. He gets tagged up and somehow escapes with his life there, and that's information now being gathered by the rest of 4 of a kind. The callouts are in, and this is where they start to flood the middle of the map with confidence. The Snakebite does the rest of Incognito. Precision picks up his kill, and now tries to hunt down the one-shot. Acid turns and burns Jackson, and 3 down go Incognito.
This hill is not over yet by any stretch. If 4 of a kind able to get that break, Incognito is going to have a bit of a struggle here on getting to a position where they can contest this hill. This should be a decent amount of time for 4 of a kind on this hill.
Trippy feet planted in that hill, challenging Jackson from mid-range here, very close as far as progression in this hill, but it's all about who closes out that first one. Really sets a tone. This game, Taulek with the commando. Big kill onto Unlegit. Somehow Yax and the rest are going to survive, but now the push continues to come before the kind. Snakebite flies on out there, gets his, avoids the grenade, and punishes Descendant for not putting that one on target. Precision now with the follow-up here. 4 of a kind are not giving up.
I've almost felt like it should have been routine, but Snakebite made it anything but by getting that kill onto Descendant, and you can see the downstream effects. Even though it's just Taulek that's alive, neither team was able to get to the hill until this point. Incognito might be able to steal this this hill back in their possession, but you can see how difficult 4 of a kind is making it. Right now, Incognito have not really had a lot of moments where they can just safely sit in the hill.
couple of times we thought it could be easy for Incognito to close out this hill, but again, 4of making it anything but, showing that everything is earned. When talking about Halo Esports, Descendant puts himself right back in the hill. He knows Acid to come up and put some max damage, having maximum impact, but eventually as Acid goes down, so do Incognito's chances of taking this hill. Taulek's right back in, and I don't see a player that's going to be able to take him out. No? Where did Jackson come from?
Decent spawn by Jackson allows him quick access. He gets a couple kills. It's just Snakebite that's alive. The spawns will not come in time. A huge play by Jackson on a favorable spawn. Was able to get the kill just in time.
Hey, sometimes you get the spawn, you get the opportunity, but not every player can take advantage of it. Jackson is the one who does it, and because of that, Incognito starting off this game with a 1-0 lead. We switch gears over towards Taulek, and Sniper does end up going down over on that tower side. It's gonna be picked up by Acid here. We know he gets value out of every sniper he gets. A bit of off timing, but turns, gets the head, or gets the body shot onto Precision. Tried to seem to Trippy, doesn't, and because of that, Trippy wins his 1v1 against Descendant.
And 2 times now where players have had a position where they could choose to play that sniper off the map or try to go for the shot. Both times players went for the shot, and at the end it's making this a little bit more difficult for either side. That sniper is still available in tower for anyone that dares to go grab it.
Still on board with Trippy now, has that QT little get out of jail free card if necessary, but with that Incognito going 3 down, he even finds a spawner of Jackson. The last spawn was favorable for him, but can't say the same for this one. You end up right into the clenches of Trippy, and you somehow don't get the trade, and that's going to be devastating for the rest of your teammates who are trying to break the setup. We're trying to collapse back over towards the hill, but you can't even cross the 50% portion because Trippy is here, Precision is here, and Incognito, they're not.
Precision, quick route into the back ranks. That's going to disrupt the timing of Incognito to where they can't even really contest this until they deal with Precision. And that should be the hill for 4of, and it will be the hill. Finally, Precision goes down, which is going to help Incognito establish control into this next rotation. And Jackson takes advantage with the triple. He knows where the over is, and he might get a little greedy here trying to track down Taulek.
I'm actually surprised Jackson only has 12 kills right now. It feels like every time Incognito are making a play, it feels like he's the one doing it. Maybe it may only be 12 kills as far as quantity, but as far as quality of kills, it must feel like damn near double. I feel like if it wasn't for him, they wouldn't even have a hill.
A rare moment where we saw it was a 3 down from a lot of cross-map fights there. Incognito just vacate their entire hillside without actually having a player of 4of breach those opening doors. So it's a really easy flip-out response for 4of, allowing them to get a decent chunk of time here. And we're seeing back-to-back 3-4 downs now. This time, though, it's 4of that will be spawning across the map.
Cleanups are in, setup is locked. Acid now with a full sniper in his hands. If you don't close on this hill for this one, I don't know what you're gonna do, Incognito, but looks like they're doing just that. As too quickly go down, Snakebite gets caught and ankled there and cleaned up real quick, just like that. Back-to-back 4 downs, and Incognito did what they had to. Get the setup, lock it in, and execute.
This sniper's just going to keep him away. I like this from Incognito. They can get out of the hill and work on their rotation first. Because 4of, there's no reason for them to push past the 50-yard line right now. And Descendant and the rest of Incognito know that. They want to force them into a bad position. And the second a player tries to commit to this hill, that's their bad position. In fact, I think they could have maybe even waited a second longer there. You're in such a strong position to burn off some time and to at least win some spacing for the next hill. Really heads up play by Incognito to make the next hill going to be a lot more difficult for 4of off the initial push.
In 30 seconds, 4of do end up finding himself in that hill, and Precision not only takes down 1, but also looking for the second. That's unlegit. Who gets cleaned up there due to a trade. Acid still survives and continues to grind forward through the blue side of the map, and Taulek and Trippy sacrificing that hill time to make sure they secure that kill and clear out the blue side of the map.
I mean, look, 1 minute and 17 seconds on the clock. It's a good amount of neutral time, but it can quickly slip away, especially on this hill that's usually a hill that's under a lot of contest. Right now, 4 of a Kind, honestly kind of impressed that they've gotten about halfway throughout this hill without a lot of contest from Incognito, but that's going to start to swap here. Eco has broken through the back ranks. He has the favorable spawn for his team now, and if he's able to get spacing towards Red Tower, it's going to make it that much more difficult for 4 of a Kind to get to this hill.
Eco from long range gonna chase away Snake by a couple warning shots, a little bit of damage onto Trippy on his way out to stay alive, playing his life, but sees precision on the far side. Trippy's right up in his face as well. He was surrounded, nowhere to go. It might be the same result for Acid. He gets taken down. Now Descendant could be next year, and it's 4 of a Kind doing a great job of not only getting the kills, but keeping each other alive.
Yeah, honestly, that kill on Descendant being staggered the way it is gonna help for 4 of a Kind here. The Incognito numbers are just not gonna get to anytime soon. That's a triple for Trippy, and he might be able to get the pressure for the overkill on Descendant. He has a nade, and he gets the kill, but not the overkill. They'll get the hill, and they only wasted 20 seconds of neutral clock there. So a really efficient hill from 4 of a Kind.
Ends up grenade by Trippy. He had no idea that player was going to be sitting there. He could have went up high, but great job hunting him down. Now 4 of a Kind get a head start over toward that next hill as Incognito. R3 down. Trippy continues to attack that 50% portion of the map and is not missing a shot. Perfect ones coming at him in the 1v1. Jackson just a little too late for the fight. Now a killing frenzy, 10 in a row for big game Trip.
Trippy seeing the game play out in his head there, has perfect understanding of the timing. Pre-fires the nade on the ground to get the kill for the killing frenzy. He's just not done yet. Can he get the next? Jackson finally shutting him down, but not before 4 of a Kind are going to be able to put up their 3rd hill, a 1-hill lead as they go into the next rotation. And Snakebite, he's got just about a full sniper to work with.
A 1-hill advantage along with 38 seconds on the shot clock, which continues to wind down as long as Incognito don't step foot in this hill, which is so tough to do when every member of 4 of a Kind is hunting you down, is hitting shots like this. Now it's a trip on the other side of things, and it's Snakebite who is shutting things down here. Acid, you can't even get into the red base, let alone the hill, and Snakebite really starting to feel himself, and it feels like just like in poker, man, you have 4 of a Kind, you're winning.
Yeah, it felt like they've been waiting all game for a chance for them to knock a ball out of the park, and these last 2 hills, they did just that. A dominant display in slays from this team. Snakebite and Trippy able to combine for a ton of kills at the end there. A killing frenzy, a killing spree from those 2, and not to speak of the insane snipe shots that Snakebite was hitting.
Man, what a game. I mean, what a back and forth, what a fight. I mean, let's not forget, obviously 4 of a Kind ending that one to take a 3-0 advantage in the series, but for a lot of that time, Incognito had control. Incognito were absolutely doing their thing, and even on the stats you saw, they fought a great game right there, but 4 of a Kind seemingly just stepping up when it matters most and closing that out. And when you're on the other side of things, Incognito, you gotta think to yourself, what the heck do we have to do to put this team down for 1 game? Garrett, not even a series, for 1 game.
Yeah, without, we look at the rest of the series, we're going back to a 4 of a Kind map choice here in Aqua Flag. It's just such a dominant position to be in. When you pick Team A and you're picking Ban, you're giving up 2 maps in game 2 and game 3 early on in the series. So with that, you usually expect the series to at least have some parity in it as we approach, the midpoint. But now 4 of a Kind, the back end of this map pool is heavily favored to them, right? They got to choose this flag game. They got to choose the Slayer game here for game 4 and game 5. And they're on match point going into these maps. This is not only an uphill climb for Incognito, this is damn near a sheer face, a cliff face that they gotta find their way above. This is a really, really tough task for this team.
It really is, and we're going into Aquarius capture the flag, and as you kind of alluded to, this was a pick from Four of a Kind. There was they picked capture the flag as far as in the game for the game mode. Incognito said they didn't want to see Origin, and I'll be honest, I actually thought Four of a Kind were going to go Empyrean. I think they're a fantastic Empyrean team, but they went Aqua, which I'm not bad at either. Aqua is a fantastic map and game mode combination, but this was a pick for Four of a Kind. Incognito had 2 in a row, and sadly they weren't able to win on either of their picks. Now you have to go into your opponent's house, you know, on their favorable game mode and map combination. You have to imagine with the way that they picked it, and you have to come out with a win. In fact, 3 in a row, just to give yourself a chance for Game 7.
I'm thinking back to what Four of a Kind's been doing right in these games thus far, and I've been really impressed by their spacing in the game. In particular, they've opened up Precision to have a lot of opportunity to dive into these back ranks. I'm looking forward to seeing how they try to accomplish the same goal here, but what we've seen a lot of is them occupying a lot of space on the map, spreading themselves out, and then trapping the players of Incognito into these really risky positions. That's where Precision's been really effective at finding empty space, using it to get quick flanks, hitting that flank out, and getting a couple crucial kills. Right now, Incognito, it's Four of a Kind's been firing on all cylinders. It's going to be a very, very tough task to find a way to slow these guys down.
Well, as of right now, Acid looks like he's trying to do just that. That's a double kill. Why not make it a triple? 4 do go down of Four of a Kind. When one goes down, maybe Four of a Kind do the exact same thing, but it's Acid who tries to get a bit overzealous, tries to push up through the base. He goes down, but now unlegit, and the rest of Incognito pick things up.
Incognito, I mean, they still have a good amount of numbers here to try to get through. Great job by Eco there to find that first kill. I like going into this back base to try to establish a little bit more control before you go for that flag grab, but unfortunately, that's a must win there. And with Trippy winning that gunfight, that's going to force Incognito's play just to dissipate. It peters out without much of a flag grab here, and unfortunately for Descendant, you can see he doesn't have many options until his teammates come off the respawn.
Taulek finds himself deep in the fridge here. Meanwhile, you see Jackson and Acid pushing through this utility side, and that means Taulek's gonna be able to get right behind them and maybe make some plays here. I say that, but not only do they find the kills over toward the mid-map, they have the wherewithal to know that Taulek might be coming up behind them, and because of that, that's a perfect wipe. I was gonna say a perfect flag run, but with a little bit of a fumble, doesn't matter. The sentence still puts that one in, and that was quite impressive on Incognito. Let's do it again.
Yeah, they're gonna go back to back here. They just have really strong positioning on the map. It was really, oh man, Yaxi in the middle of the map. He's getting into the action there, the perfect shot. Although Precision, he has great ability to hit those long range shots. He gets the kill on the flag. I don't think that's gonna be enough for Four of a Kind to stop this flag run from Incognito. What an impressive couple flags that we've seen here. And, you know, look, they're down 3-0 in the series. To show this fight coming into Game 4, it's a great sign.
2-0 lead out of Incognito, and mind you, again, this was a map and game mode pick out of Four of a Kind. Incognito showing their daggone strong here on Aquarius as well. Mind you, Snake right off the screen, gets himself a kill. Acid flies on in. It's another trade that goes down here. Trippy and Unlegit are going to duke it out, and Unlegit wins the 1v1 right as Action Jackson is moving another flag simultaneously. Still need a couple of rounds of slays here, but flag still moving. This could be the third for Incognito.
That's the second time in this game where we've seen Incognito seemingly having perfect knowledge of what Four of a Kind's trying to accomplish. You know, we saw it when they ran back and had those two players completely aware of where that final player was, but that free fire into the corner from Acid is so impressive. And look, he had no fight he had to go through no fight basically to get that kill. Opens up another opportunity for them to get now another flag on board, the 4th in a row. And Four of a Kind, we have 4 flags on board. 3 of their 4 players have 4 kills. This is absurd from Incognito.
And this is kind of what I was talking about before. I was surprised 4 of a kind didn't actually go with an Empyrean. I figured Empyrean or Origin for 4 of a kind. Once Incognito got Aquarius, I think they got exactly what they wanted here for this CTF game mode in number 4. And you're seeing it right here, right now. 4-0 start out of him. Meanwhile, Taulek and 4 of a kind trying to clear out the back base of Incognito and start that flag through the mid-map. The final player was able to trade out their life to slow down 4 of a kind just a bit, but that flag out is in no man's land. A couple of slays and it could be moving once again.
Just the player waiting for the drop down. Acid finds another kill. 15 and 6, by the way, for Acid. You know, we talked about it a little bit earlier in this series, but this is the Acid that I think a lot of people are anticipating to see this year with this Incognito squad. Especially, you know, they added Eco to this roster. He's usually a player that's going to play in a way that unlocks the potential out of other players, and that's what I think we're seeing right now from Acid. He has clearly been able to take advantage of the position multiple times now, but this game not over yet. 4 of a kind actually have a really great spot. Snakebite's blocking out the P side. Taulek has car side blocked out, so they're completely contained here. If they find a couple slays, they should have a great timing opportunity to pull flag.
Big time defense at Incognito to clear most of 4 of a kind out of their base, and it looks like the final straggler was Trippy, and he's ended up taking out and really taking care of himself. Snakebite over toward the low ground, finds himself in the middle of 2 different Incognito members. Acid barely missing any shots whatsoever, puts Taulek down to 1, and immediately Unlegit is going to get the cleanup on him. 1 cap needed here for Incognito, but I mean, almost 7 minutes of time for 4 of a kind to make something happen.
Yeah, plenty of time, right? Plenty of time on this clock to make a comeback. The problem is you need to have things start going your way, and Camouflage heading Eco side that's not things going your way.
2 go down for 4 of a kind. Camouflage spotted, trying to move this flag down. A bit of damage. Nico's trying to find out exactly where did that come from, trying to get some information here. 4 of a kind really making things mixy with the way they decide to attack, and that's the angle that Precision wanted, ripping Camouflage away from the map.
I do like this play by Taulek. He wasted no time to get into the back base. He's not trying to pull a flag, but rather trying to flank the spawners at the car side, right? It's a straight shot here for him, but unfortunately, just no good angle. It doesn't matter. He waits for Eco to come back off a spawn and hits a nasty 5-shot. Taulek keeping his team at least forward on the map, but still, it's a flag opportunity right now for Incognito.
It'd be really tough for anybody to be able to move that flag to the util side as long as Taulek is over on the back base, and now starting this pull and going at an awkward angle, then to drop that toward the P tunnel here, again making it difficult for Incognito. They're trying to push through car, and the flag that the return is on the opposite side.
All signs are pointing to them overloading that P side, but in fact the opposite happens. It's almost that flag's almost a fake out for the push to happen on the car side. I don't think they expect to even run this flag at all. It ends up just being a massive distraction. I think pretty heads up play by Taulek there to open up an opportunity to get a team shot to get that kill and return that flag.
And Acid, who has been that MVP offensive player here for Incognito, 23-9 in this game here. 4 of a kind were 4 down, but they didn't get the timing on the pole, and half of the members are up and fighting, trying to make sure this flag doesn't get returned, but it does. Flag is also on the move here. 4 of a kind need to execute. They need those kills right here, right now, and they are going to get them.
I think Eco got a little greedy there. When he had the player in front of him, he tried to shade off the angle to get another little bit of damage on the following player. General rule of thumb, I think you just try to keep the player that's in front of you always in front of you, and well, you see that might end up being having larger effects down the road. A couple kills now that go 4 of a kind's way at Camouflage, and potentially their first flag on board. And 4 minutes is plenty of time to put up 4 flags in a row. This game is certainly not over yet.
Snakebite still with that Camouflage, so he can be the sneaky snake that he is, get involved as much as possible. And looks like that's exactly what he does. Initial shots onto Unlegit, who is the final player alive from Incognito. The pays are going down, but Snakebite can't sit on that player for long. His job is to push up. But was he spotted? No, he wasn't. Oh my, Acid just happened to move that way, and Snakebite said, oh no, he sees me.
Yeah, Snakebite definitely was saying, "Oh wow, I got spotted there," because the way Acid took that corner, it felt like he knew exactly where he was, but he ends up not. And with it, Snakebite able to get that easy kill, and that's the second now in a row. And you know, thinking on the clock now, 3 minutes 30 seconds of clock left. That's plenty of time to get 2 captures. Like, a team's not even really stressing out now about having to find 2 captures here. That's more than doable.
2 casts between them. Eco gonna curb slide his way right through the mid map here. Get some information. There's players through Util that have already made it onto the top car side of things. Eco not gonna give up on this chase just yet here. Players are surrounding the car side. Snakebite trying to get involved from the P. Eco says, mind your business over there. Keeps him away from that angle. Jackson, mind you, he's the one that's the most forward on the map. He's the real danger player here for 4 of a kind. If he gets this kill cleanly, it could be devastating. Descendant still here. 4 of a kind don't get a kill.
Yeah, I mean, 4 of a kind got those bridge spawns, and 2 of the players just played straight up the map. Didn't try to head back, and Incognito, I think, just hitting a little bit too much leverage in the back of 4 of a kind's base, making it really difficult for them to translate anything into offense. 4 of a kind been on their back foot here, and they've largely ignored the car side of the map because they just keep spawning in fridge, and they don't want to waste time trying to wrap back to their own base. Instead, it's been a lot of overextending and I think hoping that they get kills at the right time to allow this overextension play to work.
Camouflage about to come up. Both flags are out, so a lot that both teams have to navigate here, and it feels like that's an advantage for Incognito because they're the ones who only need 1 cap. So 4 of a kind, maybe with their backs against the wall just a bit. Flag over on the mid map, and Acid and Snakebite are going to duke it out. Acid wins the pin, but gets cleaned up almost immediately. Precision keeps this flag alive, while at the same time shooting the one-shot player that was on the opposite return. Descended with the camo and height advantage, which is still huge for Incognito. Precision might have made a play, but Descendant might be making a better one.
I like that Descendant didn't fall for the trap. It would have been very easy just to sit there and try to get the flag returned. Instead, he knows players are coming off spawn. He knows they're all going to have nades. Just stay up high, use that camo to your advantage, try to get the kills. And even though that flag is still technically alive, Descendant's still in a great spot to eventually get this return and trap in some more kills. So yeah, 4 of a kind's been chaining this flag and trying slowly to get it back home, but they really haven't dealt with the core issue yet. Finally, they deal with it. We'll see if they have enough in the engine here to get this flag captured.
And I'm sure you may correct me because I might be wrong on this, but Descendant not dropping down to keep that flag alive, to me, tells me that their win condition has been timed. Since the moment he did that with 1.5 minutes on the game and 2 cap lead, that told me your win condition has to be the time. If you said, we're going to continue to bait this no matter what, who cares about keeping that flag alive? We're not pushing it to our side of the map.
It also shows just a lot of confidence in their slay ability right now. They're confident that they'll eventually get the slays necessary to get the return. Even though they go 3 down, they did get that return. And now at 30 seconds on the clock, it becomes a bit of a foot race. And when you know a team is going to be racing to your side, it becomes a lot easier to trap and wait for those players to fall into your reticle like Jackson just did with 2 kills there. At the end of the day, I think the slaying just too much for 4 of a kind to handle. Too big of a hole for them to try to crawl out of, and it's going to be finally a map win for Incognito. I believe this is going to be their first Pro Series as well.
Incognito taking that game, and of course it's their first of the Pro Series. I mean, it's the first time we're seeing this name Incognito. To keep changing it.
Don't even get me started on that, man. These players gotta stick to a brand, boys. At least Incognito they've used before, you know. Retribution was a cool team name though. Had a good ring to it. Retribution sounds like a thing that Jeff Steitzer is supposed to say.
Yo, that's facts. We need a Retribution medal on the next one. Yo, that's facts, though. But Incognito, no longer Retribution. And going by Incognito this time and taking that game, or at least their first game of the series, 31 kills and 10 assists out of Acid. That's good for a 15.3 KDA. Very impressive out of him. Descendant right there with them. 27 and 29 assists, a 10.0 KDA out of him. Impressive by many of the members of Incognito. But now my question becomes from you. Can you keep this same energy going into our next map and game mode combination? Like, you got yourself 1 win. Now can you chain it to 2, chain it to 3? Because once we get to a game 7, at that point, it's anybody's game.
Wait, Acid keeps playing the way he is. I mean, I think they have an opportunity. 8,400 damage. You look at the next closest on the other side, 6,600 damage from Precision, just showing you the gap in damage output. Acid was unbelievable that game, and it's a good sign for Incognito that their two Slayers, right, Acid and Descendant, are finally having both their engines humming at the same time. Because before, you know, we saw Acid have a pretty great performance in game 2, but it wasn't met by the other Slayer on the team. And really the composition of this Incognito roster is really heavily dependent, I think, on Acid and Descendant having those big games. On the other side, you know, what Yaxin and what Eco provide for a team isn't necessarily that slaying output. They're more of a spacing player in understanding, like, finding critical moments to disrupt the opposition and setting up their teammates really well. Actually, I think you have two really fantastic players at understanding spacing and timing in the game in Yaxin and Eco. But on the other side, it's like you need all of this team composition to hum at the same time. I feel like we finally saw that in the CTF game.
Now we move into Slayer Recharge, and as important as the pick for the game mode and map combination is for Recharge, I feel like the side dependent is also super important. And I'm seeing Incognito spawning on the Cobra side. And if I remember correctly, I always used to say that Cobra starts with C, so it starts on the C stronghold. So if I remember correctly, that means Cobra spawns on the blue side of the map, which I know you have that like super run you can make over towards Camo. You also can have a player dedicated to going for Shroud, which I think is important. Yes, Incognito spawned over there, so I actually think that's a huge favorable part of the map, and especially when you consider the Shroud spawns there, and I think that's huge for getting Camo off the rip. And for once in my life, I may have been right.
Wow, Incognito. Perfect start. 4-0. They're gonna get away with Camo as well and have, you know, good position for the shock rifle. So we'll see how much this opening start can pay dividends for them down the road here. Descendant gonna have Camo and shock rifle to play with.
We have 4x enemy team scoreline already. Have Descendant and Incognito. You have the shock in the hands of Descendant. Yaxin's already in the action here. Has some support from Unlegit. And now it's Descendant that wants to join them, but they're able to take down one and not many more after that. Descendant just gets there a second too late, and 4 of a kind do a great job of breaking out of their spawn.
Yeah, it's counterintuitive because when we say break out of their spawn, they accomplished it by not breaking out of their spawn, right? They got all 4 spawning in the elevator and they stood still and they said, we know that there's going to be pressure coming down the road of players knowing that they trapped us here to try to take us out. If we all just stand and look at the same thing, we'll just take care of the deal. We'll take care of those players right away. And the team shot wasn't quite there for Incognito, so I think 4 of a kind, good job to at least break out of that, but they still have a lot more to make up after a really substandard start from them.
In Apex, we call that a 3-2-1ing a player, and I felt like that's exactly what they did. Almost probably even counted it down like they do in Apex. 14-11 is the advantage right now for Incognito, but 4 of a kind have quickly clawed their way back into this game, and you see Snakebite actually slithering his way over toward the glass side of the map. Yaxin avoids that angle from the Battler side. Snakebite saw him for a second and continues to ping. He knows that Acid has also moved through the goal, so this is opportunity. Knowledge is power, and those headphones are getting maximum knowledge, and now he's gonna get maximum value because of it. 2 go down. Descendant gets distracted. That was the 3rd. Incognito now are a bit staggered.
Incognito need to be aware of their disconnects. That was a massive disconnect by 2 halves of their team. They went 2-2 split, but there was no connection between either side of the offense there from Incognito, and they got completely pulverized for it. They lost the lead temporarily there, and with Camouflage coming up, 4 of a kind is able to get away with this. This is their opening to start to actually take a lead in this game, which would be shocking to say after, you know, such a great start for Incognito. It's 4 of a kind that seem to have the better future.
4 of a kind take the lead here. Not looking to turn away with it here. That's a big kill that Trippy's able to take down on Descendant. That clears his backside, and now he just gets a forward, just played forward on the map, which is exactly what he and Snakebite do. Get yourself a shock. There's gonna be 2 more players in front of you. Descendant tries to get involved from the opposite side of the map, but he doesn't realize Taulek and Precision are there. 4 of a kind are everywhere.
players don't have the immediate ability to help each other either. From Incognito, players being caught out into the open and found in isolation is going to be a losing recipe each time.
Forvacon just moving in rhythm right now, as everything seems so methodic here. As 25 to 20 is the advantage at the moment. Trippy on screen now with the shock. He gets the information that Unlegit is moving through the camo side, and they're able to take him down. And now Descendant by himself over to his back blue. Acid. Okay, that's a 1v1 he definitely should not have won.
No, and look, that was really well played by Trippy. I like the way he progressed up. Sometimes a guy just comes out and wins a fight like that. He has no business winning there. Acid getting away with one, and that might be an opening for Incognito to get back into this game. That is a filthy play by Acid, and something that they dearly needed, because Forvacon was starting to run away with this. Now you can suddenly see the equation much different. Forvacon largely stuck across the map from each other. It's going to be a lot of tension on this map. It's how it's going to resolve is the big question now.
Every time Incognito need a playmaker, it's Acid the one who's been to step up here. Now, he earned himself a shock in his hands because of it, but I say that meanwhile for Screen, the action goes down. The same thing for Unlegit. Now Acid has to push through the gold side. Doesn't have the help that he wants, and because of that, overwhelmed through the gold side of the map. Descendant does get there a second too late, and because of that, not a single player goes down.
Yeah, TNT there. Trippy and Taulek played that just about perfect. It might be perfect the way that they handled that pressure. They never disconnected from each other. Their reticles were always looking towards the same thing. They identified where pressure was coming from and handled business. Impressive display by Trippy and Taulek. And you can see the downstream effect of it is they have a 6-kill lead now. They didn't need that camouflage. They, in fact, go for the burn on it with an aggressive camo play. Suddenly, time is going to be running short for Incognito. With a 4 down here, this is an extremely scary situation for Incognito.
For some of the people who maybe are coming into this game like in the middle of it and maybe didn't see the beginning half, you probably would find it very hard to believe that Incognito started off with a 9-2 advantage. It is now 39-29 here, as Forvacon do end up hitting the 40 kill mark and have, or just about a double-digit lead. Forvacon, they took control. They're not looking back, and this could be the end of this series.
And the big difference between these two teams at the end of the game now is the amount of risk that they can take. Right now, Forvacon, they can be a lot more cavalier about how they want to make a push happen. They can afford to give up a life here and there. On the other side, Incognito can't afford to make a misstep. These, anytime they go down in a gunfight, that's a big cost to their team.
Bait switch action, a little bit of team damage action, but hey, it happens. Snake by the Trippy, they quickly become best of friends here, and when you're on the same wavelength, sometimes you get into each other's way. 44-35 is the advantage here. Taulek does find some weaker players in front of him, but when you have a double-digit lead, you can afford a mistake or two. In fact, I'd start betraying my teammates right now just for the fun of it.
With a few team kills, it's only possible at Halo, isn't it? Because you can run through your teammates in this game. Any other game, you would have bumped them to the left or to the right. He just went right through it. That was a perfect headshot on his teammate, but only 3 kills left for Forvacon here. Really tough situation for them not to win the game. And that grapple from Snakebite should probably secure that kill. It will. A 10-kill differential with only 2 left. Forvacon, it just feels like there's no way they can lose this game. And you can see what I mean by right now Forvacon can take bigger risks, right? like in no world is a player grappling through the middle of the map like that unless they know they can get away with it because they have a massive lead. Congratulations to Forvacon taking down the series 4-1 against Incognito.
Another excellent matchup here in your Pro League Sunday here. That was your 3rd of 4. That means we still have one more coming out a little bit later on here. But as we take a look at the series layout, we see it was a whole lot of Forvacon. And even in some of the games where we saw Incognito have an advantage, some way Forvacon were able to kind of take control in the 3rd quarter and then just close it out with that. We saw that in that very last matchup that we saw as well in that Stellur. And 16-9 is going to be the final score line from Trippy. 10.0 KDA out of him. I'm taking a look at everybody's stats. Everybody's looking respectable on the side of Forvacon.
I want to give a big shout out to Trippy and Taulek because I think they showed perfect play in that position where they were at top gold and they were getting pushed by multiple angles. The way that they played off each other, understanding that they're going to feel a lot of pressure and knowing, look, we got to go one spot to the next spot to the next spot and just make sure that we're doing the same thing as a team. It showed that they had superb communication throughout that game, and they handled their business there. There's a lot of moments in that game where it felt like Incognito were gonna win in that Slayer, and when they were in those positions, it felt like Four of a Kind found their answer at the right moment. I think a crucial one was from Trippy and Taulek in that position at top gold.
I love the fact that you gave Trippy a special shout out there. I'm gonna give a special shout out to Snakebite, because just when your teammate's head is getting too big, you got to bring him down a couple of notches. So that betrayal, exactly. That betrayal right there was exactly what Trippy needed. You know, it's yin and yang type stuff. You know, everything.
Well, honestly, it's almost like a shout out should go to Trippy, because I think Trippy realized that his ego is getting too big. He said, wait a second, I got to get humbled here. He ran through Snakebite's body to say, hey, look, let me take this shot. You know, I can't look too good here. And, you know, he's doing two things, because, right, he's humbling himself, but he's also making his teammate look bad at the same time. So it's like he's accomplishing the goal while saving that street cred. So, honestly, a big shout-out to Trippy for handling that team kill the way he did.
Big shout-out to Trippy and all of Four of a Kind. They're starting off your Pro League 2-0 the same as Shopify Rebellion. We also see that the rest of, everybody kind of coming up the rear a little bit here. You see Inconceivable, who are 1-0 right now. We still have to see their matchup against the likes of a descending baseline. Right now, Cloud9 and FaZe 1-1, which is respectable. Remember, these standings are going to be extremely important. Every single series matter. And in fact, I would even argue and say every single map matters, because only 6 teams will be invited to compete on land and to compete for the big prize pool that every one of these teams want their hands on. So keep an eye out on the records, but also look at that second column right there, the map counts. When it gets down to the tiebreakers, those maps will matter.
Yeah, right now I think that race between 6, 7, and 8 is going to really matter. And our next game between Ascending Baseline and Inconceivable, this is a big one for Ascending Baseline. Getting a win on the board, I think would really help solidify their spot in 6th place right now. But because it's if they all go down 0-2, suddenly each one of those games, Ascending Baseline versus Mercenaries versus Incognito, all those are going to be really, really crucial games. Because right now it looks like that 6th spot is going to be a bloodbath. As the way things have folded out for now, but still a lot of league play left to go, so nothing's quite set in stone, but it does feel like we're setting ourselves up for at least some big weeks coming up here soon.
Yeah, and even put that even a little bit more into context here. Your Mercenaries are 0-2 as well, but notice that they have 4 map wins. You know, if Ascending Baseline put on a similar performance to Incognito going up against their match with Inconceivable, well, they'll still be 3 wins behind Mercenaries, who definitely would usurp them into that 6th spot. So again, like you said, like you alluded to, still plenty of Pro League action, but just to kind of give you guys a little bit of visual on what that can look like and how the maps can affect things here. We just saw a fantastic matchup, and a little bit less than an hour, we're going to see another one here between Inconceivable and in between Ascending Baseline. I guess before we go to break and before we kind of start setting up for that matchup, Tools, is there anything that you want to say for the people at home? They're here right now, but how can they actually find out about all the amazing Pro League action?
Yeah, look, if you're wanting to stay up to date, know when matches are happening, what's coming next, there's a great way to do so. !mark newsletter in the chat. You can join there. You go to join.lvthalo.com. You'll get a weekly email blast showing you what's happening this week, what matches are coming, what drops that we have. It's the best way to stay involved and to know what's going on. You can also stay tuned on our social channels on Twitter, or Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, Instagram. You can stay on the home page, lvthalo.com. We have everything there, so plenty of resources to find your way involved in what's going on. These Sundays I think have been great. I love the fact that we just have high quality matches all day on these Sundays. It's going to be an absolute blast. I want to give a big shout out to Shopify Rebellion. I mean, this Halo Pro League is not possible without the partnership with Shopify Rebellion, putting up $128,000, offering their Los Angeles HQ as a spot for this land to go down to play on the high quality equipment that they have. I think this league is going to be an incredible finish
here in November. So get ready, tune in each week, and we got some great matches still to come today.
I couldn't even said it better myself, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We come back from our break. We're going to actually have our final Pro League matchup here. Remember, $128,000 is on the line right here in your Halo Pro League, co-presented by Shopify Betting. We'll see you at 7 p.m. Eastern, where we'll have your final matchup.
Welcome back to the LVT Halo Pro League Finals. It is actually the grand finals where we start our session, our stream right here. Wow, what an incredible series we have. We're in the Shopify Rebellion LA HQ, and the grand finals is none other than Shopify Rebellion and Optic Gaming. Let's start talking about Optic Gaming and their key players going into this grand finals.
I mean, it's right there on your screen. Renegade in 4 out of the 6 categories. He is first. This man is absolutely disgusting. A 1.30 KD in this weekend alone. He has performed the way I say he needed to when Optic wins, and Optic are winning.
Yeah, so far, he's just been unbelievable. I mean, you see the first, right? KD, a 1.3 is insane. The number 1 for the team kill percentage is what's crazy to me. So 29% of Optic's kills have gone through that man. That's the most of anyone here. And I think when you pair Renegade alongside the, the players on Optic Gaming, that's when you find this fantastic combination.
I really enjoy what Renegade's been able to do, and just the ability to take over games with those insane snipes, with those 2v1s that he's constantly in, and his ability to move around the map and stay alive as well. There's just so many things that are involved in his game, and to simplify it is just, it's going to be an injustice.
All right, we talked about some players from Optic Gaming. Let's talk about Shopify Rebellion.
I mean, so far, Royal 2 has been absolutely phenomenal for Shopify Rebellion. He's right there with everyone else in those top stats in the KD. I'd be fiercely looking out for him if I'm on the side of Optic Gaming. Do not let this man go free. Royal 2, look at that, second in the KD. He's right there alongside Renegade, and he has been so impactful. I really look at that damage dealt per life as the key indicator. It shows that he's staying alive and he is doing damage.
Yeah, I think that's just his role, and it's been his role on Shopify Rebellion, being that back player pretty often, but his dynamic ability to go into that front line if need be is also very impressive. He does not like to miss, and if you watch his stream, he does not like to die very often either in these games.
Now, Shopify Rebellion is coming from the upper side of the bracket. This is the grand final. This is the trophy that they will also be, the winner of this grand finals will also be hoisting up at the end of today. Will it be Shopify or will it be Optic? So we have Shopify Rebellion. They already defeated Optic Gaming once in the upper side of the bracket. And not only did they do that here, but they're also the reigning champs from Salt Lake City, and they're on their home right now. They're the Shopify Rebellion HQ. What advantage does that give them?
I think they're playing with so much confidence. When you look at Cycle and LastShot in particular, you can tell that something's changed in them. They know that they can do it. They know who they are now. And now Shopify Rebellion seems to be a scary team.
Now, active Optic Gaming, they're coming from the lower bracket and they have to reset.
It's an advantage. It's an advantage for them, Aliak. I think them going to that lower bracket, getting that extra best of 7, it's going to make them a better team, and they're going to come out firing on all cylinders here.
Now, the first time in the land that we start on Lattice, King of the Hill. Curious what you guys think about this one, but here we go. Shopify Rebellion versus Optic Gaming. This is where we start our grand finals.
It's an interesting one. No longer breaking up the series. Lattice at the very start, and we get to see what these teams are made of, right? Again, I am a big proponent in throwing all the stats away. They are important, but this is it right here. This grand finals, it could go the distance, ladies and gentlemen, so make sure you get all your snacks. Make sure you're set up and ready for a potential reset.
And here we go into the fight. Renegade wasting no time getting into the front lines. Expect to see him be aggressive throughout this series. So with a 1.3 KD, I don't think he feels like he can lose gunfights.
Of course, it's Royal 2, the man that had that damage dealt per life, and he's going to continue to put that damage in as time goes on throughout this first game of the grand finals. He has been that man, and not necessarily with the power weapons, but that man that just constantly allows his team to go freely on the map because of everyone that's weak.
Well, so far, 3 that go down for Optic Gaming. We've seen the combination of Frosty and Royal 2 controlling the snipers for Shopify Rebellion. You might just see why here. Hits the body, but cannot get the headshot. Formal going to be able to break away that sniper, but it's still Shopify Rebellion that scores.
You heard Lunchbox say in the interview, it's about who comes to play and who plays better at any given day, and that's exactly what we're looking for here. Who's going to hit those snipe shots? Who's going to be aggressive and win their pips? And right now, it's going to be Formal staying alive for a moment, but he ends up going down.
Tough spot for Formal to try to stay alive there, but 3 of Shopify Rebellion go down, and Royal 2, he's going to have 2 players looking down on him. There's nothing he can do to stay alive there. About 75% of that hill
captured for Shopify Rebellion before Optic gets the break. I love that from Renegade.
I mean, he's got 3 shots to work with, already hits the first one. I can guarantee the next 2 are going to hit as well. That's what you pretty much see anytime you watch this man screen. The impact he has with this snipe is just unheard of.
Look at all those reticles of Shopify Rebellion trained on a singular position. They called Renegade out, and they instantly took care of that sniper, not letting him have as much of an impact as he'd like.
And that's a really big adaptation because in previous series he did.
6 kills for Cycle, 5 for LastShot so far in the game. It's the young guns that have been coming out for Shopify Rebellion. It's a big reason as to why they'll strike first in this King of the Hill.
Look at Royal 2's positioning here on the catwalk, right? His ability to be up here is just a menace, right? They can spawn on that blue side, but he's got that entire side to himself.
Oh, look at LastShot going in. He has that QT to get out if he feels the danger, but there will be none when you get 4 down like that. Look at Optic Gaming spawn. They're going to be all the way across the map. This should be a lot of free time for Shopify Rebellion, and Frosty pressuring the initial spawners. Optic Gaming not able to handle that pressure.
Frosty ends up going down. That'll be at 4th death of the game, but it's going to be Cycle once again. The young guns of Cycle and LastShot have not missed a beat today.
They're combined 14-4 in this game. They are just winning gunfights at the moment, and there has not been a solution to these 2 yet. And look at the team shot from Shopify Rebellion. Everything's connected. Everything feels smooth at the moment.
And it's again, look at that. The multitasking out of Frosty is able to get 2 in the span of a couple of seconds because he's selfless in his play.
Well, you see the sniper go over to LastShot, but he had to give up spacing towards hill to do this. Because of that, Optic Gaming do have closer spawns towards this hill, causing contest. Shopify Rebellion, by getting this power weapon, have inadvertently flipped out their spawns, giving Optic Gaming some hill time.
LastShot with the snipe in his hands, and they're going to push aggressively. Optic are getting some time, but it's about picking them apart one by one, and that's exactly what they do, all 4 dead.
If that doesn't tell you what the type of team Shopify Rebellion is, I don't know what will. It was perfectly played. LastShot comes in with the sniper, hits it, and then in the back ranks, it's Royal 2 in isolation getting kills. This is what they do best. That sniper down, but it's not necessarily out of the possession of Shopify Rebellion. They'll kick it up right off spawn.
And you've got to feel good if you're LastShot right there. You get 2 players down and no shields, both of them cleaned up one after the other. You can depend on your team to do that.
Oh, Cycle hitting a perfect shot. He has 11 to his name and only 2 deaths. If you let him get away with this, this will be too easy for Shopify Rebellion.
This is the way you start a grand finals here if you're Shopify Rebellion. You had Optic that had an entire series above you in terms of playing the game and keeping warm, but you come out just as hot here in game number 1. 2-0 is still the lead.
And the reality is just the outslays have been too strong for Shopify Rebellion. Optic Gaming have not been able to get their trade outs, and because of it, Shopify Rebellion just feel like they're everywhere at once. They always have players up on the map ready to advance.
QT's gonna run out. Formal's gonna get a big kill. It's 2 down for each side, but Shopify find themselves inside the hill. And there's the push. It's a double push. Renegade and Legend occupying both levels of the side of blue. And Royal 2 utilizing the crystal to stay alive. This has been such an annoying spot for a lot of players.
Yeah, and Legend's gonna be like, you annoyed my teammate, I'll annoy yours. He goes up into the glass, he says, try to get me. Jabbing left and right, but here we go. The one-on-one finally becomes a 1v2. It's taken that long, and it's the reinforcements of Shopify Rebellion that get there first.
Yeah, we should maybe shift that hill a little bit to the left, just a bit away from that crystal. But regardless, it's a great use of this map.
And with that 4 going down, Shopify Rebellion about 3/4 of the way there. Optic Gaming are to spawn so far away. I don't even know if they have the time to necessarily get this contest. It looks likely that Rebellion's gonna go up 3-0.
It's all gonna come down to these next couple slays. Frosty's gonna go down to Former right there. That opens things up for Legend to hop in. It's a 1-by-1 scenario here, and Legend staying alive so incredibly well. But LastShot comes in, gets a double, is able to help with the 3rd, and that's 3-0.
And the big thing is Optic Gaming aren't getting those trades that they need to at the beginning of these gunfights. Shopify Rebellion have just done a fantastic job of baiting each other, but saving each other at the same time, not letting their teammates go alone into these gunfights.
Royal 2. The highest damage per life, and we're seeing why. He stays alive, but ends up getting taken out there. It's still down 3 for Optic Gaming, and once again, it's Shopify Rebellion in the advantage.
And with that, you see them starting to get control of that back blue spawn. With it, they'll have instant access towards the hill, and with Sniper in the hands of LastShot, things just got harder for Optic Gaming. Let's hop into the comms of Shopify Rebellion.
What's up, in? Come in, me. Keep pushing left. Keep pushing left. Do not wrap. Do not wrap. Get out. Quantum, yo. Watch out. Renegade, Quantum. You're good. Call back to me. One include formal.
Yo, you should get lost.
Too simple.
Long con, guys. Long con. I'm wrapping right. I'm gonna wrap right. Nice. Keep going to the
wait. We got some in red. It's gonna call back. Oh my god, nice. Top midway. I don't know if you can see. Right. Yo, top redwood.
Two on me.
In right, guys. Yeah, he's fine. Sunboot, never cut him out.
Top right. I naded him.
Keep on.
One on Preston.
Okay, red. In front of Quantum. Quantum weak. On Quantum 2 shot. He down in place. We're playing time, right?
Yo, 2 on me. You're good.
One red. One red. Ice.
Yo, ice to blue.
2 red. I'm just gonna finesse.
Wrap back to blue.
Over blue. Never died. Yo. Top it right now. Quantum.
Okay, push out left again, guys.
Oh, I got Victor over there. One right here.
Quantum again.
You red. One's front red. Going red. Top much. Yo, 2 top it, guys. 2 top it. Oh, QT's on weak. He's on 1A. He's on 1A. Front red. Collision. Front red. Shot formal. One shot.
Yeah, red ball.
Increase.
2 wide. 2 on white.
1 mid. Good, bro.
Yo, connector, 2 crates.
Wrapping blue.
You should go for it.
I see connector now. 3 on me. 3 blue. One guy hill. Yo, weak.
Tower side hill.
Yo, pipes. Blue pipes.
We can know.
Blue pipes right now. Blue pipes. Two blue pipes.
Hill on the open. Shot down.
Okay, I'm down. Hill. No, top tower. Oh, guys, fuck QT. I'm plugging QT. Tower's dead. I got QT off on red.
Gonna die. Great.
Double kill.
Yeah, blue. Last blue. He's going connector or hill.
Yeah, they're gonna spawn in blue, okay? We can wrap.
Yeah.
And with 30 seconds of neutral time in the clock, it is still Shopify Rebellion that this entire time have cut that clock down and have a 3-0 lead. And that's their benefit of going up 3-0. That's what they earn as their reward, the ability just to play Slayer for a couple minutes. And you see that reflected in the scoreboard. They've all been able to pad out those stats, work with each other, as they have just such a simple game compared to Optic Gaming, who have to get into this hill. For them, it's just about finding kills.
Well, the first kill goes into bound. Renegade goes down as well. It's going to make things just a bit easier. Even if Optic were to get this hill, it's not going to happen.
And they'll be able to close this one out, not allowing Optic Gaming to get a hill, but look at those stats.
Oh my word.
Shopify Rebellion starting out strong, and the vibes are great on the Shopify Rebellion side. They're just overall looking really strong, and I'm curious, Tools, what players led to this initial victory?
I thought Cycle and LastShot just came out the gate so hot with each other, but I was so impressed with Cycle. I mean, look at what this kid did today. 21 kills to his name. He's gonna have the second lowest deaths in the lobby at 10, but then he also has the most assists for his team. It's incredible what he's able to accomplish, and it really comes from him being able to survive in the front lines. If he's able to just get away with a life, get away with another, it just comes back and it hurts the other side with compounding interest.
Yeah, honestly, I think Cycle heard our pre-show and he was like, I can't have LastShot, I can't have anyone in the #1 here. A Renegade in #1, 3 different stats. I gotta take this over, and he did so in that game 1.
Now, Shopify Rebellion had a great start. I want to know what you guys think Optic Gaming could have done better here. Is Lattice just not their move?
I mean, I do think that Lattice being a new map can create some sort of I was gonna say it's like I just don't buy it as an excuse anymore. You know, we've had it long enough that you should be well trained on it, and I think Optic Gaming are. It's just Shopify Rebellion outplayed on this game. They were winning their slays. They were playing just a little bit better on their connections. To me, it's not about the map. It's about the way these guys played.
And you talk about the LeBound combo, not having the best game, and that happens, right? It's unfortunate, but it happens in these games, and I think that was a big factor along with what Tool said. I think that slays were not on their side, and
I kind of agree with the fact that you can't make it an excuse anymore, but at the same time, there's still so much to learn on this map, but the foundations of the map should be strong for each of these teams.
Well, Optic Gaming is a team that's known to bounce back from anything, like back against the wall. We've seen them do reverse sweeps, grand final resets, and we're only just getting started in this grand finals. Our game number 2 is going to be Slayer, and if there's a team to get angry, it is Optic Gaming Tools. How do you think Optic's going to approach this?
I mean, they've looked way better in their Slayers this tournament than they have in previous ones. When we saw them play against Shopify Rebellion earlier in the tournament, they won the game 2, they won the game 5 Slayer, which is something that had been eluding them in times past. I think this is a much stronger team on Slayer than what we saw at Salt Lake City. I expect to see a strong answer back from Optic Gaming.
Yeah, their Slayers have been phenomenally good. And again, I got to give a little bit of credit to Shopify Rebellion and the LBT Pro League online, because we did have those $1,000 best of 7 series, and I think that gives these players a little bit more motivation to put more work towards these Slayers. Like Tools had mentioned, you can't really replicate the Slayers, so there's not a lot of ways to practice, but you know, Shopify Rebellion in partnership with us, we're able to provide that practice.
Now, Aquarius is a map that is, you know, in terms of power weapons, it's not the one that has rockets, no snipers, none of that. So how does this change the game?
It's all about communication and playing with each other, right? And making sure that you aren't doing anything too much individually. It's so easy for Aquarius to spiral out of control if you just go and you scam away your life, or you play too fast into the front line. So it's important for these teams to understand, what risk am I taking with every push, right? Is there a benefit to trying to go for some of these quick flanks? In particular, I'm going to be looking at Bound. He loves to get aggressive into those front lines. If those pushes are successful, if he's able to create chaos for Optic Gaming, it'll be a much better result this time.
Well, Optic Gaming has been doing great on Slayers. They did so against FaZe, and now they're up against Shopify Rebellion. Can they continue to do well in Slayer? We will find out in this Aquarius Slayer. Well, they'll have a chance to tie the series up in this game number 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, well set up, Aliek, game number 2. This is going to be a great game, and this series is going to go back and forth. I am telling you right now, it has gone back and forth time and time again. I think that Optic, they're going to wake up, they're going to clock in here. We're going to have a great series on our hands, but we can't minimize how well Shopify Rebellion have been playing. They are just on their P's and Q's, and that's exactly what needs to happen. Let's hop on board with Renegade.
When they played in the winners finals, Optic Gaming had the best success when they were able to shut Cycle down, when they were able to punish some of his plays and not allow him to stay alive. If they're able to do that this time around, I think they'll have some good success.
Renegade ends up going down there. It's going to be 2 kills here. I think that 3 for the side of Shopify Rebellion. Camo's still up at the top center of the map. That's going to be a point of contention, but no one from Shopify able to get it.
The Royal 2 still in that top east side. He's going to be able to have eyes onto that camouflage, and the LastShot comes in to help refill the position. Camo still up on the map, and the Slays are starting to head towards Shopify Rebellion. Optic Gaming were not able to get away with that camo despite having 3 down, and it's the player that was last alive that got away with the camouflage, and now it's Optic Gaming that are 3 down. Shopify Rebellion, from the biggest disadvantage you can have in the game, have started to roar back, and I just heard Frosty from the other room screaming, "Let's go."
I absolutely love to see that energy out of Frosty. They are on home turf, ladies and gentlemen. They are not going to let this go easily. It's 11-6 the lead so far.
Now Shopify Rebellion starting to get loud in their room. Let's dive into their comms early in the game 2.
He's weak. Yo, there is one blue engine. Yeah, could be Jen. Could be Jen. Blue flag on me, Renegade, absolutely. Blue. Nice, get out. I'll shock Jen. Low Jen, watch out. Low Jen, he's right side, low Jen. Watch out, Jen, watch out. Walking blue, still low Jen. No one on guys. No one on my flag on me, 100%. I heard him. Shock. Low engine. Shock on it. After Corwin going to yellow Jen, watch out. Nice, let's spawn yellow flag. Let's spawn yellow flag, yeah. I'm trapping Peter. Yeah, spawn blue, you're good. Yellow fan, you're good. Two gen, Matt. Flag weak. One shot, yo, Peter, 2 there. Yo, perfect. One's going out. Running front yellow to yellow card. Yellow Jen, Take your time, Preston.
On shocks right now, Preston.
Camo 10. Camo 10. Camo 10.
Yo, yellow engine.
Camo now. Camo now. Camo now.
Yellow car jumping at top car. On camo, weak.
Yellow vent. Yellow vent.
Yeah, I shot twice. Renegade has cam.
You can hear the comms right at the end there. Renegade has the camo. What is he going to be able to do with it, though? This is a big moment in this game.
He needs to find an answer right here and now. They're down by 9 kills. It's still early enough for Optic Gaming to make this comeback, but it needs to be off something special off this camouflage. And who else better to have it than Renegade?
Well, he's got 3 players in front of him, has to back up. They do spot him, so that's at least information here. And he's going to have to reroute somewhere really sneaky if he wants to get anything done.
The key success to being good with camouflage is to act like you don't have it.
Oh, he did a little too long there. Let's go! Oh, my word. Bound gets one as well.
Renegade, I love the way this guy plays. He just doesn't miss the shots when they matter. Able to find some crucial kills. Frosty off spawn, trying to get his revenge, but Renegade gets his gun reloaded, and Frosty finds his demise. He's not done yet. The demons come to play.
This is where you see Optic put their foot on the gas pedal, and that's where you have to watch out, because that train is rolling through, and there's another kill for them.
It was a 9-point differential when we saw the camouflage picked up by Renegade. He gets out of it, and look at what's happened. 4 kills closer now. LastShot finally able to stop the run of Renegade, but I feel like we are seeing more life from Optic Gaming.
That's a good answer. What is Cycle going to do, though? He's been phenomenal all day long. 9 and 4 in this game alone. LastShot goes down as well. It's going to be Legend now. He ends up pushing through, and he's got his teammates to help him out.
That's a great reassurance for him to wrap that corner and see his spawns. That means he knows that he can be a little bit more aggressive still, as the help is right beside him. Great damage. Just take this one step at a time. You have 7 minutes and 30 seconds. There's no reason to rush into this. Ensure that you're playing smart and having clean gunfights. But Frosty, that was from across the map with the BR.
That's just a good, tiny little angle. He was able to catch him out. That one's playing his life really well. 3 members of Optic trapped inside the base, but are they trapped? The defensive wall stands strong.
Still, it's only a 5-kill differential. Optic Gaming still have the chance to get back here, but they need to win these gunfights. Both players down to 1 shot. It's Royal 2 that's able to take down both. Bound gets the trade out, but this is just 1 step closer for Shopify Rebellion. Trade for trade benefits them.
6-kill lead remains. Cut it down to 4 now. Royal 2 multitasking so well, but not going to be enough. All 4 down goes Shopify
He's
Rebellion.
half an inch of that reticle moving up from getting that double kill there, but now, with Optic Gaming getting this camouflage, they might just be able to start the comeback. Renegade once again has it in his hands. They're starting to formulate their ideas. 2 players on opposite lanes for Shopify Rebellion.
We saw what he was capable of with the last one. Multiple players on the side of P. It's going to be Frosty that gets the first kill. The pings are coming out. Renegade's got to make a play. Gets the first kill. Another one in front of him. There's the double on a Renegade.
Slow and methodical play by Optic Gaming. No one spreading out their life too much. Just a 2-kill differential. This Renegade camouflage about to run out. Let's dive into the comms of Optic Gaming.
He's beat down, bro. He's currently. He's different.
Watch over Sabri.
Watch car 1. Yeah, from blue. Right.
They're gonna play down there.
We blue flag.
Heard you.
Score 3 thing.
Yeah, he's currently.
Repeat that week. Watch out, blue. Bottom me.
Yo, 2 watch us.
Yeah, one's the flag.
Another one shot.
Bottom in, from blue. From blue week.
One truck dead. One more was yellow card.
Yeah, one's blue flag. They're gonna be engine blue flag. There's a blue flag. They might try to play for John.
Repeater. We're all pink here.
Top car, last shot.
Yeah, blue P on me. I'm
Taulek.
blue window.
Blue flag, Watch out, blue flag. One shot.
30 crosses. I'm getting yellow.
One's yellow flag, one's blue flag.
We're pushing yellow, guys. We're pushing yellow.
Yeah. Yellow flag, man. I'm sorry, watch out, Pedro. I'm getting shot in the back. Watch out, Pedro. Watch out, front base. Come on. Bottom in. For yellow.
We need 5, guys.
Bottom in.
One shot bottom.
Not kill him. Back up. P2, I think
Yo, he chased me. He's trying yellow. He's dead.
Nice, go.
I'm one shot, guys. I'm one shot.
Probably pink side.
Yo, P2, guys. P2. P2 weak, Brad. I'm twice. Top car, me. Top car, weak. Top car.
Two guys cards. There's 2 guys there. No one's there.
One's like P or something.
Watch you push, man.
I don't trust you, man.
Trying to come down.
With a massive kill by Renegade, it's still a 3-kill deficit. Renegade has to live here.
That nade was enough to zone him out, but he has so many players to deal with. All of Shopify Rebellion was hunting him down. Shopify Rebellion just need 2 more kills, but Optic Gaming, they are just one team wipe. If they can win one clean gunfight, they can steal this one away.
Formal takes a lot of damage though. Cycle's gonna be there to try and clean it up. Formal's not peeking though. It's gonna be a lot of damage into Cycle, but what he does best is stay alive. 49, go Shopify, make it 50. They take game 2.
Shopify Rebellion just 2 games away. This is a best out of 7, 2 games away from winning the grand finals. You can see LastShot's excitement there. They're just getting so close to getting this trophy and getting the biggest prize pool share of the $50,000. Now we take a look at the stats tools. What stands out to you?
And this is Shopify Rebellion getting the benefit of the work they did early in the game, building up that big lead and then being able to sit on that. And despite Optic Gaming having an incredible surge of kills at the end, they withstand it. I'm looking at Cycle once again. When Optic Gaming had success in the first winners final, when they went to game 7, it was when they were able to put Cycle onto the respawn screen. They have just not been able to do that in this series thus far. Only 9 deaths for him. He's overperforming on those deaths. He's maximizing the amount of damage he's taking each life. He's always involved, and it's been a frustrating moment. He's just been frustrating for Optic Gaming to deal with.
You know what's really cool? Every time, and I know they've won the 2 matches, but I would say even when they lose, every time we go to this camera right here, we see smiles on the face of Shopify Rebellion. And I want you to really think about this. Imagine your brother or your sister or your mom or your best friend. You're going to war with them, right? It would feel good to win that war, right? But then let's put it on the other side where you're going to war with coworkers that you don't really like too much. Which one do you want to win more with? It's your family. This is a family right here. These guys are so connected inside and outside the game, and I absolutely love to see it. You can just tell the vibes are so strong in this camp.
Well, Active, what are the best moments that you see here on this replay?
I think Renegade did a great job with Camo. He had multiple Camo plays where he was able to take over and even bring this back. And honestly, I don't think anyone on Optic Gaming performed badly. I just think the Shopify Rebellion did a better job at, not giving away any of these lives and stopping situations like this where Renegade was going to pop off.
Well, I'm just going to take the credit for Cycle because I let him go eat his lunch on time.
There you
Otherwise, it could be a tied series.
There you go.
Tools, I want to get your thoughts on that last game.
And that last game was a great performance by Shopify Rebellion to be strong early and to hold on. And now I feel like they put themselves in such a dominant spot as we continue into this series. Because look at game 3, Forbidden Flag. That's a scary sight if you're a fan of the Green Wall, if you're a part of it, because Shopify Rebellion, this is their bread and butter. Right? This is their best game mode combination in the HCS map pool. Those dual snipers, their ability to cut lanes and to play fast into the objective, they are the best Forbidden Flag team in the HCS.
Now, Active, if you're a fan of Optic, what would you tell them to do in this Forbidden CTF?
I would just say that, Optic needs to do what they do best, and that's push aggressively, be confident in their pushes, make those individual pivots work out. I think that a lot of people will look at this series layout and doubt Optic even a shred, and I think that's just crazy. We've seen what they're capable of. They can easily bring this back. They've got an oddball in Game 4. We know that that's just a check mark for them most of the time. I mean, any given day it's different, but I just think that Optic Gaming needs to do what they do best. They need to start slaying. They need to start winning their pivs. Renegade's doing what he does best. Everyone else come together. We'll have the Optic that I think a lot of teams are scared of in the HCS.
Well, Shopify Rebellion is only 2 games away from winning the grand finals. Optic have a hill to climb. They have to win this grand finals and reset and win another grand finals. Can they start that reverse sweep here in Forbidden CTF? Time is running out.
Dual snipers. It's the mandate that wins games on Forbidden, and something that Shopify Rebellion do extremely well is their opening pressure. They like to send one player towards their own snipe, double up on the opponent's sniper lane, and then usually have one player that's roaming and trying to accelerate that clock towards the flag. For Optic Gaming to have success in this game, they need to deny the snipers to Shopify Rebellion.
Well, right now they're going to send Renegade towards that snipe. 2 of them on the side of Shopify going to push towards their sniper. OS is up top as well. Renegade isolated here on an island. Is he going to be able to
Look at Frosty.
Yeah, beautiful.
Look at Frosty. He is already getting into the base of Optic Gaming. This flag is going to go out here and now as they go 3 down. This is why Shopify Rebellion is so dangerous. They don't waste any time. They've increased the pace. They force you to deal with the objective. We are 30 seconds into this game, and Shopify Rebellion have struck first.
All cycle ends up going down, though. Royal 2's going to get a double. That's the first cap that goes in for Shopify Rebellion, and Royal 2 has a lot of overshield to work with.
And everything just worked out perfectly. With this extra overshield, he can just keep this flag moving. Optic Gaming don't have a lot of options into the front lines. It's a sniper overshield combination of Royal 2 that is spelling disaster for Optic Gaming.
Using the S7 like a shotgun, that flag passes that runway side, and it's already towards the nest of the other side of Shopify Rebellion. 3 go down for Optic.
Ladies and gentlemen, get your stopwatches out. We might be in speed run mode. It's just one more flag for Shopify Rebellion. They're playing at a blistering pace. If they get a clean wipe, Optic Gaming, they're down 0-3 in the series.
Well, those are the wins you need right there in the kill feed. Renegade gets the first kill. That slows things down just a bit, but Royal 2's there with a patient shot. Gets the second one as well. That's a killing spree.
Dynamic plays by Shopify Rebellion. It's been all aggressive, all in the base of Optic Gaming for the first couple minutes of this game. When they get the second capture, they sit in the back. Almost black screen was Renegade, but Royal 2 gonna be patient with this sniper.
I like how Optic are slowing things down right here. They're waiting for that first initial pick. Then they can play comfortably out of their base. You see, that's just gonna barely miss. Royal 2 still towards the top center. Hasn't taken any damage just yet. And you see the double push on the pistol side as well. Cycle is a big factor here. The first kill goes in, but LastShot answers back with a double. And Royal 2 is just peeling faces.
4 down. There's no one here to stop the flag. Royal 2 is on his way. Renegade got a spawn over at the hut. He's the only man that can stop this run. LastShot into the opening spawners of Optic Gaming. That flag past the halfway mark. Renegade got his kill, but the help is here. LastShot versus Renegade for the flag return, but Renegade's done the impossible. Optic Gaming stopped the run. Shopify Rebellion back to the drawing board.
That's the momentum shift they need. Renegade was that important spawn there on the nest side, and you have to know that that nest is open. It's a heavy spawn to happen. Renegade saving the game once again. We'll see what else he can do as this game goes forward.
Second chances for Optic Gaming oftentimes become victories. Shopify Rebellion had the game in their hands, but Renegade stopped it short, and he might just be able to keep this trend going. Snipers up once again. Mission critical for Optic Gaming to keep theirs and to deny Shopify Rebellion.
You got to talk about Legend. He's in the back of Shopify Rebellion's base. Renegade's up there as well with a lot of pressure. They are pressuring the base of Shopify Rebellion.
Renegade got the sniper. Shopify Rebellion, the dual sniper mandate in the hands of Optic Gaming. The second chance is continuing to generate hype.
Renegade gets the kill onto Cycle. Formal stamped his feet on the top center of the map, waiting for the spawn, waiting for the push. It's Frosty, the first one to try, and he takes out Formal.
Just a big win by Frosty. It's gonna alleviate so much of this.
Hello and welcome back. We have our pick band going up here for our next series. Ascending Baselines taking on Inconceivable. And Ascending Baseline is our high seed. So you guys get to choose whether you want to be Team A or Team B during this process. Sunzal, what would you like for this pick band?
Team A.
Team A it is. With that, game one will be Ascending his Baseline's choice for the objective mode. What objective mode would you like?
CTF.
Okay, we're gonna play Capture the Flag to start our series. What map would you like to ban from the pool, Kuhlect?
Aqua.
Aqua is banned. You have a selection between Empyrean and Origin, Sunzal.
Empyrean.
Empyrean it is. What map side would you like, Kuhlect?
Cobra.
Cobra it is. So going into game 3 objective, Kuhlect, this is your choice for mode.
Oddball.
We're going to be playing Oddball. What map ban would you like ascending baseline?
Ban one map, correct? Yeah.
Yeah, ban one map.
Ban streets.
Banning streets. That's going to leave Recharge, Live Fire, and Lattice available for you, Kuhlect.
Lattice.
Lattice it is. What side would you like, Sunzal, for Lattice?
Cobra.
Cobra it is. Game 4 objective. This is going to be ascending baseline's choice. What map? What game type would you like?
King.
King of the Hill it is. We have a ban for Inconceivable on the King of the Hill rotation. What would you like Kuhlect to be banned?
Streets.
Well, to get rid of streets from the pool, that's going to leave Lattice, Live Fire, and Recharge available for you, Sunzal.
A recharge.
Recharge it is. And then what side would you like for Recharge, King of the Hill?
Cobra.
Cobra. Okay. For our game 6 objective, that's going to be Strongholds. That's been predetermined to be Live Fire for this series. What side would you like for Live Fire Strongholds, Sunzal?
Cobra.
Cobra. Okay, we're going to move into our Slayer portion. There's 5 maps in the pool. We're going to ban 2 maps, one for each of you, and then we'll pick from the 3 maps that remain. Ascending baseline, you select the first map ban for Slayer.
Ban streets.
Streets is out of the pool. What would you like to ban, Kuhlect?
Live Fire.
There's no Live Fire in the pool. For game 2, you have a selection between Origin, Recharge, and Solitude. This is for you, Kuhlect.
Let's do Origin.
Origin it is. What side would you like for Origin, Slayer, Sunzal?
Cobra.
Cobra. You get to pick game 5 now, Sunzal. For you have a choice between Recharge and Solitude.
Solitude.
Solitude will be our game 5. What side would you like for our game 5? Kuhlect.
Cobra.
Cobra, and then that's going to leave the final map in rotation to be Recharge Slayer. With that in mind, the choice of side is going to you, Kuhlect. What would you guys like for game 7 side?
Cobra.
Cobra it is. I'll post your guys' map rotation in your team chats. Please start the lobby as fast as we can. We want to start our game here at the top of the hour. Thank you guys very much. And hey, top of the hour. I'm gonna keep it there, boys. If you're late, Twitch chat's gonna see. I'm gonna have them come after you. So we got 8 minutes to get this game started.
I'll wrangle the kids up. Don't worry.
Great. Okay, guys, we'll be right back after this break. Our competition ready to start.
Pressured. You can see Renegade, once Formal goes down, he knows that he has to be much more careful about where he stands. Repositions closer to the half line and gets 2 because of it. Renegade is playing at an unbelievable level right now. He understands what needs to happen.
It's been like that all weekend long for this man on your screen. It was 4 down. The spawners come out. Royal 2 falls once again.
He's getting all these kills, but Optic Gaming have yet to get that flag off the stand. Shopify Rebellion, they've been on their back foot, but so far, no flagpole, no objective going back home. That might just change with Legend getting into the base.
Yeah, you got that OS. That's what they were waiting for at top center. Royal 2's going to go down now as well. That OS is peeled off, though, no longer usable.
That a lot of damage still being put down on the map. Frosty is in that hut trying to take care of Formal, and Legend trying to deal with the one-shots. Very patient is Optic Gaming on this flagpole. They understand we have 7 minutes and 30 seconds to make this happen. We don't need to force anything from this position.
Oh, Legend trying to force that one a little bit. A lot of damage still going out, though. This is still a flag that's alive.
I like this play by Formal. Just keep yourself deep into the side. Shopify Rebellion wins some gunfights. Frosty, though, shuts it down. Massive one-on-one. The second time he's won one of those critical one-on-ones against Formal.
That's where we talk about spawning in your base. Obviously, obviously so much closer is going to allow you to play defense so much easier. 3 go down, though, for Shopify Rebellion. Frosty was the last one.
But Optic Gaming went 3 down in the process as well. This 3 down is actually going to be Shopify Rebellion being able to play out of their base for the first time in the last few minutes. Oh,
Frosty!
Yo, Frosty might have some Wembyama arms right there, bro. He grabbed that thing from deep down. He's 7 foot tall.
Renegade gets another one, and he's been on fire all series long so far. 11 and 6, or at least in this game. Great shots by him on the Cycle. Cycle's gonna fall as well. It's 3 down for Shopify Rebellion.
Once again, they're getting that pressure in, but Shopify Rebellion's flag is still at home. They have not been able to get these flag pulls yet.
Well, here comes the flagpole. Renegade says, I'll get the kills, I'll get the flagpole as well, and I'll try and stay alive. Him going down there is huge.
And right now, when you look at the stat sheet, it's Renegade saying, I'm trying to do everything. And he is 12 and 7 in this game. He's been in those front lines, but Shopify Rebellion recover. And with that, the snipers are coming up, and Cycle's not going to let this one go to chance. He's going to be able to grab it. LastShot in combination got the overshield. Optic Gaming might just be in trouble.
Yeah, this might be the dagger right here. We'll see what Optic Gaming are going to do.
He got a double kill towards the sniper players. Right now, everything is going against Optic Gaming.
Timing, he gets him. Let's see if he's able to stay alive here, though.
Look, they're stuck like fish in a barrel. They cannot move from their spawn.
Well, Legend already got through the wrong-way side, so it's up to these 2 players from Optic. Legend's gonna come back. He has to double back. Pounding Renegade. Bound takes the body shot. Is Renegade gonna be able to help him out? Royal 2 picks them apart 1 by 1, a killing spree.
And it's just too easy when you let him line up like this. 2 snipers looking down into the base of Optic Gaming. The pressure is all on them. And LastShot waiting for his opportunity to go pull the flag.
Yeah, Frosty's just lighting up the B as well. This is just looking bleak for the side of Optic Gaming, and this would not be how you want to start this series down 0-3.
And look how well Royal 2 plays his position. Just in isolation, winning gunfights, holding off Optic Gaming. 2 that go down, that flag is out, but Cycle knows that that sniper needs to keep into these important sight lines.
As tough as it is, I'd love to see Renegade and Legend get back into Shopify Rebellion's base, but look at the defense they're playing towards top center.
That flag looks likely to return at the moment, but Shopify Rebellion just refilling their positions. Frosty gonna take that responsibility over in the hut. They're gonna try to rack up again and look for a flagpole.
Renegade has to get this player off of the nest. It's gonna be Frosty that goes down first. Bound is traded out though for that, and LastShot causing havoc in the back of base as Royal 2 gets 2.
They need to be careful. That back lane is open. If Shopify Rebellion gets the timing, they can pull it through the back runway if given the chance. Overshield coming up in about 15 seconds. Shopify Rebellion will probably slow the game down and try to focus their efforts. If they're able to get that overshield, it might just be the dagger of the game. Look how far imprinted LastShot is in the base of Optic Gaming.
And it's just they're gonna have to pull so many resources to take him out. He's making himself very difficult to go down here. Bound, do they need more? No, they're gonna need more resources. He's still alive.
Optic Gaming got a couple,
oh no, that's not good.
I mean, at least it's burned off the map, but that's a tough one to swallow. And look at how fast Renegade was to go get that flag. He's been doing it all for his team so far. That might just be the first answer for Optic Gaming. As they get their first flag on board, let's go to the comms of Optic.
Your flag.
One shot keeper, one shot keeper.
Try and live this.
Check keeper, one check keeper.
I'm going back.
I'm helping top right, okay? I'm on the way, I'm on the way.
Still keeper, still keeper.
When we top right, bound.
Should be top right. Oh, nice, not here. I'll get the hurt.
Snipers in 20, guys.
Holy clutch.
To the hurt. I'm going back ramp. Watch the hurt roll too. Back ramp, quick. Quick back ramp. First, 3 shots. 3 shots on the flag.
Frosty one. One's in my hawk. Quick clutch shot.
Mark.
Clutch shot. Yeah, top right. Add him once, man.
That's right.
Snipers, guys.
One drone. Nice, two fresh, we kill it. One drone.
I have the cross.
Another one on drone.
Watch the flag.
He's back flag.
Yo, hold me at both sides, alright? Now,
He's pushing. He's Mohawk now. He's down Mohawk. Nice. Alright, just keep on cross.
Underpass.
Just go off the sniper.
I don't have underpass.
30.
He's running away.
Do that, guys.
One's the main.
Make sure you play that sniper.
Oh, you want shot? Which one do we do? The flag.
On the way.
Backsmash me, fuck, he's the hurt.
Have a side, they have
Can you pull in? Sniping out.
Get it. He's weak underpass.
Oh, West and 20, guys.
Keep him. He's still underpass, going low.
Double also.
We gotta try and live here.
Some of that.
On the flag also. Flag.
Yeah, I can flank maybe.
On the pipe, we cycle.
Tunnel on you guys.
We're looking.
I'm dead. I'm on one.
More to the pistol. They're hot, bound, be careful.
I can flank the head. I can flank the head. Top left, one top left, one top left.
Get an angle on the west. Get an angle.
Top left. He's gonna kill me, bro. Sure.
I can sacrifice.
Heard.
No, he sniped me, bro.
He's on flank. Big kill.
A devastating blow right there. Break that down for me, too.
I mean, a long-ranging flake by Legend with that sniper, right? The idea is to get an unorthodox position, but he put his teammates in a 3v4 during that action, and Shopify Rebellion won the gunfights, and more importantly, Royal 2 sniffed out the flank and killed that sniper. That means 2 snipers should be heading to Shopify Rebellion. They have an overshield near flag. Like, they have everything necessary, everything in place to get their final flag home.
Well, Optics flag about to return naturally here, but Royal 2 gonna push aggressively to try and take care of the spawners. It's Formal on his left side.
It's 2 down. There's nowhere for Optic Gaming to go, and the clock is playing against them as well. Only just over a minute of gameplay to get a flag back home.
Yeah, Legend, the last player alive. He's probably gonna overextend. He ends up going down. Bound now, the last player alive. He goes down as well, and the flag is being run.
And this is just an easy jog to the final stretch. It's about what shots you can hit, because this flag will not be stopped. Shopify Rebellion will go 3-0 up in our best of 7.
I don't know how we missed that guy. No, bro, I called it. I literally said, Wyatt.
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again. $128,000 Halo Pro League co-presented by Shopify Rebellion. I'm Why Not Be Reckless. We got tools with you for the action, and we have another banger of a match of tools. Why don't you walk us through it?
Yeah, we got Ascending Baseline going up against Inconceivable here. And for the first time in Pro League, actually, we're going to see Empyrean Flag. It's always been the map that's either been left out or vetoed in the Capture the Flag, but Ascending Baseline, thank you, Ryan Noob's team. We finally get to see Pit Flag, Empyrean Flag on our screen for the first time in Pro League.
Ryan has been competing on this flag for on this map for over 20 years. No wonder why he wants to play it. It's like he knows like the back of his hand, one might say it right off the rip. Ryan having going to trade out early, going in for the overshield. Lucid actually going sky high over on the trading side, finds the double on the sniper player, and just like that, Inconceivable have an advantage.
Yeah, I did like Lucid's positioning there, staying up high, using that height to his advantage to get a couple kills there. You see Inconceivable putting a lot of emphasis on this sniper side early for this push, but didn't find Ryan Noob, and Ryan Noob's able to punish two of them and gets allocated down to one shot. And Ascending Baseline weathers the early pressure of Inconceivable.
Suspector have a half of a clip in a sniper here and immediately takes it over toward the banana side. A little bit of extra damage forces him away from that angle, but ultimately over toward the high side of the map. Player coming out of nowhere. Lucid wanted to get that sniper out of his hands, but it looks like Ascending Baseline's defense is on point.
That's Suspector bringing the sniper over towards the sniper side, taking on Kuhlect, who actually has the other sniper as well. So if they win this, they'll have the only sniper on the map and at least a route to try to start to make their play from, and it looks like Suspector's not going to stop yet. I like this this aggressive play forward on the map, and they have a flag out, ready to run.
Able to peel Ryan over from the top of the map. Kuhlect actually has a double kill, moving in for a triple. Tapping buttons does eventually go down. He's awarded the assist. Suspector coming out of nowhere, but flag is on the move here. Meanwhile, Lucid on the other side of things has that flag over towards the runway tunnel. He's about to make it all the way through. Suspector and Falcator gonna trade out blows here, and nobody stopping Lucid just yet. Ryan does have the angle with the BR, but the shots just don't connect. Lucid punches the first one in for Inconceivable.
Yeah, the number one thing as a Halo player to do, you got to assess the situation. What is the situation you're currently in? What does it mean for you as a player? Lucid did a fantastic job of that. He realized Ascending Baseline was way overextended. He went into the opposite base and got a pull as they went 3 down on the opposite side. And that's why we saw him take a unique route through the bottom of Sniper to block out that spawn, because he's in isolation. He forces the spawn as far away as possible and has the safest route to get it back home. Superb flag running from Inconceivable to take advantage in a moment of Ascending Baseline being a little too spread thin.
Tapping buttons try to drop that flag and get the kill on Kuhlect, however, is not able to find that final headshot, and Kuhlect wasting no time whatsoever, going immediately after the rockets, fires one off, and Super CC can't take him down, but Minds looks like he's not able to turn the corner and keep those rockets alive. Ryan Noob and rockets is a deadly combination. Penguin finds out the hard way as he gets sniped by the boom booms.
And now just taking this position, Ryan Noob able to have his overwatch on the spawns of Inconceivable, but taken down quickly. And with that, Sniper will go Inconceivable's way. That was an important moment where Ascending Baseline could have prevented Sniper from being picked up, but instead they go 3 down. And now this sniper duel between Kuhlect and Suspector will be very important to our next play.
6 bullets to work with, one making 5 after a couple of shots. Halo warning shots bring us down to just 3, and eventually a trade puts that sniper on the ground. Kuhlect actually has one of his own and plenty of ammo to work with. He's forced back over toward the sword side, waste a couple of bullets, expecting to push, but nobody's home.
And we'll expect the worst, right? He knows he's one shot, and he put himself in a room where if a player pushes, he's going down. I like the couple bullets of being spread out there, because he knows now if someone does push and I don't hit the shot, I'm only leaving them with 1 bullet. And that's not too bad to deal with. But either way, Inconceivable's push will fail as Ascending Baseline. I put a lot of emphasis on the sniper side of the map, and right now it hasn't resulted in any real successful flag grabs, but if they're able to continue getting a free overextend and getting into these positions, at some point it's going to be successful.
Big damage coming in from Penguin right there, allowing his team to get cleanups there, but eventually Inconceivable lose 3 out of 4 members. Falcated now stuck on the tower side, looking to try to hold the line. Collect's not able to win his fight. He ends up getting no scope courtesy of Super CC, who gets taken out himself. Penguin awarded the one for that one. Falcated sits up high over towards tower, wants to make this run as difficult as possible for the opposition. That's exactly what Falcated's doing.
And right now, I think early deaths are really starting to add up for ascending baseline. A few times where they've gotten a little too aggressive or tried to make too much happen in an individual play where they give up an early death and they lose the advantage in that position. Look, and they lose it at probably the worst possible time. Inconceivable now pressuring the base, but also Overshield and rockets are coming up while they're pulling this flag. Falcon's going to be able to pull these rockets into the play as Lucid's making the flag run. It's giving 2 issues that Ascending Baseline have to deal with, and they don't necessarily have a good solution to either.
Tapping Buds explodes out of the green side of the map, ends up getting into an engagement with Penguin, who's able to trade out kills there. So Flag sitting out in no man's land, and looks like Falcated wants to try to use it as a bit of bait. Spectre is there, Super CC making sure to guarantee the return, and 1 so far for Inconceivable, but maybe could have been 2 if things go their way.
Good damage from Falcated. At least he knew that flag was dead. He's been trying to keep himself up on the map, doing damage. Oh man, dueling sprint straights. Falcated will come out on top on that, but during this entire time, Ryan Noob's been sitting in the back base, but Falcated never quite gave up on it, and really just awareness there from Falcated, keeping himself always shooting his gun, focused on the front lines, but in the back of his mind, understanding, hey, I did let a player slip through, and he went back to eventually finish that fight against Ryan Noob, and this leads to Inconceivable now pulling away Ascending Baseline Sniper.
Kuhlect grabbing something that clearly does not belong to him over on the sword side. He's gonna steal that one and maybe just get it right off the map. Even if he goes down, it's an excellent play, but somehow Kuhlect is able to stay alive. And meanwhile, on the other side of things, Lucid is getting some value with the sniper in his hands as well. 5 bullets to work with as he brings it up towards that tower side of the map here. Nobody in his line of sight, but once it happens, it's dangerous territory for Spectre and anybody else who wants to challenge this man with the S7.
And look, it's an all-out attack from Ascending Baseline on this snipe side. They have nothing on the other side of the map. So if any player from Inconceivable tries to push through, they won't meet any resistance. Lucid, are you kidding me with that nade? It's a perfect detonation over Ryan Noob's head.
5 minutes.
3 bullets. 10 kills, 10 assists already. Shots in the back, almost turns and burns. The next one push up over on the sword side, eventually tapping Buns and Super CC are able to get back-to-back kills. And with Sniper on the ground, it looks like Super CC gonna sacrifice that and allow Penguin to grab a hold of it. Now Penguin through the runway side, the now grenade goes in, sees Overshield and rockets are coming up soon, and you know he wants hands on that Overshield.
Yeah, his mission, even if he doesn't get away with it, he needs to hit the shot to try to prevent Ascending Baseline from getting it. But Super CC played patiently, eventually found the back of Penguin, and that'll lead to an Overshield going to Super CC's way. A double for him as well as the floodgates open to Inconceivable's base. This is an opportunity for Ascending Baseline to get a pull of their own.
4 minutes, 12 seconds on the clock right now. 3 members of Ascending Baseline surrounding this base here. That's until Penguin and Falcade introduced themselves to the fight here. Spectre was able to get away with the rockets, and that's going to be easy for him on the first, not able to get the second. Super CC still in a fight against Falcade, clearly angry at that wall, and eventually trades out with him.
Inconceivable has dealt with the pressure of Ascending Baseline time and time again, and Lucid, in fact, has been very effective at finding the overextension to get to the back ranks of Ascending Baseline. They have not been able to deal with Lucid much this game, as he's been causing so much mayhem. I feel like Inconceivable, their communication has been just so strong. They understand what each other are trying to accomplish time and time again, and they've been able to stop the aggressive pushes of Ascending Baseline and had counter opportunities. In fact, Tony, I think this would be a great time for us to dive into the cons of Inconceivable, as they have to defend another push from Ascending Baseline.
In our sword with repulse. In our sword with repulse.
Yeah, I can make our sword.
Runway behind us, our runway.
Three.
My god, one shot our bottom tower.
He's gonna throw the sniper off.
I'm looking at K.
Yeah, I'm coming to the pit box for you. Look out, needles.
I'm going straight.
Weather first.
Come down long, come down long.
Yeah. Yeah, long.
Go first.
Nice. There should be one more trap here, one more.
They're more weak.
First.
Opening up port.
They're both here. Last guy's here. Last guy's still here, right?
Yep.
Still there, full shields. Stay alive. Nice job. Two dead.
Our sniper's still up.
They're training.
Both dead, guys. Both dead. Stay alive, Dan. Trying to get to you.
Our sniper's still up.
2-shot green.
Looking at you, Zane. I came long.
Super dead.
That's one Mauler.
They're greens. 2-shot. One shot training. Yeah, behind you in flag. Behind you flag stuff.
That's weak. That's first.
That's one. Suspect.
Still cuts.
2 1-shots.
One shot, that's one, bro. One shot. Cool.
Dude, one shot.
He's in the corner. Left corner.
Sniping first.
One shot. Left corner still. Left.
Gonna go long haul with snipe, guys. Or green.
They have I'm looking long. Nothing long.
Okay, still one more. They're long then. One more. They're second. I'm pushing this.
For training.
Yeah, I'm pushing this, guys.
Yeah, OB back to the green, guys. OB back to the green.
Runway.
To the green. OS is green. And then they're long.
Green too.
They're all hitting green. Green along. 2 guys green along.
Go 3K.
I'm
here.
Green on me. Right here.
Yeah, I'm looking at long. My guy spawned here with you.
One shot green. I'm on top.
Our needles.
30.
Let's help.
They're needle pit. Walshy.
Training on me.
2 dead guys.
2-shot training. They're training right. They're training.
They're green.
Sword name's weak. 100% weak.
All right, minute and a half left.
Going maybe.
Hitting through.
Can I maybe?
Nice one, guys.
I got you, Mike.
Watch out, green tapping.
I'm going through.
Tapping green, one shot still. Guys, green wall.
I hear you.
Green off.
The needles. Yeah, needles. Half shields. Super CC. He's one shot.
Oh my god. Try to get everybody. Yeah, I'm worried about OE.
Yeah.
One guy runway already.
I'm gonna go back actually real quick.
RS2, Ryan. One guy.
I see that.
One guy runway.
You guys do. One shot. In our training. What?
That.
Yo, kill court.
Dude, our front court and our green right now. Going our plat. 2 our plat. There's 3 on our side. All 3 on our side.
Keep living. I got one straight.
Yeah, just play for the spawner. I'm about to spawn right now.
Ryan's going cuts right now. Cuts back on up the flag. He's in the right corner.
I'm gonna shove by spawner. You hear the communication coming out of Inconceivable that nobody is being left to push any open holes in the map, no sneaky plays, no flanks, everybody being addressed, and that's all they gotta do for 17 more seconds. And you know what? Why not just capitalize it with another cap? And that's gonna definitely put an end to game number 1.
Yeah, so effective for Inconceivable at the end there. Penguin recognizing, look, they don't actually have the ability to stop me on a flagpole here. Even though we're up 1-0 and I can come back and try to defend our base, if I bring the flag back with me, then I can just guarantee the win if we need to, or I'm pulling off another standoff if we do lose those gunfights. I think really well played by Inconceivable. They handled ascending baseline's pressure a lot better than I think most teams would. Ascending baseline was very, very aggressive on the snipe side of the map. They played a lot of overextends throughout that game and got to spots where they could pull out flags. But every time it happened, Inconceivable would come off a spawn, identify what the major threat was right away, handle that business, and then immediately work on some sort of counter opportunity.
It may have been ascending baseline who wanted this map in game number 1. However, on the other side of things, Inconceivable that just wanted all the sauce in that game number 1 and looked fantastic. I'm taking a look at the Penguin stats, 27-19, 10 assists to go along with it. For a player who often prides himself on doing the dirty work and making the plays that don't show up on the stat sheet, well, the stat sheet was definitely pretty kind to a young Penguin.
Yeah, I think Penguin, we didn't get to see a ton of highlight plays from him, but he always seemed to be in that right spot, right time. Now, I was thinking about how often there were moments where Inconceivable were in positions that they could get punished or a player could go down and someone would come in and save that player. A lot of help, I think, from top down on the roster. I really think the communication was top tier. I heard a lot of small talk and identifying what the actual objective as a team was going into that next game. So I think really impressive work by Inconceivable as we go into game 2.
I'm going to our game number 2, and obviously going to be a Slayer here. And I want to take a look at my cheat sheet. It looks like in game number 2, Ascending Baseline immediately went to Ban Streets. and eventually it looks like the pick ended up being for Origin, actually, and that was Inconceivable that picked that one. So Inconceivable getting one that they really like, and also really liking Valkated's damage, 7,258 damage, taking about 6,600 in return on that one. So not only being loud and present, really drawing much attention from the enemy team, but also putting down that max damage on top of that.
Inconceivable, I think, you know, they're coming into the Pro League. They're actually, I believe, the 8th or 7th seed, so they're not going to have a lot of opportunities, if any opportunities, to have the early, the choice between Team A to choose the first objective. But that being said, if they can steal the first objective like they did, when you look at it from when you're banning, picking and banning from that Team B's position, Game 2 and Game 3 are actually your picks, right? So having that first win, like, they can get themselves into a really dominant position here on Origin Slayer, on Lattice Ball. They're 2 picks for this series. So I think this is a really, really strong spot for Inconceivable to be in. One thing to know in the stats there, Lucid had 4 flag grabs, and that was because he was largely playing an overextension role. That's something that I feel like we wouldn't normally have seen from Lucid on previous iterations of his rosters. But it's an interesting insight into how this Inconceivable team is playing. It feels like Lucid is more identifying openings and just trying to get a little bit more space up on that map. That can come on Origin a large part of the time from the Carbine side of the map. How do you get over to the elbow? That's usually where there's a lot of openings to try to extend through. I'm curious whether Lucid continues to try to play forward and up on the map the way he did in Game 1.
Everybody Inconceivable doing their part, everybody willing to play whatever role needed right now, which all that's needed is slaying out your opponents. First to 50 kills will take the win, and Lucid starting off just as hot as he did in game number 1, immediately commanding control, demanding control of those rockets, and it turns to a 4-1 advantage.
Yeah, look, we're 15 seconds into the game. Lucid's already shot 3 different weapons. He has a thrust in his back pocket, and he's got the power weapons in his hands. A dominant position for him to play through, and it looks like he's trying to be the vanguard for his team with these rockets as he's trying to find that first kill, but unfortunately the angle is a little bit off. Might have to go back to some trigonometry classes there, Tony. At the angle, I think you gotta go like 60%, not 80% there.
Tied up game at 5 apiece at the moment here, sending baseline, dedicating 2 different players to play right through the snipe side of the map. And right now, Tapping One starting to get some knowledge on where exactly Inconceivable can be, but Kuhlect picking off the first. Looks like he's actually picked off himself, and just like that, you trade out 1 life for 3, do Inconceivable taking back the lead.
And players stuck in this cave for sending baseline, largely a reactionary position for sending baseline. Lucid throws the check nade. He actually is successful with the check nade, but immediately is like, I'm gone. Lucid completely vacated, even though he hit that check nade.
Yeah, and Ryan doesn't have showing himself thinking, oh, I'm gonna get pushed, and Lucid actually wasn't even there anymore. As a 1-kill game seemingly out of nowhere. Kuhlect using the thrust to avoid the melee, but can't avoid the shots from the rest of the players from ascending baseline. Tied up once again here on Origin, but the fight continues to go on here for mid-map control.
Ascending baseline trying to take advantage of the fact that Inconceivable don't actually have much of a connection on the map right now. These players left in isolation, but man, Lucid, he heard a call out and he sprinted to get the position to get the 1-shot kill, throwing himself out of position to get that. But it just shows how much value that you can put into getting one of these individual kills and opening up space on the map. Right now they need space to be able to operate. Ascending baseline occupied so much of it with that kill, it opens up maybe a little bit more breathing room for Inconceivable.
2 kills are now going the way here of ascending baseline. Ryan chasing down the 1-shot Lucid, but chasing right into a backsmack. But courtesy of Valkated turns that into a double kill almost immediately. Suspector is there to clean up some of the damage that's going down, and Penguin throwing haymakers in to bring them back within just 1 kill.
Concerning that Inconceivable is able to take this space from ascending baseline when these power weapons are coming up. Ascending baseline don't have any access to the sniper that's coming up in just a few seconds, and the rockets are already up. This is such a crucial moment for ascending baseline to be able to battle out. If they do not win these gunfights, the power weapons are going to go the other way.
How long these rockets actually have been up on the map here for this to be staggered like this? There's 4 down, go ascending baseline, Kuhlect, gonna collect these rockets all up for him. Looks like Inconceivable also should have sniper as well, and this is gonna be devastating for ascending baseline because here come Inconceivable.
There's a true danger of split and stagger on this. If they find a couple kills, they can really start manipulating the spawn system to their advantage. Tapping buttons is down. The suspector goes down as tapping button spawns up. That's when things can get a little hairy, and you start to see that happening. They're just inherently down numbers into these gunfights.
4 kills. Penguin with 4 shots and a sniper, make it 3 after planting 1 right onto the dome of tapping buttons. Ryan was really stuck over on the top rocket side. Inconceivable have an idea there's a player that's over there, but meanwhile there's 3 more now starting to approach the snipe side of the map as Kuhlect makes his way over toward the elbow side. He's able to take down Ryan, Super CC, the next one to be sent right back into the respawn screen, and now you got to deal with 2 more if you're Inconceivable.
Yeah, look, Inconceivable give up a lot of space towards that snipe side. They let the setting baseline push their players through, understanding like they would rather get kills on the weak side of the map and take care of Ryan and just make sure that they're not giving up free deaths is the way to go. And Penguin, I mean, he is just hitting nice snipe shots here. It's almost a 10-kill lead now for Inconceivable. In ascending baseline, have had a real struggle on knowing what to do on their spawn. They just haven't had the ability to move up from their spawn.
Double-digit lead here for Inconceivable, and now you start to wonder here for ascending baseline. I mean, how much are you going to be able to claw yourself out of this hole? And especially when rockets seemingly might be going to Inconceivable, that it's just another resource, another win condition off the table, and one that you can't afford. Back-to-back kills for Inc. Meanwhile, Falcon finally able to get those rockets in hand. 3 down, go ascending baseline, and it just goes from bad to worse here for AB.
Oh, good kill by Ryan, but I just don't think it's going to be enough. There's too many players around, and they're going to collapse and eventually find those rockets once again. So at this point, ascending baseline, it just looks bleak. I don't really see a path to victory at this point, as Inconceivable are just dominating. In fact, it's almost surprising that the scoreline is what it is, and Kuhlect has 0 assists. And on the other side, though, Penguin 11 assists to his name.
Trying to chase some players off of the elbow side. Tapping buttons wants to go to 1v1 against his former teammate Falcon, and not able to get his, but just more battles going in. The 1v1 starts to favor ascending baseline just a bit as 2 quickly go down for Inconceivable. White as sniper should be coming up soon.
That's a good collapse there from ascending baseline. They're not losing too many numbers, but the problem is that you get to the end game here and you can't even afford to lose a player. It makes it a lot more difficult to play Halo because a lot of times sacrifice is required for you to make the technically correct play. And at this point, ascending baseline can't afford to sacrifice a player to gain advantages on the map.
Oh my gosh! Kuhlect ending it in style, and I don't know if you saw that, but after the game there was some love taps being put down on Ryanu's body there. Kuhlect gonna end that one with an exclamation point and send us into Lattice Oddball coming up next.
Well, you can see what got an early lead there, and they just never let up from there. Falcon 18 kills to his name. Kuhlect's stat line is still just kind of a mystery to me. 14 and 6, obviously impressive. That's double positive. 0 assists to go with it. And the man just sitting there. Is he just baiting everyone? Is he saying, okay, like, wait, okay, he's one shot. Let me go. It's like, how do you end the game with 0 assists? I mean, the stats are all over the place in this game.
Look, it's called efficiency, okay? Notice, lowest damage on the team. He don't fire off a shot unless he knows he's getting the kill. It's just absolute efficiency. You know, these bullets are expensive, man.
Yeah, hey, look, shout out. He's thinking about the budget of the UNSC, I suppose. Making sure they I think in the lore, I think the bullets come out of, like, they have like a machine that makes them, by the way. So is it a budget concern to have weapons? Who knows? Well, what is the lore reason? That's why the
all I know is
shoot, Tony. It's like they just, you can lay it down as a 3D printer.
Falcon is shooting a 72.58% accuracy in that one on their way to a 50-35 win. Not quite the state-tacular, but I mean, honestly, if you look at how that game kind of flowed there, like, it really did feel like a snake. Like, eventually, once Inconceivable got control of the game, they really seemed to never let it go. Lattice Oddball coming up next year. I'm taking a look at my little cheat sheet, and I see that it was Inconceivable. They're the ones who picked Oddball and picked Lattice. Sending Baseline said they didn't want to see Streets right off the rip. They made sure that that was the case, but that actually left them to go with Oddball on Lattice for our game number 3.
Yeah, look, that's a big swing in this series, is the fact that Lucid and the rest of Inconceivable are able to dominate in game 1, because they get a huge advantage going into the rest of the series. You can think of it almost like if you watch the NBA, right? It's like home court advantage is a big deal. Like winning on another team's pick is a massive deal in a pick and veto system, because you have the ability to really swing a series to your advantage early on, because you have 2 maps in a row where it's your favored map.
Right with the rip, sending Baseline coming off hot. Inconceivable, the ones that go 3 down, and he's sending Baseline, wasting no time whatsoever, grabbing that ball and bringing it back over towards a blue side setup.
And look, they have Sniper in a great position as well. This is an awesome opportunity for them to get a good amount of ball time. The concern now is just these flanking routes of Lucid and Kuhlect, and they're dealing with it perfectly. 4 that go down. Tapping Button still has plenty of snipe ammo to work with as well. This is a really dangerous situation for Inconceivable. And oh, Falcon, what can he do? He's just getting tagged up off spawn.
Inconceivable trying to take some space here. The moment they do, though, their verticals trained on them, already trading out lives. The Tapping Buttons have a very tough time finding the headshot onto Penguin, and Kuhlect, who thought he might have had a free kill there. Well, that player has a quantum translocator to bring him right back out of danger. Eventually, Kuhlect does get his kill, but Ascending Baseline also have 42 points of ball time.
Whenever I see something like that, I always think it's probably more to do with his connection than it is his skill there. I think Tapping Buttons might have been struggling a little bit with the internet from Mexico in that spot, because I would never anticipate him, missing sort of routine shots like that. I think Tapping Buttons is usually too good to be missing routine shots like that.
As right now, Inconceivable still looking for their first points, though. Snipe in the hands of Tapping, just barely missing out on the headshot of Lucid, and Kuhlect will make him pay for that one. Back-to-back kills, though. Right back out for AB. They are loving Lattice at the moment.
Look, it's been a great start from them. In fact, I think it's a perfect opportunity for us to kind of go in and listen to the comms of Ascending Baseline and see what it sounds like. Down 0-2 in a series, to come off this strong, like, things have to be going right in the communication.
Screens on you guys. Sorry. I got shot. Nice. Turn. One shot. Nice. Tower. Tower, yeah, I'm behind you. I'm weak. Yeah, top right. It's on me. One shot.
One shot red.
Jump up tower.
That's him. Gonna be cargo quick, do you have that?
I'm getting out. I can try to get cargo. Cargo one. Yeah,
cargo. Gonna spawn tower 2. Could be a spawn tower maybe.
He's gonna need shields. QE as well. He's under QT. Cargo as well.
We're fucked up. One side, red.
Left ear cuts on you somewhere.
Red window.
Ball
getting missing.
The
ball getting QT probably.
Yeah, I'm looking QT.
Ball guy's weak. Really weak.
Yeah, spawn down.
One play through red.
Low hole.
Okay.
Yeah, screens. One shot. Dead. I got him. Cargo killed me, I think.
Alright, go for snipe. He's still cargo.
I'm just getting ball.
Yeah, he's just riding. Yeah.
It's still cargo.
I died from a spawner. God damn it.
Mine cargo just.
We're gonna go for snipe.
Vent. One shot. Penguin.
Gonna be honest, sorry.
Two high hole, sniping.
One shot on ball. Yeah.
High hole.
It's fire.
One shot cargo. One shot cargo as well as vent. Now, on the boxes over there? Yep. Dead.
Yeah, I'm pushing red.
I'm seeing a snipe guy, right?
They're rotating right.
Top right 7. And one tower spawn.
Tower spawn.
Top right.
Nice. Top red weak.
Tower dead.
Gonna be QC, last guy. He's there. He's screen side. We're taking.
Sending Baseline, having control right now, having the snipe, and now having the ball back into this blue side setup. It got him so much points earlier. Well, Tapping Buttons and the crew right back to what works for them.
look, there was moments there where, oh my God, Kuhlect just putting down the law of the land there with some crazy shots, but Inconceivable got a good run there, but ascending baseline has minimized a lot of the damage that could be done, but that ability to minimize damage might be at its end here. This is a great position for Inconceivable. 2 sniper shots left for Lucid to work with as well, and the spawns are all in front of him. Right now, the map is playing heavily in the favor of Inconceivable.
42 points so far for Inconceivable. Lucid hitting the shot onto Rydoob, and now looking for the weakened tapping buttons, and looks like tapping buttons and ascending baseline are on the attack. Super CC keeping Lucid and Ink at bay, but it's ascending baseline just bulldozing through the front door as they explode through Inconceivable's blue side setup. Falcated is down to 1 shot, but he's still in what was a 1v1 with Super CC. Rydoob reintroducing himself to the fight.
Right now, both teams are doing a great job of building tension in the middle of the map. They're not quite committing for these gunfights until help arrives, and unfortunately for ascending baseline, the first player to fall was one of theirs, and Super CC will have to try to do the same with just building that tension and buying time, but he did buy enough time for the ball to reset. It was down for 30 seconds on the map, meaning it's back to the middle. Ascending baseline's there for an early grab.
Ball dropped.
About 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock right now. 4 points between them at the moment, so it's been an absolute war here on Oddball Lattice. With the lead down going to sending baseline, this is an opportunity for Inconceivable to put some distance between them and AB.
A few times where Inconceivable have had this position where they know that the spawns are happening in front of their ball carrier, and they can try to keep playing this keep away position. Right now, even though they're losing a couple of these gunfights, Falcade recognizes where the weakness is, rotates that ball out to the open to get a great play position for his teammates to come off a spawn and to have great complementary positions to win these gunfights. Inconceivable is just playing a better game at this moment.
The rest of Inconceivable at the moment here, that may not going exactly where they wanted to, but Kuhlect still able to take down tapping buttons, survives over on the tower side, now has a full sniper to work with as he lines up anybody who tries to get in his sight here. A little bit of a different angle, Rydoob not getting caught out with his pants down, but meanwhile, it's the headshot that should have been caught on tapping. How does tapping avoid it?
That's I mean, I think it's more how does Kuhlect miss that? It's just usually a routine snipe, almost like a 6th sense from tapping buttons to make those miss, but you can see the punishment is immediately in, and really the margins of error are so thin on the pro level. If you miss a routine shot, I can guarantee you there's a punishment that comes somewhere down the line.
75 points. Kuhlect does get that sniper right back, and this time he's hitting those shots, getting the double. 3 down, go ascending baseline, and Inconceivable could end it right here, right now.
The spawns are relatively close to this ball, though. Ascending baseline can get quick coverage here, and they won't go down by too much. It's forced Inconceivable to have that ball on the ground. Finally, they're able to pick it up, but where's the next set of spawns is a question for ascending baseline. If they get favorable spawns here, they could still find some sort of quick contest to save this round.
As they go forward down, they do get a spawn over toward that bottom red tower, giving them direct access to the red side of the map and starting to win the fight against Inconceivable, who seem to be locked in. Rydoob with some well-placed grenades does take down 1. You still got a couple more to deal with, and looks like they do just that. But of course, it's Lucid that takes him down. Lucid that grabs the ball and tapping buttons. He knows he needs to get it out of his hands here. Lucid. No way. No way.
Nice comeback. Big. Nice one comeback. I'm gonna look
I was gonna compliment how well he was able to not fall for a commit there, where he was staying away and staying alive. But I think he put more emphasis or showed the ability to stay alive better than I think I've ever seen in Halo. I don't know how he dodged the nade. Kuhlect coming in, saving him with the repulse. Lucid able to find the last couple seconds of the round.
It was either Bound or Renegade who used to say it all the time on their streams. Like, Lucid is loved by the game. The game just loves Lucid, and man, the fact that he just lived through that date and everything else is absolutely ridiculous. As Inconceivable already up 2-0 in the series, now up 1-0 in this round. Spectre does thread the needle in order to take down Falcade, and Lucid eventually goes right back at him. What a grenade! But Ryan Noob takes a bit of a wider angle and avoids all of that explosion.
You see how intense Halo Infinite can be when you're in some of these tight spots. Hey, Lucid's APM, when he's stuck behind one of those walls, he's hitting, you know, a jiggle peek into a sprint strafe, into another sprint strafe, just to try to get an extra shot of damage, right? Try to move the balance of the scales just a little bit more in their favor. It's these close quarters engagements where your micro play, where your ability to push the buttons in the right way at the right moment can really make a difference.
Switching gears over toward Falcade, and does see Penguin go down here, but has 2 bullets and a sniper and is ready to use them. 2 members ascending baseline, now pushing right through the riverside, but hold on, one is going to get right behind them, and of course it's Ryan Noob with the flank. Yes, sniper in his sights, but so does Kuhlect, and Kuhlect takes him down and now has 1 bullet. It could be the only one that really matters. Gives him enough of the advantage for the 2 tap, 3 down, go AB.
Enemy has the ball.
That Lucid able to grab this ball, good amount of time that can be earned here for Inconceivable as long as they take care of Ryan Noob. And Falcade actually gets the help from Lucid. Heads up play by Lucid, dropping that ball to take care of that first pressure point. Once Ryan Noob goes down, you see the downstream effect. Every single player of ascending baseline starts to fall out of their position, and it's going to take them a really long time to get to a spot where they can actually contest this ball.
27 points so far here for Inconceivable. Lucid does end up dropping that ball off the map, anticipating the push from ascending baseline, who are coming in quick. 5 shot by tapping buns to Spectre, then with the clean up here, and ball is grabbed quickly and right back to blue, and the objective efficiency is really starting to show for AB.
Yeah, this is a good spot for AB. You see the spawns of Inconceivable on the complete opposite quadrant of that map, and they have the block of the tertiary spawn towards cargo. So every route that Inconceivable can take here has to go through an angle that ascending baseline's already holding down.
Double kill. Double kill by tapping buttons. Not enough to give him the advantage here. Super CC forced to play that ball out, and somehow Inconceivable chase him down while playing the ball into blue at the same time, anticipating that the spawns are right next to him because they're just that locked in. The comms are that good, and they just understand the map. Do Inconceivable right back on the ball. They already have the lead.
Yeah, unfortunately, when we say play ball, we're not trying to say, hey, it's like a father and a son playing catch. You don't throw it at your opponents, and unfortunately, his position there didn't allow him to play that ball off the map. And it's little things like that could really add up, right? Just making sure that another team doesn't actually have to do a lot of the preliminary work to get a ball set up. It is a huge difference in the game, and it especially adds up if it happens multiple times throughout a round. You can get 20, 30 seconds at a time each time that mistake happens.
This time it's ascending baseline. They're the wiping Inconceivable off of the face of the map, and now you see 2 bullets to the sniper here for Super CC, anticipating a push, but doesn't realize they go wide over toward the crate side. And because of that, Penguin Inconceivable get that double push, get that kill, and take no damage in return. Ball easily forced off the map here by Inconceivable, who are holding on to a bit of a lead.
Oh, Lucid goes down though, so ascending baseline with only 2 players alive, they find the critical kill. That's not going to allow Inconceivable to get much time here, and it's actually going to be more of a neutral game rather than an advantage for Inconceivable, where they'll have to fight for map control once again to get that ball. And right now, that fight is being won by ascending baseline.
35-27 here. Inconceivable, the ones that end up going 3 down. Super CC doing everything he can, jiggling to try to stay himself alive, and looks like he might have actually been able to do so. Eventually tapping buttons brings that ball back over towards blue once again. Your Super CC again still alive from that original engagement, but Falcon this time makes sure he guarantees that kill. Now it's Falcon to continue exactly where he left off. A weakened tapping buttons cannot survive, and now it's just 1 more sending baseline member. Wait, don't make it 2, because there's a QT right back, but Falcon puts everybody down.
his back's against the wall there, and he comes out on top. He fed him to the wolves. There's a wolf pack going down. He came out the alpha. I cannot believe that. Using the grenade pad, shooting, getting that damage, falcated, made a miracle happen. He was given nothing but coal there, and he comes out showing a diamond. That incredible play by Falcated.
A Falcon punch to the enemy here as he grabs a hold of that ball, gives them even more of a lead than they already had to begin with. And now look at that timer at the bottom middle of your screen. Just about a minute on the clock here. If you thought things were rougher sending baseline before, it's going to get even harder for them.
Yeah, in this final moment, let's hop into the comms of Inconceivable and see how they're communicating in this last minute and see if they can pull off this round.
Top tower pillar? Still on the pillar. Yeah, top tower pillar.
Less than a minute left.
Still there. Go and top mid, on ball.
One shot on him, one shot on him down.
Ball guy's a little weak. On mine, you red.
Ball's one.
Shot P1 and the pipe hiding in the pipe.
Oh my god.
I killed QT. There's a guy at top mid somewhere. I think he's overpass.
Back red, he's back red, guys. Redwood, and ball guy. So going mid map and mid map, guys, Brian.
Yeah, I spawn crazy, spawn red, guys.
Yo, play time.
Yeah, front red.
Play time.
Dude, ice gen.
Front question.
Circle going redwood. He's redwood. You shot front red fence. Red crates.
Tell me.
Still have shields front red. He killed one shot front red, Mike. He's dead.
One shot bottom mid. Dead.
I spawn blue.
Blue entry.
Go front red again, redwood to front mid.
I'm in blue, one shot.
One shot under pass.
Got him.
Nice, bro. GG.
Alright, probably bottom mid.
Good shit.
And all you hear to end that one is got him, as Inconceivable will be taking a 3-0 lead over ascending baseline. And man, were there some highlight plays in that matchup.
Yeah, Kuhlect making it a little fun at the end there. And obviously him having a lot of fun in that game. 36 kills to his name as he drops the 17.0 KDA. But I think the moment that secured the game was definitely that falcated play. It stuck 1v3 in that room. I honestly, I hope we have it on replay just so we can slow it down a little bit, because this is the play to make. And I like, here, can we pause it for a second? Because let's talk about how important this moment is. It's 2-on-2, right? They gotten this important kill on tapping buttons, but both Penguin and Falcated are 1 shot and 2 shot apiece. If they lose their life here, not only are they going to lose their spawn, but this is a great setup for ascending baseline. So let's continue on the clock. You see Penguin stuck 1 shot. They know this. They're going to go after and commit towards this fight against him. And Falcated's going to have to be, hey, how do I get out of this situation? And look at him identifying what is my path to victory. And he identifies it and he says, all right, let's do this thing. Boom. Great. Gets the shot. Brother, he is, so rewind it just a little bit here so we can watch that again. When he throws this nade, you see he has a thrust in his back pocket. So he's shooting this and then he's throwing the nade. He's instantly canceling the animation with his thrust so that he has his bandit up, but because he hits the stick, he doesn't need to do much more. A triple kill from Falcated, an unbelievable highlight reel that changed this round. This is where they get the lead and are able to win game 3.
And I'm also wondering now, like, does he know the screen clutter? That like, when we saw that, is that just because it's slow motion, or does that nade on the ground shooting for the remote detonation create that level of screen clutter? Because if it does, even that thrust forward is like genius. Like, while the enemy team can't see me clearly, just like thrust forward and really throw off where the reticle can be. Frosty mentions it all the time. Like, centering in this game and being prepared for a fight is so important. So if you can make plays like that to throw off where your opponent's reticle can be, you give yourself a high chance of winning that fight, and that's exactly what he does.
Yeah, look, it's a testament to playing your life until the end, right? We've seen it a few times in this series where a player should be caught dead to rights. They should be down and out, and they're able to identify what their path forward is. How can I get out of this situation? And I think Falcade showed what the apex of that can look like, right? When you're at your best, how can you turn disadvantageous situations into wins? And it's largely by identifying situation and environment, right? He's in a spot where he's weak and he knows that they need to commit to him to take down that gunfight. And he has a grenade pad sitting right there in front of him. And, we saw it in slow motion. He has about maybe a second and a half to formulate that plan in his head. And you saw it right when Penguin went down. That's when he starts to move his reticle over to the grenade pad. He said, this is my only play because I don't have help. I don't have a teammate to work with. So I'm not necessarily concerned about aiming at the same thing as him. What I'm concerned about is doing maximum damage.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, move on to game number 4 on Recharge here. And this was actually picked by Ascending Baseline, who currently are down 0-3 in the series at the moment. So they need a win. They picked this matchup for a reason. Hopefully it's one that favors them and they can maybe make a deep run. But right now, Inconceivable are just looking, they're looking unstoppable right now, man.
Yeah, it's a really tough road for Ascending Baseline. I think there was moments in the ball game where it felt like Ascending Baseline could take out the round. In that last minute, they had opportunities. But Inconceivable, it feels like they're just that little bit better where there's clutch moments. It feels like it's guaranteed that they're going to win the clutch moment. We'll see if that can change in this game for Objective. And, this is an Objective that was the map pick for Ascending Baseline. So this should be one of their stronger maps.
And they'll recharge, and we're starting on board right now. Super CC, who has camouflage in his sights, and now it's Penguin. Exact same. Gets himself a guaranteed kill here. 3 down. Go Inconceivable. They know that final player is stuck over towards the triple stacks. They're playing Hill. They're playing Cam. They're playing everything. Or Ascending Baseline.
And they built a great spacing on the map too. They had a great L. They know that their spawns are trapped at A, and Super CC is going to have this good angle. I like this play tapping buttons and Suspector in the back right. They're playing aggressive to flush out the back right. They're swinging through this map. And the idea is that they're going to get these kills and then try to flip out the next set of spawns to B at C. And as long as they're continuing to be successful at winning gunfights, it's going to make it really tough for Inconceivable to even have spacing to contest Hill. And you can see that starting to play out. It's a 1v2, but Kuhlect's position is not conducive at all to getting to that Hill before Ascending Baseline.
So the baseline was so close to taking this hill here. By the time Kuhlect does end up getting in, it's too little, too late. That first hill belongs to Ascending Baseline.
It's just really well set up, and they're set up for the next hill as well, at least to get the first couple seconds. Super CC playing a little bit slower in that long haul, trying to play a trap for Penguin. Does get that damage, but Penguin doing a good job to stay alive for a little bit longer, forcing him out of position to get that kill, and it's Inconceivable now that have the better position on Hill.
Set up in Hill, Kuhlect actually over toward the front side, but mind you, it looks like Ascending Baseline really addressing the back side before tapping buttons. Goes right through the front door by himself. Kuhlect gets the kill, but doesn't have the shields to continue to grind forward as he collects a new angle. He collects a new body onto Super CC. 3 down, go Ascending Baseline, and Kuhlect is moving and grooving.
No, Ryan took 2 down with him, though. I believe it hits an insta-explode to take down that second player. That's going to make it a lot more difficult for Inconceivable to maintain, and Kuhlect actually is forced out of this hill pretty early on to try to do a little bit more damage. So I think Ryan Noob in that 1v2 actually kind of buys a little bit of a life here for Ascending Baseline to still have a chance in the second hill.
Falcon does find a way over toward that bottom middle side here. You see 2 members of Inconceivable start to push up over toward that long haul at the exact same time, and that's exactly when they strike. It is a one-shot player over toward the backside. The movement actually incredible by whoever that was who made it over towards tower. Penguin grabs a hold of camouflage, eventually are able to find 1, make it 2, do Inconceivable, and this 2v2, these next round of slays so important.
But Penguin, and he influenced the spawn, so the spawn for Kuhlect was actually in the long haul. So they have quick access. Penguin drops down for the first. Here comes Kuhlect to come in with Lucid to get the second. So Inconceivable still having control of C thanks to the favorable spawn there.
Enemy team, the kill.
Lucid does a whole lot of damage, but still finds himself a kill. Meanwhile, Kuhlect is watching from downrange with the shock rifle. Nade is perfect, and might have been on his teammate as well, but either way, Inconceivable just about ready to score. This one tied up, and what a piece, and Kuhlect will live.
Kuhlect is just collected nade kills today. That was like 3. He threw 3 nades. He got a kill to an opponent, a kill on his teammate, did a little bit of damage to himself, and then got another kill to end the route. So just maximum damage with the nades there.
That made the hand. Oh, the first one does it, but the second one is right on target. Penguin trades out lives, brings one to the grave with them. Tapping now replaces that A-side player trying to block out these spawns. The player that already made it through. This 1v1 is won by tapping buttons, and that initial kill might be all that Ascending Baseline needs to continue to get aggressive. But man, Kuhlect wins fights he's not supposed to.
A big play by tapping buttons to finish Lucid there. If he doesn't get that kill, that'd be Falcated and Lucid surviving in this hallway, giving them a lot of ability to try to bait and switch into this hill. Instead, Falcated's gonna have to rely a lot on the cross map help, and you can see that doesn't quite go too well for him. Inconceivable down to just Kuhlect and Penguin on the complete opposite side of the map now. This looks guaranteed to be Ascending Baseline's hill.
Team scored.
2-1 lead here for Ascending Baseline. Penguin finds a weakened Super CC right in front of him. I was gonna say thanks for the easy kill, but nothing's easy when Halo Esports eventually for it down go Ascending Baseline. Penguin right on the hill without any hesitation whatsoever.
Kuhlect could try to play a little bit quicker here to potentially split out spawns, but because Falcated pushes into A, they're trying to guarantee themselves over into that pipe spawn. Kuhlect, how did Tapping Buttons get out? Did he get a split spawn there, Tony?
I definitely missed that if that was the case, but
I mean, look how that's disrupting them, Tony. Look at it. Like, Inconceivable's so well set up there. They thought they had a complete trap, but when Tapping Buttons gets through that way, you can see now Inconceivable not able to get that time, and with them being down a hill, like losing neutral clock is also, you know, more of a win condition for Ascending Baseline.
Enemy team took the hill.
They still find the kills that matter though, and right back in the hill are Inconceivable. Mind you, Tapping Buttons ends up going down as well over toward the long haul side. So right now it's Ascending Baseline. They're a bit staggered here at the moment. Super CC having to go for a bit of a skill jump there in order to try to play his life for as long as he can, but from the front and the back, side to side, are Inconceivable. He's taking damage from all angles right now. They go 3 down. Tapping Buttons by himself. He somehow whips Penguin here, so Kuhlect has to overextend to take him down, but it is Falcated and Inconceivable that back on the hill.
Ascending Baseline does have a decent spawn to try to get a quick contest here, but they'll have to get there with numbers, and I don't think it's going to happen. Kuhlect able to get that hill. It's tied up 2 apiece, and you know the unfortunate part about this hill for Ascending Baseline is even though you give up on that hill, the next rotation is actually favorable to the position you're already playing for that C hill. So with that hill going bottom mid, it's actually Inconceivable that have already the position they want for the next hill rotation.
Enemy team
Falcon able to get that kill despite clambering while one shot there. I was a little worried for him, but still finds his kill. Meanwhile, Kuhlect finds the hill and also the shroud that can play through. 2 members of Ascending Baseline make it over toward the blue side, so Kuhlect sacrifices a bit of hill time to make sure he gets behind enemy lines.
Yeah, you see it. He took a very cautious route, not using the clamber up there because he wasn't sure if he was spotted. So he tried to make it so that he took a longer route, but that longer route playing out well, and you see him just getting into the back ranks, and that completely changes the calculus for Ascending Baseline. They did not anticipate him there, and they just slowly lose life after life.
I think it was a huge high IQ play by Kuhlect there. I don't think it was a play call from anybody. I think he saw his opportunity. He gets behind him, and in time now that should have belonged to Ascending Baseline. Well, it is Inconceivable that are going off, and plays like that lead to a killing frenzy. Kuhlect is really feeling himself.
Yeah, he's just doing such a great job of not getting caught out into the open, understanding when there's pockets for him to get those flanks. It's not like he hasn't been diving and being front up on the map. Like, he's done it time and time again, but he's perfectly identifying where pressure should be anticipated from, and this is dangerous for Ascending Baseline. They lost their player as the players spawning up. This is the split and stagger coming into play now. They have to be careful about losing lives too early on. What's most important right now is getting 4 players up at the same time.
Make sure you guys keep watching the stream for 2 hours, because get yourself a Killing Frenzy charm, just like Kuhlect earns Killing Frenzy medals, and he's able to sneak away that hill with the camouflage, and that is really tough for Ascending Baseline. They're down 0-3, and Kuhlect just stole that hill from them.
And this is a must-win situation for Ascending Baseline on this hill. With just 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the neutral clock, they cannot afford to lose this hill. Their series will be over. That said, let's go into the comms of Ascending Baseline and see how they handle this pressure.
Yeah, he doesn't. He's still there. He's still tower steps.
Still there. Behind the pillar.
No, stacks.
He's one turn, I guess. Gonna be camel jump. Gonna be camel jump.
Let's will. Camel jump. Fuse. Camel jump.
Okay, camel jump.
Two needles. Another one needles. One top tower.
Thanks, one shot.
Tower with 3.
Thanks, dead. Almost.
One man. Let's get all dead. Tap until it's one man. One minus one ledge. He's needles dead.
Yeah, 130. I do one is left.
Good one, guys. Good one.
Neil's K. Kind of weak. I gotta let him.
Yeah, I won. 2 dead.
Nice. He was needles.
Hey, cat. What was that, cat?
Yeah, he's
dead. Last guy.
Yeah, I
last guy L2.
I'm nading.
Nice. This should be too long.
Yep. I got damage on both kind of weak.
One shot C safe. One shot's dead. One long. C5. 2 shots dropping. And spawning at me. Drop stacks weak. Should it? Is C boxes?
Bottom mid.
2 shots.
3 shots up.
He's bottom right to C. Bottom, I think.
Yeah, one going behind you.
Yeah, try to play strong.
Front tower. And C long. C long. Bottom right. Going C boxes. He's weak. Too long.
Needles to bottom.
Have a good push.
Hey, they have no time here.
We went C-step somewhere. Dave, Camo bottom right. Camo's walking front way to needles. Camo's going needles.
Spawn out.
I'm gonna go long.
On his tower.
Trying to ping him. He's probably front needles. I'm nading. Yeah, Camo's front needles.
Talk about perfect halo being needed here for Inconceivable. Look at how much time progression that ascending baseline we're able to get. But one camouflage, one setup, and one more round of slays can put you right back into it. As both Tapping Buns and Ryan Noob do end up going down here. Penguin is trying to live through the shroud. It's a 3 down for ascending baseline. And Inconceivable might just steal this hill, which is gonna be them calling game and series.
99% the way there. Ascending baseline looked unstoppable, but Inconceivable. I mean, they've done their namesake. Inconceivable that they're able to find that win from down 99% on the final hill. They clutch up and sweep the series.
Wow. What a game. What a series there. And man, Inconceivable just show us once again how dangerous they can be and how they continue to get better and better day after day, week after week. This is still a very new team that we're seeing in front of us, but every single one of these players are popping off. Every single one of these players are playing very unselfish Halo as well, and that is just conducive for winning Halo. Of course, everybody did their thing, but our eyes are gravitating towards Kuhlect, his killing frenzy, his 27 and 13 assists, 18.3 KDA. This man, what did it was a server admin.
It felt like whatever Kuhlect wanted to get away with that game, he could. And I was really impressed by his ability to identify open space, to identify weak points, and to get behind enemy lines, especially during that killing frenzy, right? There's crucial moments where he's in the hill and he has to decide, okay, I need to leave this early so that I can go and anchor out back C and then eventually fold in this flank, right? Try to build an envelope to stick the opposing team into, and eventually they find those kills, get a huge boon from that. And then you know, I was also impressed that he's on that killing frenzy, right, Tony? He's sitting in hill with camo, and he just sits there. I'm like, bro, you gotta get out. Like, you don't want to die here. You want to keep the killing frenzy going. But he said, you know, hey, I'll be more selfless than that, and gave up his life.
Beautifully done by Kuhlect and the entire team. I mean, throughout the series, you know, we saw game number 1, Penguin had a crazy pop-off game. He was looking absolutely incredible. We obviously have seen Falcated and Lucid have incredible games as well. So just everybody on this squad really had an opportunity to just go off. And again, Inconceivable really are a dangerous roster. If you guys are looking for an underdog roster to steal games, steal series from some of the best in the world who show that they can also hang with the best in the world, because they are, man, Inconceivable might be your squad. On the other side of things, when judging Ascending Baseline, I feel like they're one of those teams that I've never judged them online. Like, I don't give a damn what Ascending Baseline do online, because to me, time and time again, we've seen what this squad can do when they get to LAN. They get one of the biggest LAN buffs that we've ever seen. Think about, you know, how it's in the baseline looked at Atlanta. Think about how Ryan vs. Spectre looked in the 2v2 LAN in Dallas. Like, for some reason, when they get to LAN, that huge buff. So yes, they did get swept in this one, which is highly unfortunate, but I just don't tend to judge teams like Ascending baseline online.
Yeah, with that, I actually getting some word. I think Lucid's going to join us for a quick interview here. So we're going to get that prepared. While we're getting that prepared, look at our schedule. I mean, our standings for right now. We have Team Inconceivable actually tied in first place with Shopify Rebellion here, Tony. I'm super excited for, you know, whatever those two teams are going to eventually match.
And it's probably going to be somewhat soon here, I would imagine. That's a matchup that everybody is going to want to see. But who's also joining them in that 2-0 discussion right now is Big Inconceivable. My gosh, and we have a nice little three-way tie when it comes to records for 2-0.
With that, here we go. Got Lucid joining us in the post game. Lucid, y'all absolutely killed it today. I mean, honestly, a 4-0, but at the end there, a very close game to finish. What was going on? How'd you guys clutch up at the end to complete the sweep?
I mean, the boys are just going big. I think K got a shock by the end of it. Was able to just call the spawns, got the reads, got a little bit of damage to get the info early, and then just went huge, hitting some shots.
I'll say it felt like everyone was having their moment to go big in the game. I think the crucial one, Tony, think if you're on the same page with me, I think the craziest play that we saw was actually on the lattice in a 1v2. Did you see what Falcon was pulling off there in the room? What was going through your head when you saw that?
I did. I actually wasn't watching. I was on my own death cam, but by the time I spawned up and he stayed alive, I had no idea what was going on. I just know he went big. I knew it was something crazy.
I wonder if we can get the replay on stream, because I want to see your live reaction to it, because I'm like, bro, shout out to you for, first of all, that you stayed disciplined to stay on the death cam. So, congratulations on that. I always feel like it's like a really tough. I would never do. I'd never be able to do that. But honestly, really impressive performance from you guys today. And this is a brand new. You were out of Halo for a little bit. You came in. You guys qualified with that last spot with this team, and it feels like you guys have just had steady improvement week after week. The scrims are looking great. Your guys' matches are looking great. I mean, what's the process to getting better as a team like that? And what do you think is like your guys' end goal as a squad, and how you're gonna try to accomplish that?
I mean, the end goal, of course, is being at the top. Got to beat Shopify. Got to beat 4 of a Kind. They're the top 2 right now. Great competition for everyone coming back for the Pro League, and hopefully Halo Fest following up by the end of the year. But I mean, for us, it's just this past week, Zane was sick, so we couldn't really get too much practice. But it's just getting some decent scrims in, and then just doing a little bit of odd review, a couple matches here and there. Our pace from the beginning was always good. Said that from the get-go. I think when we get the ball rolling, we know how to play the game really well. I think we're leaning into the meta of what we need to be doing quite well, and just came down to some small, more disciplined stuff, staying alive a little bit harder when you're one shot, not really ego challenging as hard when you're one shot, that type of thing, unless it's you have to. And then that honestly has snowballed into us getting more power-ups, power weapons, and I mean, as you can see by the end of it, getting a shock into K's hands, or even falcated snipes, those guys are going crazy. They're going big. So once we kind of dialed in some of the just Halo basics, it's been going great.
You talked about getting back into some practice, some scrims, some film review. Is there any 1 or 2 things that you would like to see you guys wear? I mean, obviously you guys looked incredible in that matchup. It looks like you guys are doing almost everything perfectly, but is there anything that you want to see your team maybe do more of, or maybe want to work on over the next week or so?
It's just kind of doing the stuff that I just talked about, just making sure that we're staying consistent with it. I think death cams for all of us is something that just getting back in the swing of things is hard and is super big. I know for myself, that's one thing I need to be keep working on, especially week in, week out. But I mean, it's really more map specific stuff, just dialing in certain strategies on how we need to break certain setups, how we should be playing our advantages, what kind of spawns we're playing for, that type of thing, just per map. So we have a couple that we've been looking at, but Other than that, it's just standard stuff.
I was actually curious because this is a team. I feel like the teams that you've been on have like largely been, you know, kind of like looking the same. I feel like this is a team that's like very different in a way that it's like a whole new experience. I feel, you know, you with Kuhlect at least having a new player like that. And I was curious like where you kind of feel that your role has been with this team, because in map 1, I was noticing a lot on the capture the flag that you were playing like a very overextended play. Like you were constantly getting into the back base, pulling flags against the opponent. And it's like, you know, when I think of the lucid gameplay, I don't normally think of you as like this like overextending, like getting into the base, just pulling flags type of player, right? I always feel like you're like trying to set up like a set piece. How do you think like your position, I don't know if it's like the right way to say like your position, but like how do you think your play style is kind of changing to evolve with this roster?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've already talked about it from the beginning, and that's what I meant with like our pace being good. I think the game is just pretty solved at this point. It's just a matter of like the best way to describe it is that we have to be doing more. Like, and that almost comes down to the individual. And I mean, I can say at least for me, it felt like I was in a dream fighting with like pillows. Can't even feel my fists punching in that last series, but at least I can put myself in the right spots, going for the right like flag pulls, just getting the OBJ done. And I mean, that goes for any of us at any given point. Like we're going to play our lane. We're going to be trying to do as much as we can all over the place. And I think that's just the meta. Like that's just what the game has come like down to. There's not, you know, too many changing variables. So all we can really work with is our like positions and our teamwork is like the single defining like meta point of the game that we're at. So I feel like that's why you'll see me, especially with this team. And I trust like, after even just a couple first talks that we had, like we're going to play our fights, we're going to play our shields. We're not like diving into any play too quickly unless we know exactly what the hell's going on. But that's why you're going to see me probably playing a lot more OBJ and just playing for the win, playing to get out on the map and playing for the space. And you're going to see the rest of the team doing the same.
Well, we're not going to take up too much more of your time here. We want to have you give you a chance to celebrate with the squad here, and which, by the way, still with new squads. So it feels like we're still going to see you guys get better and better. And by the time the end of the season comes and we get to LAN time, who knows what you guys can look like? Do you have any final words for the people at home?
No, thanks for supporting us. Glad you guys are still watching Halo. Glad to still be playing Halo. Just more stuff in the future. Hopefully, we can keep looking forward to and just keep it going, keep it rolling.
Thank you so much for taking your time out to sit with us, man. Appreciate you. Of
course. Thank you so much. Have a good one.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it out of his mouth. I mean, they're still putting in work. He's excited to get to scrims, excited to do some film review. And again, I'm going to say it, who knows what this team is going to look like by the end of the season. But what I know right here, right now, their record 2-0. They're 8-0 as far as map count, and Inconceivable look scary.
Now, I really liked what I was hearing about some of, you know, what they're trying to accomplish as a team. The idea of we need to play quicker, right? We need to take space. That's what the emphasis is, and I feel like we got to see that emphasis play out a little bit more in today's competition. And I'm excited to see how that continues to change and evolve over time, you know, because they have some important matches coming up. Obviously, you know, next week they're going to be going up against Cloud9, and I feel like Cloud9's on a bit of a hot streak. I feel like that's going to be a real test between Cloud9 and Inconceivable. But even as we go further into their schedule, right, when they're going to meet you know, a team like Shopify Rebellion, that they only have you know, 3 more weeks of competition before that happens. They're going to be playing them in the 5th week of competition. I think that's going to be a critical one where they can maybe try to pull that one away. And then I'm looking at the end of their schedule. I feel like one of their final match is the one I'm actually the most hyped about. That's going to be 4 of a kind against SSG in that week 7, and that's going to be our marquee match, the final match of the round robin. And you know, with how these two teams are playing, I think it's going to be a must watch. That being said, I said next week. When I say next week, it's not actually next week. We actually have a small break. We have an open tournament happening this next weekend for any team that wants to get involved, and an opportunity for teams to actually get HCS points and try to work towards that qualification at Halo Fest. This is in cooperation with European Halo League. Shout out to EHL, and you know, it's a global tournament, and right now there's not that many opportunities left to get pro points and to get yourself into a position to qualify and and have a chance to play at Halo Fest. So make sure you get yourself signed up, get your team ready, and get yourself some pro points in these tournaments that are coming up here.
It's gonna be exciting. I love global competition here, and for us getting everybody involved. There's some great talent out in Australia, over the EU, you know, over in Mexico. Get everybody together and let's have some fun here. And obviously gonna be a fantastic little collaboration between LVT and the European Halo League. So also excited to see what that's gonna look like here. But yeah, as far as today's matchup, sadly, we've gone through all 4 of them and we know what's gone down. And now we just look forward to our next time that we come back, of course, to your $120,000 Halo Pro League, co-presented by Shopify Rebellion. And Tools, do you have any final words for the people at home?
Hey, stay involved, get yourself signed into the newsletter, make sure you stay updated, get us on the social channels, make sure you're following on Twitch or subscribed over to the YouTube. It's been a blast watching these tournaments. We'll be back with more Halo action this next week. I'm excited to bring it to you guys. It's been a pleasure casting today with you, Tony.
It really has been. I share the same sentiment. Been fantastic casting with you, and also for you guys at home. Thank you so much to the teams that participated. Absolutely have been incredible. Also the watch parties. Everybody's been absolutely hilarious. I've been tuning in to every single watch party from APGs to Eli's and the crew between breaks, and it's been so much fun. So thank you guys so much, and guys, we'll be back next week, and between now and then, be kind to somebody. Do something kind in the week's end, and we'll catch you later. Peace out.
Double kill. Overkill. Perfect.
Yeah, 2 1 shots hard in. 2 1 shots hard in. Don't you kill it? Nice. Shit, Donnie.
Double kill.
You realize sounds like
Nice, good shit, Donnie. Look at
Triple
there.
kill. Double kill. Double kill.
it. Don't even look there.
That's done.
Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Reversal. Double kill. Snipe. Snipe. kill.